According to an ancient nobleman's diary, consuming monsters was considered a grave taboo in this world. For a human to ingest a monster meant absorbing its dark essence. The first symptom of this curse was a surge of indescribable euphoria, coupled with an immediate enhancement of physical strength. The second stage brought unbearable headaches, intense nausea, and a state of overwhelming intoxication. But the final, and perhaps deadliest, symptom was instant death upon consuming the monster's essence, or worse, the transformation of the person into a monster themselves. In a dimly lit chamber deep within a labyrinth, a man sat atop the lifeless body of a monster, his hand crushed and mangled. He was relentlessly devouring the creature's flesh. As he finished the last bite, his wounds began to miraculously heal. In that instant, he gained two new skills, roar and battle axe. Overcome with fury, he unleashed a deafening roar, his voice resonating through the darkness. The sound echoed throughout the labyrinth, alerting every nearby monster to his presence. Upon hearing the man's roar, the nearby monsters charged toward him, intent on killing him. As they lunged, the man swiftly drew his axe and began his bloody rampage, slaughtering every creature that rushed his way. No matter how fiercely the monsters attacked, he dispatched them instantly with powerful swings of his weapon. With each kill, he devoured their remains, absorbing their essence into his body. As he consumed more, he gained new skills, further enhancing his strength and fueling his relentless massacre. As the man continued his slaughter, he gained a multitude of new skills, including agility boost, lightning cloak, poison mist, and thread manipulation, among others. He skillfully employed each ability to aid him in his fight against the seemingly endless horde of monsters. Despite his immense power, and the numerous skills at his disposal, the sheer number of monsters began to wear him down, and fatigue started to set in. Confident he had slain enough to escape the labyrinth, he paused for a moment, only to realize that countless more monsters still surrounded him, closing in from all sides. As the man stood surrounded, he made a firm resolve. In that moment, he vowed to kill every last one of them, escape the labyrinth alive, and return home safely, no matter the cost. In the frontier city of Balona, a territory dotted with numerous labyrinths, one stood out among the rest, the miasma labyrinth. The very air inside it relentlessly sapped the strength of any adventurer who dared to enter. Most avoided the place, despising the constant drain on their abilities. However, one man, Rudd, frequently ventured into the labyrinth, unbothered by its dangers. Over time, the other adventurers began to call him the miasma scavenger for his fearless persistence in exploring its depths. As Rudd stepped into the miasma labyrinth, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. He had made it to the 6th floor, and as he surveyed the ground, he was pleased to find an abundance of miasma grass growing there. This rare herb, known for its ability to purify miasma, was an invaluable source of income for him. Rudd reminded himself not to be greedy. He resolved to harvest only what he needed, taking just the right amount to ensure the labyrinth could replenish its supply. He smiled, knowing that the harvest from the 6th floor would sustain him for about 3 days. As he continued through the labyrinth, he encountered miasma rats scurrying about. Many of the monsters in the miasma labyrinth wielded miasma and poison, which contributed to the adventurer's aversion to the place. However, these attacks were ineffective against Rudd, who was impervious to their effects. Rudd rushed toward the miasma rats, determined to eliminate them. However, he began to struggle against the overwhelming number of rats swarming the area. Just as he was grappling with the situation, an unknown adventurer arrived and cast a fireball to help him. Unfortunately, the spell missed its target, allowing the rats to escape. Stunned and confused, Rudd sat on the ground, trying to make sense of the unexpected intervention. Rudd turned to the direction from which the fireball had come and saw 3 adventurers standing there. Recognizing their faces from the Adventurers Guild, he felt a surge of annoyance at their presence. One of the 3 adventurers turned to the one who had cast the fireball, and suggested that he should have aimed closer to ensure the spell hit its target. At that moment, another of the 3 extended a hand to help Rudd up and apologized for the mishap. He introduced himself and asked for Rudd's name. Seeing that Rudd appeared to be struggling against the miasma rats, the adventurer explained that he and his companions had only intended to assist him. Rudd, brushing off the adventurer's offer of help, got up on his own. He thanked the adventurer for his concern but requested that they warn him before taking any actions that might endanger him. Annoyed, the adventurer snapped that shouting fireball was precisely his way of alerting Rudd before casting the spell. As they were talking, one of the 3 adventurers opened a door and informed the other 2 that the room beyond was filled with miasma grass. The other 2 were thrilled by the news, but Rudd was displeased by what he had just heard. Rudd then asked why they had been secretly following him through the labyrinth and suggested they might be after his harvesting spot. One of the adventurers, looking irritated, explained that they were simply adventurers trying to make a living and had coincidentally crossed paths with him. He added that they had merely come to his aid against the miasma rats and that Rudd should be grateful for their assistance. The 3 adventurers glared at Rudd with expressions of disgust and menace, fully aware that he was powerless to retaliate even if he was in the right. After some careful thought, Rudd approached them, apologized for the accusation, and thanked them for their help. He understood that despite his grievance, he had no means to confront them and decided to let the situation go. Back in Ballona, at a restaurant called Full Belly, Rudd was thrown to the floor by two men. One of them scolded him, saying that his presence ruined the taste of the food with his unpleasant smell. The man told Rudd that he was banned from the establishment because he clearly couldn't understand how disruptive his stench was to other customers. At that moment, the other man looked at Rudd and said that a true adventurer was someone who could defeat monsters. He sneered, telling Rudd that with his worthless skill, abnormal status nullification, he would never be able to become a real adventurer, no matter how hard he tried. The two men laughed loudly as they taunted Rudd, who could only stand there in silence, unable to respond. Abnormal status nullification was Rudd's unique ability. While it was useful for exploring the miasma labyrinth, it had a significant drawback. It provided Rudd with no combat skills needed to defeat monsters, which were essential for any adventurer. As a result, Rudd, lacking any offensive skills, was not welcomed in any adventuring party. His inability to contribute in battles, and his reliance on scavenging the labyrinth's lower levels led to his being labeled the miasma scavenger. This title reflected both his skills' limitations, and his role searching for items in the labyrinth's depths. Ultimately, Rudd's ineffective skill caused him to be seen as an outcast rather than a true adventurer. At that moment, Rudd reflected on his situation, feeling frustrated that as a grown man, he still had to fight life or death battles against mere rats. He returned to his inn, and lay down on his bed, troubled by the thought that he might live out his life as the miasma scavenger. Rudd was disheartened by the realization that no one saw him as a true adventurer or respected him. Instead, he was always treated poorly. The next day, Rudd arrived at the Adventurers Guild. As he entered, he thought about finding a new patch of miasma grass in a different location, as he still had some money left from the grass he had sold the previous day. Noticing the unusually loud commotion in the guild, Rudd wondered what was causing all the noise. Rudd approached one of the staff members and asked if she had any good job requests to recommend. Upon recognizing him, the woman addressed him as the miasma scavenger and informed him that a new labyrinth had been discovered. Rudd was stunned. A newly discovered labyrinth meant it would be filled with untapped treasures and magical items. It was a golden opportunity for any adventurer, and Rudd was thrilled at the prospect. He saw it as a chance to change his life and escape his current status. Rudd then realized why the guild was so noisy. Everyone was excited about the new labyrinth. As he surveyed the bustling room, the woman interrupted his thoughts, noting that the price of the miasma herb, which Rudd typically brought in, would begin to drop immediately. Rudd was initially puzzled but soon became worried. He asked her why the price would decrease. The woman explained that the miasma labyrinth had never been popular, and with adventurers now flocking to the newly discovered labyrinth, there would be little demand for miasma herb. Consequently, prices were expected to plummet. As Rudd contemplated his options, the woman added that the new labyrinth was located in the Avalo Mountains, and that he would not be allowed to enter. Rudd asked why he was barred from exploring the new labyrinth. The woman showed him a poster that outlined the entry requirements. Adventurers needed to be D rank or higher to gain access. Since Rudd was only an rank adventurer, he did not meet the qualifications to enter. Looking worried, Rudd told the woman that he was determined to explore the new labyrinth and asked if there was any way he could qualify. The woman sighed and explained that the rules were strict. She added that even if Rudd somehow managed to get in, he would likely die in vain due to his lack of strength and the absence of a party to support him. Without the necessary combat skills and allies, he would be left to face the labyrinth's dangers alone. Rudd couldn't dispute her words. She spoke the truth about his situation. At that moment, an adventurer named Bear approached from behind and suggested that if Rudd was so determined, he should join Bear's team as a porter. Bear smiled at Rudd, who looked back at him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. A short while later, Rudd found himself in a carriage with Bear's team, en route to the newly discovered labyrinth. Breaking the silence, Bear turned to Rudd and expressed his pleasure at having met him. He explained that he had been looking for someone to help carry materials from the new labyrinth but had struggled to find anyone. Bear was relieved and happy to have found Rudd for the task. Rudd, meanwhile, reflected that Bear's difficulty in finding a porter was likely due to all the other adventurers flocking to the new labyrinth. As Rudd pondered this, one of Bear's companions, a red-haired woman named Sasha, voiced her concern. She asked Bear why they were bringing a miasma scavenger like Rudd and suggested they should have chosen a different porter. Another companion, a heavily built man named Rick, agreed, questioning Bear's decision and implying they should have found someone more qualified. Bear then addressed his two companions, telling them not to speak ill of Rudd. He explained that given Rudd's experience as an adventurer, it was preferable to have him accompany them rather than a less experienced newcomer. Shifting the topic, Bear turned to Rudd and apologized for not properly introducing himself earlier. He introduced himself as Bear, the leader of the Scarlet Sword Party, and then introduced his companions, Sasha and Rick. Bear informed Rudd that the three of them were D rank adventurers. In response, Rudd introduced himself as an rank adventurer. Bear expressed a desire to learn more about Rudd's status before they entered the new labyrinth and asked if Rudd would be willing to show him his guild card. Rudd complied, presenting it to Bear. On the card, it was noted that he was a level 7 E rank adventurer with 4 types of skills. Examining the card, Bear inquired if Rudd could use fire magic, as it was listed as one of his skills. Rudd explained that his fire magic was too weak to be effective in combat, but it proved useful in dark places and for cooking food. Bear smiled and reassured Rudd that despite its limited power, the skill still had its uses. A few moments later, the 4 of them arrived at the new labyrinth. Bear, Rick, and Sasha were buzzing with excitement as they stood before the entrance. Bear announced that they had reached the newly discovered Avalo labyrinth. Sasha, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked that it seemed they might be among the first to arrive. However, Rick quickly urged everyone not to waste any time and to start exploring immediately. As they opened the door, they were surprised to find that the labyrinth was already teeming with adventurers. Hundreds were already inside, busy collecting loot and making the labyrinth feel crowded. Sasha, seeing the crowds, was disappointed and frustrated. She had expected to be among the first to enter, but it was clear they were not. Bear, noting the situation, informed his team that it appeared the first floor of the labyrinth had already been thoroughly explored. He warned that if they stayed on the first floor, they would likely find little to no loot. Rick reassured Sasha, telling her not to be disheartened and suggesting they should head to the deeper levels that hadn't yet been explored. Sasha agreed, excited at the prospect of exploring uncharted areas. Just then, Rudd interrupted, pointing out that since this was a newly discovered labyrinth, it would be wiser to map out the first floor thoroughly before venturing into the deeper levels. As Rudd made his suggestion, Sasha and Rick rudely interrupted him, dismissing his input and stating that they had no intention of taking advice from a mere porter. They added that Rudd was not in a position to offer opinions, with Rick further commenting that this was why he remained an Ankh adventurer. At that moment, Bear stepped in, telling Sasha and Rick to stop criticizing Rudd. He reminded them that Rudd meant no harm with his suggestion. Although Bear intervened, he ultimately agreed with their perspective. He told Rudd that if they continued to focus on the first floor, they wouldn't achieve significant results. Bear explained that to find truly valuable and unique treasures, they needed to delve into the deeper levels of the labyrinth. After a while, the 4 of them reached the 4th floor. As they fought monsters, Rudd struggled to defend himself, while the other 3 found it relatively easy to handle the creatures. Rick, smiling, told Rudd not to be intimidated by the smaller monsters. As Rudd watched them, he thought to himself that Bear, Rick, and Sasha were far stronger than he was, easily handling monsters he couldn't fight. Rudd felt overwhelmed and nervous, unable to move effectively or contribute to the battle in any way. After a while, the 3 had successfully defeated all the monsters in the area. Sasha remarked that it was a good decision to venture to the deeper levels and added that it was a relief to find no other adventurers on their current floor. Bear agreed, noting that while the monsters were not very strong, they had discovered some treasures. At that moment, Rick shouted at Rudd, demanding that he collect the materials from the monsters Rick had defeated. Rudd replied that he couldn't because the bodies were too damaged, and the monster stones were shattered. Visibly annoyed, Rick insisted that Rudd should check them anyway, as some might still be intact. He also reminded Rudd not to slack off, emphasizing that as their porter, an M-rank adventurer, and a miasma scavenger, it was his responsibility to perform his duties. Although Rudd was reluctant, he couldn't go against Rick after witnessing his strength. Hesitantly, Rudd acknowledged the command and agreed to collect the materials. As Rudd approached one of the monsters, he saw that the creatures Rick had killed were mangled, their guts and blood creating a terrible stench. Rudd wondered why Rick had been so brutal. He activated his fire magic, thinking it would be easier to retrieve the materials if he burned some of the bodies to make the process less unpleasant. Seeing this, Rick commented to the others that Rudd might be planning to eat the monster meat. He added that after exploring for a while, he was starting to feel hungry himself. Sasha, however, urged Rick to stop, as the thought of eating monster meat grossed her out. She reminded him that it was taboo for adventurers to eat monster meat because their magic could be absorbed with unpredictable effects. Rick, smiling, reassured Sasha that he was only joking, adding that once they returned, he planned to use his earnings to enjoy as much delicious food as he wanted. But as Rick was speaking, the group suddenly tensed as a powerful roar echoed through the labyrinth. Turning to the source of the sound, they were stunned to see a towering minotaur. This vivid monster with an alarming sight, as minotaurs were typically found in much deeper levels, not on the shallow 4th floor. The group was thrown into disarray. Realizing they were severely outmatched, each member knew that defeating a B-Ankh monster was far beyond their capabilities. They needed to come up with a plan to escape, as facing the minotaur head and was overwhelmingly against them. At that moment, Bear shouted at Rudd, demanding that he hand over his backpack so Bear could use its contents to deal with the minotaur. Rudd quickly complied, passing the backpack to Bear. He then asked what their plan was. However, as Bear received the backpack, he smiled menacingly. Without warning, he swung his sword and slashed Rudd's back, causing him to fall to the ground, bleeding heavily. Bear's sinister grin revealed his true plan. After slashing Rudd, Bear called out to Rick and Sasha. Rick immediately responded by throwing an axe-like object and activating its spell, Warrior's Encouragement. The spell redirected the Minotaur's focus, making Rudd, writhing on the ground in pain, the monster's new target. Meanwhile, Sasha activated her spell Haste on herself, Rick, and Bear. Boosting their running speed, they began to escape from the Minotaur. Lying on the floor in agony, Rudd asked the three if they had planned to abandon him from the very beginning. Bear, with a menacing smile, confirmed that Rudd had been brought along solely as bait, and that they had always intended to leave him behind. Rudd was stunned by the revelation. As Bear, Rick, and Sasha fled, they told Rudd to buy them some time. Overwhelmed with rage, Rudd screamed and cursed them for using him and leaving him to die. At that moment, the Minotaur's attention locked onto Rudd due to the spell. Panic surged through him as he struggled to figure out his next move. The Minotaur unleashed a devastating blow to the ground, propelling Rudd into the air. Though he managed to narrowly evade the attack, a pained smile crossed his face. He knew deep down that escaping was futile, the odds were stacked against him, and he braced himself for the inevitable. Just then, the Minotaur launched itself with immense force toward Rudd, crashing through a wall and sending them both into a new room. The impact was so powerful that they found themselves in an entirely different chamber. However, the room had a large hole in the floor, and both Rudd and the Minotaur plunged into it. Moments later, Rudd lay on the ground, racked with pain, slowly regaining consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he wondered if he was still alive. He glanced to the side and saw that he was lying on top of the Minotaur's body. He realized that they had fallen through the hole together, and the Minotaur's body had cushioned his landing. However, Rudd's relief was short-lived as he grimly acknowledged that even if the Minotaur was dead, it was only a matter of time before he would meet the same fate from blood loss or starvation. Lying atop the Minotaur's body, he felt an intense hunger. As he considered consuming the monster, a fleeting thought crossed his mind: eating a monster could only lead to disaster. Despite this, Rudd couldn't shake the memory of a man from his childhood who had once told him never to give up, no matter how tough life became. Motivated by that memory, Rudd resolved to survive and began to eat the Minotaur's body. If a human depleted of magic consumes the meat of a magic-rich monster, the monster's magic particles will invade their body, leading to a condition known as the monsterized state, fate more terrifying than death. This dreadful transformation has long been considered taboo. However, in a desperate gamble to recover the blood he had lost and to quell his hunger, Rudd devoured the Minotaur, triggering an unexpected transformation within him. Moments later, Rudd stood up and began wandering through the labyrinth, dragging an axe in his hand. His eyes had turned red, and he now resembled a monster, seemingly unable to control himself due to the Minotaur's magic coursing through him. At that instant, Rudd activated his new skill, Roar, sending a wave of intimidation through the area. The nearby monsters, overwhelmed by the sheer force of this skill, instantly perished. He then activated another skill, Physical Boost, temporarily enhancing his strength. Empowered, he swiftly killed all the other nearby monsters with single strikes. He then used echolocation, a skill that allowed him to detect creatures in his surroundings, even in complete darkness. As the skill revealed a swarm of monsters approaching, Rudd prepared for battle, a grin spreading across his face. He taunted them, asking which of them would be the next to be eaten. At that moment, Rudd went berserk, launching into a killing spree and annihilating every monster that dared to attack him. As he fought, he realized that the battle axe he had picked up after Rick discarded it fit perfectly in his hand. He also noticed he could sense the monster's magic without even needing to see them. Driven by an insatiable hunger, Rudd continued his rampage, slaughtering every monster in his path and devouring their flesh. With each one he consumed, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, growing stronger with every kill. Rudd grinned with excitement, feeling an immense surge of power flowing through his body. He knew he could easily defeat all the monsters attacking him. After a few moments, his killing spree came to an end, and he found himself standing before the exit door of the labyrinth. As he pushed it open, he stepped outside, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. A smile spread across his face as he realized he was finally out. Finally free. With a burst of exhilaration, Rudd shouted in triumph, proclaiming that he had survived the labyrinth. Moments later, a tense atmosphere filled the Adventurers Guild as everyone present appeared worried. A man stood before Bear, Sasha, and Rick, questioning them. This man was Lunas, the guildmaster of the Ballona branch. After hearing their report, Lunas informed Bear that he had gathered all the adventurers who had been in the labyrinth except for Rudd, who had been part of their group. With a heavy and regretful expression, Bear told Lunas that when they reached the 4th floor and encountered the Minotaur, Rudd had been killed before they even had a chance to protect him. Bear continued his lie, adding that they deeply regretted not recognizing the danger of the 4th floor sooner. Rick and Sasha, meanwhile, put on sorrowful expressions, pretending as if they had genuinely tried to help. After hearing Bear's account, Lunas nodded and said he understood the situation. He then announced that from that moment on, entry into the new labyrinth would be prohibited, as it was too dangerous to explore with so little known about it. At that moment, Rudd entered the Adventurers Guild, and a wave of shock swept through the room. Everyone had believed him to be dead. Bear, Rick, and Sasha were the most stunned, unable to comprehend how the person they had abandoned was now standing before them, seemingly unharmed. Bear quickly approached Rudd, feigning relief as he said, "I'm so glad you're alive." Leaning in closer, Bear whispered in Rudd's ear, warning him that if he said anything unnecessary, he would kill him. Rick and Sasha then joined Bear, smiling with exaggerated excitement as they asked if Rudd was all right. Sasha added that they had tried to return for him, but the labyrinth had sealed itself, preventing any chance of helping. Rudd, however, remained silent. At that moment, Bear abruptly changed the subject and suggested that they celebrate Rudd's survival. He proposed they move the celebration to a different location. However, just as the group was about to leave, they were stunned to find themselves unable to move. Rudd seized the opportunity to speak, declaring loudly that Bear, Sasha, and Rick had used him as bait in the labyrinth. The crowd was taken aback by the revelation, while Bear, in a state of panic, frantically searched for a way to handle the situation. Visibly panicked, Bear approached Rudd and asked him to clarify what he meant, claiming he didn't understand the accusations. Lunas interrupted, demanding an explanation. Rudd turned to Lunas and revealed that Bear had stolen his supplies and attacked him from behind. He further explained that Rick had used a skill to lure the Minotaur towards him, while Sasha had cast haste on everyone except him, allowing them to escape while leaving him behind. The three accused individuals were now in a state of panic as Rudd's revelations unfolded. Bear turned to Lunas, insisting that they had done nothing wrong and that Rudd's accusations were false. As Bear spoke, Lunas informed him that they would uncover the truth. At that moment, a woman approached them, Truth Officer. The three were astonished and alarmed to see an officer who rarely left the royal capital present in their guild. Lunas then explained that due to the unusually high number of deaths among porters who had temporarily joined their party, he had called in the Truth Officer to investigate the matter thoroughly. The three became even more frantic. Rudd remained calm, knowing the trouble they were about to face. The Truth Officer, maintaining a cold, neutral expression, examined the group and used her spell. She announced that Bear, Rick, and Sasha of the Scarlet Sword were lying, while Rudd was telling the truth. The revelation shocked everyone. Bear, now in a state of panic, desperately pointed at the Truth Officer and accused her of being wrong, shouting that she was lying. At that moment, Lunas informed everyone that the Truth Officer's skill was exceptionally rare. He explained that such a skill could not be acquired later in life and was as effective as a unique skill, with no liable to bypass it. Lunas emphasized that nothing could be more reliable than the words of someone who had pledged their power to the country, directing a look of anger at the trio. At Bear as he spoke. Bear, overwhelmed by the revelation, could only stare in panic, unable to find a response. Lunas then shouted at the three, condemning them for violating the adventurer's taboo of abandoning a comrade. He accused them of intentionally injuring their allies and using them as disposable pawns. Lunas further declared that even if their crimes were thoroughly investigated, it was certain their adventure qualifications would be revoked and they would be reduced to slavery. Sasha screamed in fear at the prospect, while Rick stood in stunned disbelief. Upon hearing Lunas's words, Bear clenched his fists and muttered that he refused to believe someone like him could become a slave. His gaze turned to the Truth Officer with anger, thinking that if she hadn't been present, they might have escaped the consequences. In a fit of rage, Bear drew his sword and swung it at the Truth Officer, intent on killing her. The onlookers were shocked by the sudden violence. But just as Bear was about to strike, Rudd intervened, stepping between them and blocking the attack with his own sword. With a fierce look of anger, Rudd told Bear that he should not dare to harm the Truth Officer. Bear was stunned that Rudd had managed to block his attack. In retaliation, Rudd threw a powerful punch that sent Bear flying backward. The force was so immense that Bear crashed through the wall of the Adventurers Guild and was propelled a considerable distance away. Rick and Sasha watched in shock, unable to comprehend the extent of Rudd's power. A short while later, in the guild's reception room, Rudd and Lunas were conversing. Lunas apologized to Rudd for any inconvenience, noting that he might be tired. Rudd assured the guild master that he was fine and then inquired about the fate of the other three. Lunas explained that they would be taken into custody and interrogated. He added that if it was confirmed they were repeat offenders, the members of the Scarlet Sword would forfeit all their possessions and adventurer qualifications and would be reduced to slavery. Lunas then informed Rudd that Bear had even defied the Truth Officer, so he likely wouldn't be seen again. He also told Rudd that the three members of the Scarlet Sword had forfeited all their rights to the profits from the new labyrinth. As a result, Rudd would now receive all the rewards. Rudd was stunned to hear that he would be awarded 200,000 reins, the entire sum. The news left him astonished. After a few moments, Rudd stepped out of the reception room, grinning with excitement. He thought to himself that with this much money, he could easily cover his living expenses. He realized that accumulating such an amount by gathering miasma grass would take a long time, so he appreciated how being an adventurer could yield substantial rewards. As he walked, he noticed that no other adventurers were approaching him. Rudd speculated that this might be because they had witnessed his earlier actions. He considered that even if they didn't approach him, it didn't necessarily mean they would be friendly. He decided that if he stood out too much, many might find his sudden rise in status suspicious. He resolved to continue earning in the miasma labyrinth as before. Determined to move forward, Rudd was excited. With his new wealth, he could finally afford some gear, and enjoy the freedom to eat whatever he wanted. He decided to visit a tool shop first. As he wandered through the market, a magic bag caught his interest. He decided to get something to eat before focusing on anything else. The next day, Rudd returned to the miasma labyrinth and resumed hunting rats. He found it surprising how easily he could defeat them now. He sighed, reflecting on how just the day before yesterday, he would have had to avoid 5 of these rats, but now he could take them down effortlessly. Rudd used his appraisal skill to examine the miasma rats. He was pleased to discover that the skill allowed him to view each monster's stats with ease, and could be used not only on living monsters but also on their corpses. Rudd wondered how much his status had improved. He guessed that his level might not have increased significantly, perhaps only reaching level 20. Curious, he opened his status screen. To his astonishment, his level had risen to 42. Not only that, but his health, strength, endurance, and agility had all seen substantial increases. Shocked by the rapid progression, considering he had been level 7 just a day ago, Rudd realized this was an exceptional occurrence. He decided to check the new skills he had acquired, and was thrilled to discover he had gained many of them. He recalled that the walls broken during his battle with the Minotaur had since been sealed, and the new labyrinth would remain closed for some time. Deciding to explore the miasma labyrinth lightly for the day, Rudd was eager to test his newfound power. He had also purchased the magic bag he had noticed earlier, and wanted to select the right monster for his first trial. Rudd decided to venture into the deeper levels of the miasma labyrinth. He easily conquered the 6th floor and then proceeded to the 9th and 13th floors. As he fought the monsters on these floors, Rudd realized they were insufficiently challenging. Determined to find more suitable prey, he pressed on. Moments later, Rudd reached the 24th floor. As he traversed this level, he encountered a monster. Hiding from view, Rudd used his appraisal skill and discovered it was a lizard soldier, level 25. Rudd noted that it was typically part of a group, but since only one was present, he decided it was worth challenging. He stealthily approached from behind, drew his sword, and struck the lizard soldier in the back. Though the blow caused injury, it wasn't enough to finish it off. The injured lizard soldier tried to flee, and Rudd gave chase. After a while, the lizard soldier reached a dead end. As Rudd closed in, he told the creature that it had no chance to escape. However, when the lizard soldier turned to face him, it no longer seemed intimidated. At that moment, Rudd realized he was in serious trouble. Looking behind him, he saw more lizard soldiers surrounding him. He had walked into a trap. One of the lizard soldiers swung its sword at Rudd, but he managed to dodge. He quickly assessed the situation and concluded that his only option was to defeat them one by one. Rudd struck one, sending it sprawling. As he moved in to finish it, another lizard soldier intervened, using its shield to block his attack. Just then, another attacked Rudd from behind, but he managed to evade the strike. As Rudd fought, he noticed a high-pitched sound that seemed to precede their coordinated attacks. Looking further, he spotted a red-colored lizard soldier standing at a distance. Rudd used his appraisal skill and discovered it was a general lizard, level 32. Among its many skills, the most notable was command, which allowed it to direct the other lizard soldiers. Rudd smiled as he realized he had identified the leader. At that moment, the general lizard let out a fierce roar, prompting all the other lizard soldiers to launch a coordinated attack. Unbothered, Rudd activated his physical boost skill and charged straight toward the general lizard. As Rudd sliced at it, he was stunned to find that his attack did no damage. The general lizard retaliated with a powerful sword strike. Realizing he couldn't block the blow, Rudd activated his steel body skill. The attack failed to harm him. With a confident smile, Rudd addressed the general lizard, declaring that it wasn't the only one with a trump card. He had one of his own. Rudd used his appraisal skill once more, perplexed by the fact that his attack had no visible effect on the general lizard, despite the clear impact he felt. He checked the general lizard's status and saw that it didn't have any skills enhancing its durability. Rudd speculated that another lizard might be using a skill to protect it. As he continued to appraise the lizard soldiers, Rudd noticed one that was gravely injured. Checking its status, he discovered that it had a skill called Substitute, which absorbed the damage meant for the general lizard, thereby shielding it from harm. At that moment, Rudd swiftly moved to the lizard soldier with the Substitute skill and eliminated it instantly. With its protection gone, the general lizard was thrown into a state of panic. Roaring in frustration, it ordered all the remaining lizard soldiers to attack Rudd simultaneously. But just as they closed in, Rudd activated his thread manipulation skill. He quickly gathered all the lizard soldiers into one spot, making it easier to handle them. He then cast his spell, snaring them in a trap that immobilized them completely. With a satisfied smile, Rudd turned to the general lizard and declared that its end had come. He then swiftly severed its head from its body. After a few moments, Rudd had dispatched all the lizard soldiers. He smiled to himself, knowing it was time to eat the monsters he had slain. He reached into his magic bag, which he had purchased with the reward money. The bag, enchanted to expand its space and reduce the weight of its contents, was now a vital tool for him. Rudd then retrieved his cooking utensils and seasonings, preparing to cook the monster meat. Rudd reflected on his time in the hidden floors, where his only focus had been survival. Despite his desperation, he had always harbored a desire to try cooking monster meat. Now, having prepared it, he admired how appetizing it looked. Rudd eagerly grabbed a piece and took a bite, smiling with pleasure as he discovered that the flavor was indeed superb. He mused that he might soon become addicted to it. As Rudd enjoyed the monster meat, he found that he had acquired several new impressive skills. He wondered how he had gained such valuable abilities, speculating that they were linked to the monsters he had consumed. Rudd reflected on the skills he had acquired, noting that the armor spider skill from the Minotaur was particularly impressive. The evil eye skill from another monster was also quite useful. Brimming with excitement, Rudd decided that on his way back, he would consume as many different monsters as possible. On the 21st floor of the miasma labyrinth, Rudd continued to defeat various monsters, systematically acquiring their skills by consuming them. He gained a multitude of abilities, including venom, temperature variation, and poison scale powder, among others. As Rudd was enjoying the monster meat he had cooked, he suddenly heard a strange, crashing sound coming from behind him. Curious, he paused. The sound became clearer, almost human. Rudd wondered if other adventurers had managed to venture this deep. He quickly packed his belongings into his magic bag, and rushed toward the noise. As he approached, he saw a cloaked woman, bleeding from her hand, lying on the floor. She was surrounded by a group of suspicious-looking men who seemed intent on harming her. One of the men expressed disbelief at how much magic the woman still had left. Another, who was bruised and battered, explained that their situation was dire because she was an elf, wondering aloud how valuable she might be. At that moment, Rudd spoke up, saying he had hoped to make some adventurer friends but wasn't pleased with the current situation. The men were taken aback. Rudd continued, admitting he didn't know the full story but couldn't just stand by and watch a woman being attacked. The man in charge asked who he was, to which Rudd replied that he was an adventurer. The elf woman then shouted at Rudd, urging him to leave, warning him that the men were adventurer hunters. Rudd was momentarily surprised. He had always heard that adventurer hunters were high-ranking. Curious, he used his appraisal skill to check their status, but to his surprise, he couldn't access any information. He wondered if they were using concealment skills or a counter-magic tool. Just then, the leader ordered his men to take Rudd down. Without warning, one of them lunged at him. Rudd was shocked by the man's speed but managed to block the attack. As they fought, the man remarked that Rudd was holding up pretty well. Rudd, unfazed, retorted that it was only because the man was weak. Enraged, the man began attacking with increased ferocity. In that moment, Rudd activated his venom skill and spat it directly onto the man's face. The man screamed in pain, writhing in agony on the ground before dying. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe Rudd had the ability to spit venom and began to think of him as something more akin to a monster. Rudd reflected that his fighting style was reckless, but for someone as weak as him, survival meant using any means necessary. The leader, witnessing this, realized that Rudd possessed a rare poison skill and that they had underestimated him. He ordered his men to charge at Rudd all at once. As they attacked relentlessly, Rudd dodged their strikes, knowing that if he paused for even a second, he would be killed. While retreating, the leader seized an opportunity and unleashed a devastating blow. At the last second, Rudd activated his steel body skill, hardening himself to block the powerful attack. Rudd was sent flying backward from the leader's powerful kick. Surprised, the leader thought to himself that Rudd was a tough opponent, as he was certain the kick should have broken his neck. As one of the men approached to end his life, Rudd suddenly turned and began to run away. The man yelled at him to stop and gave chase. However, the leader ordered him to halt, pointing out that both he and Rudd were now in a poisonous swamp. He warned his companion that venturing any deeper was dangerous, and added that Rudd wouldn't last long in the swamp either. Glancing back, Rudd wondered how long they planned to wait. Realizing that stalling wasn't an option, he resolved to face them head-on. He thought to himself how fortunate he was to have ended up in the poisonous swamp. In addition to its toxins, the swamp's vapors rapidly drained an adventurer's stamina, which worked in his favor. A few minutes later, the men were shocked that Rudd had been inside the swamp for so long. One of them, visibly struggling to breathe, asked how much longer Rudd planned to stay. It had already been 10 minutes, and even they were starting to feel sick from the fumes. Meanwhile, Rudd, who was even deeper in the swamp, remained unaffected. At that moment, Rudd decided it was time to make his move. He realized that if he delayed any longer, it would only worsen the elf woman's condition. Approaching the group, Rudd asked how they were faring. One of the men sneered that he had finally emerged. Rudd calmly replied that unfortunately for them, he was unaffected by any status abnormalities, so he couldn't really understand how much pain they were in. The leader was taken aback, realizing that Rudd possessed a status nullification skill and had tricked them. He immediately shouted for his men to attack. One of them lunged, but the effects of the poisonous swamp had weakened him significantly, allowing Rudd to easily block the attack. With a smile, Rudd taunted the man as they fought, explaining that the poison gradually drained their stamina while the accumulated magic in their bodies lowered their stats. Just then, another man attacked Rudd from behind. However, Rudd activated his steel body skill, and the man's sword failed to inflict any damage, leaving him shocked. Seizing the opportunity, Rudd then unleashed another skill, Lightning Cloak, swiftly defeating both attackers in one move. One of the men, barely able to breathe, shouted at Rudd and prepared to attack again. But in an instant, Rudd activated his aerial slash skill, finishing the man off immediately. The leader watched in panic, unable to believe that a human could possess multiple skills typically found in monsters. Shifting his focus to the leader, Rudd declared that he had no obligation to explain anything and launched his attack. As they fought, the leader thought to himself that despite his supposed superiority, he was destined to lose to Rudd. Desperate, the man activated his agility enhancement skill to boost his stats. Shouting in anger, he declared that someone like Rudd wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, as he swung his sword, Rudd delivered a powerful strike that shattered the man's sword. The man stood in shock, unable to comprehend that he had been defeated. In that instant, he was cut in half along with his weapon. Rudd looked down at the fallen man and remarked that if it hadn't been for the abnormal status nullification he possessed, the man would have been far stronger. But because of his unique ability, he had been able to overcome him. After a few moments, Rudd had successfully saved the elf woman, and they walked alongside each other. She turned to Rudd, expressing her gratitude. Rudd replied that he couldn't just leave her in such a perilous situation. As he observed her, he noticed that the elf was trying to appear brave, but her body still showed signs of being affected by the poisonous swamp's magic. He found it unusual to encounter an elf in such a remote area and began to wonder what circumstances had led her to be pursued by adventure hunters. As they continued walking, a monster suddenly appeared. Using his appraisal skill, Rudd identified the creature as the Mosa's Great Tate, the leader of the Maths, a level 37 monster. Determined, Rudd charged at the beast, thinking to himself that its size wouldn't be enough to take him down. The monster unleashed its aerial attack, but Rudd skillfully dodged it. He then turned to the elf woman, asking if she was okay. She reassured him that she was fine. Satisfied, Rudd faced the monster again and declared that he was going to scare it, as it had managed to frighten him for just a moment. The monster flew higher, but Rudd shouted at the creature, telling it that its efforts were futile. He then unleashed his own aerial slash skill, striking the monster and dealing significant damage. Furious, the monster retaliated by using its paralyze skill. Rudd simply smiled and confidently declared that it was too bad, as paralysis wouldn't work on him. At that moment, Rudd suddenly remembered the elf woman and grew concerned. However, when he turned to look at her, he saw that she had activated her wind magic, successfully blocking the monster's attack. Rudd was impressed by the skill she displayed. After a few moments of intense combat, Rudd finally defeated the monster with a powerful strike. The elf woman approached Rudd and expressed her surprise that poison and paralysis had no effect on him, noting that he possessed skills remarkably similar to those of monsters. Rudd smiled nervously, struggling to find the right words to explain. Suddenly, the elf woman winced in pain and collapsed. Rudd rushed to her side, worried she had been affected by the paralysis. However, she reassured him that this was something different, adding that she would explain once they were outside the labyrinth. Moments later, they found themselves outside the miasma labyrinth. The elf woman smiled at Rudd, expressing how much better she felt. Before explaining her situation, she introduced herself as Ishia, a former adventurer. Rudd was taken aback, asking if she was the one and only Ishia of the Emerald Storm. Ishia laughed and confirmed that she was. Rudd then remarked that the kingdom of Ludia's renowned rank party, Azure Trails, was famous, but 5 years ago, the party was defeated by monsters. Upon hearing this, Ishia explained that on that fateful day, they had challenged the monsters lurking in the deepest part of this abyssal labyrinth. During that battle, their leader had died. One member had to retire due to severe injuries, and another had been swallowed by the labyrinth itself. Ishia added that even she hadn't emerged unscathed, revealing a purple mark on her chest as proof. She explained that this was a curse known as the Curse of Level Down. Hearing this, Rudd was confused. Ishia admitted she had never heard of it either and had tried every possible method to break it, but had only managed to slow its progression. She then told Rudd that the adventure hunters were aware of her curse and had been planning to profit from it. She expressed her despair, explaining that she would die if her level reached 0. In that moment, Rudd noticed something, and told Ishia that he might have a way to combat the curse. He remembered his substitute skill, which allowed him to absorb attacks and status ailments from a target. He asked Ishia if she would be willing to accept the skill he was about to activate. Ishia looked at him, confused, but agreed. Rudd placed his hand on her, and activated his substitute skill. Ishia was taken aback as she felt the curse begin to transfer to him. Panic set in and she urged him to stop, but Rudd smiled reassuringly, telling her to trust him. Just then, a dark presence materialized behind Rudd. His unique ability, abnormal status nullification, activated. In that moment, the curse that had plagued Ishia vanished. As Rudd reveled in his success, Ishia asked what had just happened. Rudd encouraged her to check her guild card. When she looked, she was astonished to see that her status was now normal. Ishia couldn't believe she was free. Rudd explained that he had hoped his unique skill would be able to nullify her curse and felt a sense of relief that it had worked. Ishia, looking at Rudd with a mix of frustration and admiration, called him an idiot for taking such a huge risk for someone he had just met. However, her tone softened as she added that she was grateful. With a warm smile, she thanked him for saving her. A short while later, Rudd and Ishia found themselves enjoying a meal at the Full Belly restaurant. Ishia commented on how delicious the food was. Rudd, however, recalled the last time he had been kicked out. He asked Ishia if it was wise for her to be drinking so much. She reassured him, saying she had fully recovered and that on such a momentous occasion, it was only right for her to indulge. At that moment, Rudd turned to Ishia and asked what her plans were. After pondering, Ishia smiled and said she wanted to learn more about Rudd first. She then asked him why he had chosen to become an adventurer. Rudd took a deep breath and shared his story. He explained that long ago his village had been attacked by monsters, resulting in the loss of his family and friends. However, an rank adventurer had rushed to the scene and saved him. He told Ishia he would never forget the sight of that adventurer smiling down at him during such a dark time. At that moment, Rudd expressed his aspiration to become an rank adventurer, just like the one who had saved him. His goal was to save as many people as possible, and he hoped to accomplish this dream soon. Hearing his heartfelt ambition, Ishia smiled gently at him and said it was a wonderful goal. Rudd then asked Ishia if she was going to laugh at his dreams, but she reassured him that she understood, as she had once dreamed of reaching rank herself. Ishia explained that her current intention was to gain even more power than she had before being cursed. She added that she was certain her companions were still trapped in the deepest part of the abyssal labyrinth. Whatever the outcome, Ishia was determined to challenge the monsters in that labyrinth once again. She then suggested to Rudd that since they were both still weak and needed to gain more strength to achieve their goals, they should form a party. Just as Rudd was about to respond, two men approached from behind. One of them grabbed Ishia's hand and, grinning, told Rudd that he had quite a fine girl to be drinking with. Rudd glanced at the two men and recognized them as the same individuals who had kicked him out the last time he entered the restaurant. One of the men then told Ishia that she should leave Rudd and not waste her time drinking with someone so boring. Just then, Rudd grabbed the man by the shoulders and, filled with anger, demanded that he let go of Ishia's hand. The man, filled with rage at Rudd's defiance, seemed about to come to blows when Ishia intervened. She urged them to stop, reminding them that they were in a pub and suggested that they settle things by seeing who could drink the most. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers, excited to witness the drinking contest. They drank, and before long, both men were too intoxicated and passed out. Ishia, on the other hand, stood tall and unwavering. Cheers erupted as the winner was declared, Ishia. She and Rudd exchanged glances and raised their thumbs in celebration. After a while, Rudd and Ishia found themselves standing in a corner of the restaurant. Rudd complimented Ishia, saying she had done exceptionally well, especially considering how much she had already drunk before the contest. With a slightly dazed expression, Ishia replied that she could hold her own because Rudd was her benefactor. She added that she would never stoop so low as to remain idle while he was being ridiculed. Just as she finished her sentence, the effects of the drinks took hold, and she dozed off, collapsing into Rudd's arms. Smiling at her, Rudd activated his substitute skill, transferring all of her drunkenness to himself. Ishia suddenly woke up, no longer feeling the effects of the alcohol. Rudd explained that he had transferred all of her intoxication to himself, leaving her sober. Excitedly, Ishia grabbed Rudd's hand and exclaimed that he had first transferred her curse, and now her drunkenness, marveling at the wonderful skill he possessed. She insisted that they should definitely form a party. Ishia then suggested they celebrate by drinking more now that she was sober. However, Rudd gently reminded her to drink in moderation. Feeling disappointed, Ishia turned to the owner of the restaurant and expressed her sadness about not being able to try any of the special dishes. The owner explained that monsters had taken up residence in the Barnabas fishing grounds. Although he had sent a request to the guild for assistance, all the top adventurers were already deployed elsewhere. As a result, he couldn't prepare any of the special dishes due to a lack of ingredients. He then asked if Ishia and Rudd would be willing to take on the request. The next day, Rudd and Ishia found themselves at the Barnabas fishing grounds. Alicia turned to Rude and said they should defeat the monsters as quickly as possible so they could return to the restaurant and enjoy the special dishes. Rude nodded in agreement. Just then, Rude spotted something moving beneath the water's surface and realized they had found the monster. However, their expression shifted to concern as they noticed they were now surrounded by numerous monsters. Rude activated his appraisal skill and identified them as Gurnabs, mostly at level 23, possessing 3 skills: High, Speed Swimming, Water Bullets, and Smite. Suddenly, all the monsters launched a coordinated attack. Rude struggled to dodge their onslaught on the small boat. He then had a brilliant idea and jumped into the water, challenging the monsters. As the Gurnabs charged, Rude activated his lightning cloak skill, unleashing a powerful surge that instantly killed all the monsters in the water. As he emerged, Alicia called out his name in panic, but he reassured her that he was fine. He realized a few remained in the deeper waters. Rude couldn't understand why the remaining monsters weren't attacking and speculated they were protecting something. He told Alicia he was going to dive deeper to investigate, and asked for her assistance, securing a rope around his chest before descending. As Rude dove deeper, he saw the Gurnab monsters were guarding a massive creature. He activated his appraisal skill and identified it as Tentacles, a level 38 monster with 4 formidable skills and impressively high stats. Rude realized this creature was the source of the smaller Gurnab monsters, and that he had to defeat it to stop them from spawning. Since the Tentacles monster wasn't immediately aggressive, Rude prepared to strategize. However, one of its tentacles lashed out, grabbing him by the feet. He understood it had been a trap. As the monster lunged and he began to run out of breath, Rude pulled the rope, signaling Alicia for help. Responding swiftly, Alicia activated her wind magic, propelling the boat forward at high speed and yanking Rude away from the monster's grasp. Back on the surface, Rude coughed up water and thanked Alicia for saving him. He informed her that a boss monster with an accelerated healing skill was deep underwater. Alicia noted that her magic wouldn't reach that far. Rude replied that there was one possible strategy. He decided to share his secret with her, asking her to promise not to reveal what he was about to do. Rude returned to the water, activating his newly acquired high-speed swimming skill. He swiftly eliminated many of the smaller monsters guarding the tentacles creature. Thanks to his new skill, he effortlessly dodged each of the main monster's attacks. Closing the distance, Rude delivered a powerful strike, channeling his lightning cloak skill into the blow to finish the creature off. Rude thought to himself that with its defeat, the fishing spot would finally return to peace. However, he worried about what Alicia would think of him after witnessing him devour a monster. As Rude resurfaced, he didn't see Alicia, and assumed she had left. Just as he was feeling disheartened, a voice called out, telling him he was late. Rude turned in surprise to see Alicia still waiting. Alicia remarked that he didn't appear to be injured, and assumed he had defeated the boss. Rude nodded. Alicia explained that she had been too worried to sit still and had started collecting branches for a campfire to help him dry his clothes. Rude then asked if she was truly okay with staying by his side after witnessing him consume the monsters. Alicia smiled and told him that while she had been surprised, she was happy he trusted her enough to reveal his secret. It didn't bother her at all. In fact, it made her happier than anything. Rude, taken aback, thanked her for not abandoning him. He then pulled out a piece of the tentacles monster, explaining he wanted to acquire its skills by consuming a portion of it. He told Alicia it wouldn't be fair if he was the only one eating, so he had also caught a Barnabas fish for her. Seeing the fish, Alicia lit up with excitement. As they ate, Rude shared the story of the first time he ever ate a monster. Alicia remarked that it was surprising Rude consumed monsters, and that there was such a unique reason behind it. Rude explained that eating monsters had given him a chance to grow stronger. Alicia smiled and noted that the monster meat actually looked quite appetizing when cooked. Rude agreed, adding that while he no longer needed to eat the meat to acquire skills, he was curious how it tasted properly cooked, and it had turned out to be very tasty. He asked Alicia if she wanted to try some, but she decided to pass and stick with the fish. Changing the topic, Alicia once again asked Rude if he would be willing to join her party. Surprised, Rude questioned why she wanted him, noting that as an rank adventurer, she surely had stronger acquaintances. Alicia explained that it had been 5 years since she was cursed, and many of her former teammates might have retired. She added that most adventurers on the front lines had a few screws loose, and she wanted someone she could rely on completely. Extending her hand toward Rude, she said that with him, she would feel secure. Rude smiled and replied that he would gladly join her party. Outside the Adventurers Guild, Alicia shouted with excitement about their first job as a party. Rude replied that as an rank, he doubted they would receive any significant requests. Alicia acknowledged his concern but insisted they first register as a party. With her rank status, she believed they would have access to bigger opportunities. Inside, they informed the receptionist they wanted to register as a party. The receptionist was taken aback when she saw Alicia's rank card from the Emerald Storm. As she reviewed their cards, she questioned why Alicia would want to team up with a miasma scavenger like Rude. An irritated look from Alicia immediately halted her questions. Ishia explained that she wanted to rank up and asked what requirements Rude still needed to fulfill. The receptionist informed them that Rude had accumulated enough achievements but lacked a solid battle record. Ishia then requested the highest difficulty subjugation quest they could take on together. A short while later, Rude and Ishia found themselves near Barona, tasked with exterminating a pack of wolves. Rude used his appraisal skill and identified them as level 11 gray wolves. Activating his stealth skill, he maneuvered behind them and effortlessly slashed each one. He instructed Ishia to manage the reinforcements while he focused on the ones in front. At that moment, Ishia activated her unique skill and called upon Sylphid, her spirit magic, for a boost in power. Rude watched in awe as she unleashed Great Wind, a powerful gust that sliced through all the charging monsters in a single strike. Shocked by her sheer power, Rude thought to himself that no one could dodge such a devastating attack. Ishia remarked that she hadn't even unleashed her full strength yet. Just then, one of the gray wolves lunged at Rude from behind. Realizing too late that he couldn't dodge, Rude braced for impact. However, Ishia called upon her spirit magic, Sylphid, and activated a spell. The gray wolves became confused as they looked up to see both Rude and Ishia floating in the air. Filled with excitement, Rude thanked her for saving him, but Ishia replied that he should thank Sylphid instead. Ishia warned Rude not to let their guard down, pointing out 5 more gray wolves lurking in the bushes and cautioning that there might be many more. Rude responded that it was his turn to locate them. He activated his echolocation skill, and realized with alarm that there were still around 30 gray wolves hidden. Smiling confidently, Rude told Ishia to attack the areas he pointed out. He knew that while his echolocation lost precision in open spaces, they could coordinate their attacks from the sides to herd the wolves into one spot. Once Ishia finished her task, Rude descended and activated his paralyzing breath skill, incapacitating all the wolves. With them immobilized, he easily dispatched them one by one. They had killed a total of 52 gray wolves. Ishia expressed her disbelief at encountering so many, while Rude suggested their population might have increased significantly. Rude then asked Ishia if the magic she had used earlier was spirit magic, which she confirmed. She explained that she could harness magic by borrowing power from spirits that exist in nature, offering her own magic as compensation. This allowed her to cast powerful spells, like floating in the air, even with limited magical energy. Rude told Ishia that he had never encountered wind magic that strong before. Just as he was speaking, the spirit playfully approached him, grabbed his hair, and began tugging on it. While the spirit seemed to enjoy itself, Rude was in pain, desperately telling it to stop. Ishia, on the other hand, was laughing at the amusing sight, explaining that Sylphid loved to play pranks, which was why she was tormenting Rudd. Noticing the sky was growing darker, Ishia decided it was time to head home. She activated the power of her spirit, and both she and Rudd began to float. Ishia informed Rudd that they would fly back together. As they soared through the air, Rudd exclaimed that this was the best feeling he had ever experienced. Rudd then asked Ishia what other types of magic she could use. Ishia explained that in addition to wind magic, she specialized in water, ice, light, and earth magic. However, she noted that spirits of darkness and fire were not a good match for her. Ishia elaborated that if a spirit had poor compatibility with a user, it could demand an enormous amount of magical power or, in the worst case, might refuse to lend any power at all. Hearing this, Rudd remarked that her spirit, Sylphid, must have a strong affection for Ishia since she didn't have to expend much magic to activate her skills. Ishia nodded in agreement. As they flew, Rudd spotted smoke rising from a village ahead and alerted Ishia. Upon their arrival, they saw that many of the houses were engulfed in flames, and the villagers were in a state of panic. The chaos was caused by a single monster known as a Baphomet. The adventurers in the village were overwhelmed, unsure of how to respond. They had assumed that only gray wolves were lurking nearby, so encountering such a powerful monster left them utterly shocked. At that moment, the Baphomet summoned a spear and hurled it directly at the two adventurers. Just as the spear was about to strike, Rudd swiftly used his water bullet skill to divert its trajectory. The Baphomet, annoyed by this unexpected interruption, glared at Rudd with simmering fury. Ishia approached the adventurers and asked if they were all right. They assured her they were fine. Ishia then informed them that she and Rudd would handle the monster, and asked them to provide a report on the situation. Meanwhile, Rudd used his appraisal skill on the Baphomet, and discovered it was level 27, possessing 5 formidable skills. He noted that although its level was lower than that of the general lizard he had fought previously, the Baphomet's stats were far more impressive. At that moment, the Baphomet activated its principles of fire magic and principles of earth magic skills. Seeing this, Rudd thought that the fire magic he had learned so far was too weak for battle. He realized that if he could consume this monster, he might be able to harness its powerful magic, significantly enhancing his fighting capabilities. With that in mind, Rudd swung his sword at the Baphomet, but the creature easily dodged his attacks with its claws. Before Rudd could act, the Baphomet unleashed a barrage of fire spears at him. Ishia called out in concern, but he managed to dodge the attacks. As he observed the monster, He noticed it had kept 2 of its fire spears on standby for defense. Rudd thought to himself that the Baphomet was indeed a tough opponent. At that moment, Ishia suggested they exchange information. She informed Rudd that the villagers had not yet evacuated, so she had asked the other adventurers to help. She expressed her desire to avoid collateral damage as much as possible. Rudd, realizing that Ishia's magical energy must have been depleted from their earlier fight, concluded that he couldn't fully rely on her powerful magic and needed to take charge. Ishia assured Rudd that she would handle the Baphomet's magic while he focused on pushing forward. With each spell the Baphomet unleashed, Ishia effectively countered it by using the opposite attribute. Annoyed, the Baphomet resorted to earth magic, but Ishia swiftly countered this with her wind magic. Rudd was impressed by her precise control. She used minimal magical energy to nullify the monster's powerful spells, demonstrating why she was an rank adventurer. Seizing the moment, Rudd jumped upwards, activating his physical boost skill, and managed to slice off several of the Baphomet's fingers. In desperation, the Baphomet attempted to retaliate, but it was futile. Ishia launched a devastating attack that caused the monster's entire body to explode. In the distance, the villagers and adventurers anxiously discussed the massive explosion. Just then, Ishia appeared before them, thanking them for their help with the evacuation. Relief washed over the adventurers. Ishia reassured them that she and Rudd had defeated the monster. However, she mentioned that although she had dealt a fatal blow, she was worried it might still be alive and could return. With that, she informed them that she was going to pursue the creature, and asked for a small favor. One of them eagerly replied that he would do anything to help. With a shy smile, Ishia requested some spare food, as she was feeling very hungry. Moments later, in the forest at the outskirts of the village, Rudd sat alone beside a fire, the corpse of the monster lying nearby. Ishia approached, and informed him that she was back. Rudd welcomed her return and inquired about the villagers. Ishia replied that everyone had managed to evacuate safely. She then informed Rudd that she had told the villagers they were pursuing the Baphomet so they wouldn't be suspicious about the disappearance of its corpse. Rudd apologized for putting her in a position to lie but also thanked her. His attention then shifted to the corpse, and he felt a surge of excitement at the thought of cooking and eating it. After finishing the cooking, Rudd sampled the meat and discovered he had acquired all the skills possessed by the Baphomet. Ishia remarked that while the meat looked delicious, watching someone eat a humanoid monster was a bit unsettling. Rudd reflected that she was right and felt a twinge of unease at how accustomed he was becoming to eating monster meat. At that moment, a horde of stampeding pig monsters charged toward them. Rudd was taken aback, realizing they had encountered far too many monsters in one day. He quickly got to his feet, and told Ishia he would test the new skills he had just acquired. However, when he tried to activate them, nothing happened. Just then, the monsters lunged, but they managed to dodge. Ishia remarked that she thought Rudd would be able to use magic by now. She added that her own magic reserves were running low, so she couldn't offer much support. Rudd, on the other hand, was furious. He explained that he had put in a lot of effort to prepare the meat, and now it was ruined and scattered on the floor because of the monsters. He was adamant that he wouldn't forgive them. Ishia, bewildered, couldn't understand why he was so upset over monster meat. Rudd shouted at the monsters, demanding that they take responsibility, and provide him with their meat instead. Just as he was about to charge, Ishia grabbed him and urged him to calm down. She explained that the monsters had used a skill called Flash Step, which increased their charging power and turned a single blow into a devastating attack. She suggested they retreat for the time being, and Rudd reluctantly agreed. After a few moments, they settled atop a tree, safely avoiding the monsters below. Ishia then asked Rudd why he had been unable to activate his magic. He explained that he was unsure of what was wrong. Ishia suggested he use his appraisal skill to check for any issues. Upon inspecting his skills, he reported to Ishia that it indicated he should be able to understand them instinctively. Ishia then remarked that if he still couldn't use the skill, it could only mean that Rudd's brain was unfortunately incapable of comprehending magic. Taken aback, Rudd responded that she was being rather cruel. Ishia began to ponder the problem and uncovered a potential clue. Perhaps Rudd needed to learn how to manipulate mana to wield magic for monster skills. Rudd started to grasp the issue. Closing his eyes, he recalled the first time he had consumed the Minotaur and how he had unleashed its power. He realized that if he could harness the burst of power within him, he would be able to use the magic. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and discovered that he could now access the magic he had been unable to use before. With renewed confidence, he unleashed a powerful attack on the monsters below. After defeating all the monsters, Rudd took a moment to enjoy the meat he had cooked. As he savored it, he commented to Ishia that it was delicious, then apologized for making her wait. She assured him it was fine. She then explained that to use his magic skills effectively, he needed to draw from his mana rather than pure magic power. Observing that his mana seemed untouched despite his recent attacks, Ishia thought that Rudd might be able to use his abilities continuously without exhausting his reserves. Rudd nodded, and explained that when he felt mana coursing through his body, he immediately understood how to activate his skills. He suggested that if mana could replace magic power, it might be possible for him to enhance his body or even his weapons. He shared that among adventurers, many channeled magic power through their bodies to boost their physical abilities or applied it to a weapon to increase its attack power. Hearing this, Ishia realized that up until now, Rudd's limited magic power had prevented him from using such skills. Rudd agreed, noting that he now had far more than just magic power and, more importantly, could replenish his mana simply by eating monsters. As he said this, he took a bite of meat, and a message appeared notifying him that he had acquired the skill Flash Step. Observing this, Ishia considered that Rudd was able to absorb and store mana through food. However, her attention shifted as she found herself distracted by the enticing aroma of the monster meat, her mouth beginning to water. Noticing her gaze, Rudd asked if seeing him enjoy the meal had made her hungry, too. Ishia was about to respond when a massive explosion erupted right beside them. As the smoke cleared, they found themselves face to face with a colossal boss monster. The monster launched a rapid, powerful attack. Reacting quickly, Rudd activated his newly acquired Flash Step skill and, in an instant, scooped up Ishia and dodged the attack. Ishia thanked him, but couldn't shake the thought of how the monster had suddenly appeared right in front of them, questioning why such a powerful creature would be in this area. Meanwhile, Rudd was fuming. His food had been completely destroyed again. Frustrated, he pointed at the monster, shouting for it to stop interfering with his food. Ishia, amused, remarked that the monster might make for a delicious roast itself. Rudd, however, disagreed, noting that the boss monster had a fire-resistant skill. Checking its stats, Rudd observed that despite having only 2 skills, its overall stats were quite high. Determined to end the fight swiftly, Rudd activated his Principles of Earth magic skill and launched an attack. To his surprise, the monster broke through his attack and charged straight toward him. Taken aback, Rudd attempted to activate his steel body skill, but before he could, the monster landed a powerful blow, sending him flying. Seeing Rudd struck, Ishia cried out in concern. Before she could rush to him, the monster turned its attention toward her. Acting quickly, Ishia summoned her spirit, Sulfid, and unleashed a powerful attack. Though the attack landed, it wasn't enough to bring the beast down. She quickly understood that neither her earth magic nor Sulfid's wind magic had the piercing power needed to penetrate the creature's thick hide. Just as the monster prepared to strike again, Rudd regained consciousness and, in a split second, activated his roar skill. His deafening shout immobilized the monster. Regaining his stance, Rudd warned the creature not to turn its back on him. He realized he didn't have a skill powerful enough to take down the monster in a single blow and couldn't allow the battle to become a drawn-out struggle. Observing the creature, he noticed it seemed limited to charging directly. With a newfound resolve, Rudd decided to attempt a technique he had never tried before. Closing his eyes, he raised his sword, concentrating on drawing the mana from within his body and visualizing it flowing steadily into his weapon. As the monster barreled toward him, Ishia watched in worry. Just as the creature closed the gap, Rudd opened his eyes and delivered a single powerful strike. The sword cleaved the monster in half instantly. Surprised by the result, Rudd marveled at how he had defeated such a formidable creature with just one swing. Ishia, equally stunned, commented that he had used his mana to strengthen his sword without any prior practice. Rudd explained that he had felt it was the right moment to try. However, just as he finished speaking, his sword shattered into pieces. After a few moments of frustration, he began to calm down. He told Ishia that he had used the sword extensively, so it was bound to break eventually. Ishia remarked that it seemed the sword couldn't handle the immense amount of mana he had poured into it. Changing the subject, Rudd suggested that they call it a day, and that he would take some of the monster's remains with him to eat. In the 7th layer of the miasma labyrinth, Rudd's former bullies, now adventurers, were engaged in combat. After several battles, they managed to defeat the superior species of miasma rats. One of them commented that it had been a tough fight, but their teamwork had proven more than enough. As they celebrated, they suddenly heard a noise. One of them decided to investigate. As the group made their way toward the source of the noise, one remarked that it was odd to find a staircase in the labyrinth. Another suggested it might be a hidden path. After a while, they came across a treasure chest. Upon closer inspection, they determined it wasn't a trap and eagerly speculated about what might be inside. When they opened it, they discovered a formidable-looking black sword. One of the adventurers, holding the sword, told the others he could feel the magic power emanating from it. In response, another asked if the sword could be cursed. As the adventurer asked about the possibility of a curse, another interrupted, telling him not to be such a killjoy. He reminded the group that they hadn't seen Rudd in a long time, and because of that, they had been struggling to make money. He declared that finding the treasure was a blessing from the heavens, a reward for all their hard work. The other 2 adventurers, hearing this, agreed and became even more excited about the discovery. As they celebrated, one of them mentioned that he had heard Rude had been spending time with a particularly beautiful elf woman recently. The other 2, upon hearing this, remarked that Rude had been acting cocky. They agreed that the next time they encountered him, They would teach him a lesson, and remind him of his place. As the three adventurers were talking, a voice suddenly emanated from the sword, repeatedly whispering the word, kill. Meanwhile, in the frontier city of Bellona, Rude and Ishia walked through the bustling streets. Rude mentioned to Ishia that he was considering consulting a weapons shop owner he knew about getting a new weapon. A few minutes later, they arrived at the weapons shop, Miner's Hammer, where an old man named Dian, the shop owner, was inspecting the broken sword Rude had brought. As he examined it, Dian remarked that for a sword he had forged himself, he hadn't expected it to shatter so completely. He added that brute strength alone shouldn't have been enough to break it to such an extent. Dian turned to Rude and asked what he had imbued the sword with. Upon hearing the question, Ishia asked Rude if he was going to tell Dian, to which Rude replied that he would share everything. He added that he had known Dian for a long time and that the old man was not one to carelessly spill other people's secrets. A few moments later, Dian was processing the information Rude had shared about being able to eat monsters and gain powers from them. Upon hearing this, Dian remarked that it was no wonder Rude's power had skyrocketed. Ishia, surprised by Dian's lack of reaction, noted that he didn't seem shocked at all by the revelation. Noticing her surprise, Dian explained that as long as the monster's meat tasted good to Rude, it didn't matter what he ate. Then, changing the subject, Dian asked Rude if he wanted a sword that could withstand blows imbued with mana. Rude nodded in agreement. Dian replied that including research, it would take some time to craft a new sword that could meet those requirements. He then explained it would be helpful if he had some high-quality magic stones. In response, Rude told Dian that he had several on hand and proceeded to pull a number of them from his pocket. Dian was surprised to see them. Among them were magic stones from a general lizard, a Baphomet, and even a minotaur, all high grade. Dian remarked that it seemed Rude's skills had improved a great deal since they last met. Pleased by the praise, Rude smiled and told Dian that it made him happy to hear such words. Dian then told Rude that if he needed anything else, he would be sure to ask. In the meantime, Dian handed Rude a different sword and told him to use it. Grateful, Rude thanked him. However, Dian also gave a stern warning, telling Rude that under no circumstances should he imbue the sword with magic. If Rude were to break this sword as well, Dian would demand compensation next time. Both Rude and Ishia looked troubled upon hearing this. Later, the two found themselves in a restaurant enjoying their meal. Ishia suggested that it might be best for them to refrain from using magic attacks for a while. Rude, recalling Dian's warning, agreed and remarked that Dian was truly scary when it came to weapons. Ishia then added that although it had been intense, she was glad to have met one of Rude's friends. Feeling embarrassed, Rude apologized to Ishia for being a loner and not having many friends. As the two were chatting, the bullies who had once tormented Rude approached from behind. One of them said that it looked like Rude and Ishia were having fun, so they decided to join them. Ishia, confused, looked at them curiously, while Rude appeared troubled upon seeing the familiar faces. Ishia stood up and asked the three if they had a problem. She suggested that they could settle things like adventurers with a drinking contest. As Ishia spoke, one of them, Rondo, suddenly stepped forward and collapsed onto the table. His teammate, Magnus, asked Rondo if he had been drinking alone, as he seemed unable to stand properly. However, Magnus then noticed that Rondo was holding the sword they had found in the labyrinth. Confused, Magnus asked Rondo why he still had the sword, as he thought they had sold it. As Magnus questioned him, Rondo began murmuring, repeating the same word over and over. Suddenly, Rondo snapped and shouted the word kill, before slashing at Magnus with the sword, badly injuring him. Right after, Rondo turned his sword towards Ishia. Just as he was about to deliver a powerful attack, Rude stepped in and blocked the strike, telling him that this wouldn't be resolved with just a drinking contest. Before Ishia launched her own attack, she apologized to the shop owner for what was about to happen. With that, she activated her spell, sending Rondo crashing into the wall and destroying part of the restaurant. However, much to Ishia's surprise, Rondo quickly got back up as if nothing had happened. Rude was also surprised and asked Ishia if she had held back, but she replied that any average adventurer should have been unable to get back up after taking one of her hits. Just then, Rondo went berserk again, charging toward them, and shouting that he would annihilate them both. Ishia quickly directed a bystander to treat the injured if they could use healing magic. As Rude continued to fight, Ishia warned him to be careful, explaining that Rondo was wielding a cursed sword. Rude then noticed that Rondo was powering up, absorbing magic from the weapon. Rondo delivered a powerful attack, but Rude barely managed to block it, noticing that each of Rondo's strikes was packed with immense power. As they continued fighting, Rude managed to land a hit on Rondo's legs, but to his surprise, the wound began to close up as red, tentacle-like tendrils wrapped around Rondo's body. Ishia thought to herself that if she used her magic to assist, it might be absorbed by the cursed sword. She realized she would need to find an opening to deliver a decisive blow. As she was contemplating, one of Rondo's teammates, Regard, shouted at them, begging them not to kill Rondo. He explained that while he knew they had done terrible things to Rude, Rondo and Magnus were his only sources of solace. Tears began to flow from his eyes as he begged Rude to spare Rondo's life. Hearing his words, Rude replied that he would try his best to stop Rondo without killing him. He then turned to Ishia and told her he was going to use his substitute skill. Ishia agreed. As Rude fought, he thought about how it had taken about 10 seconds to use substitute on Ishia. The challenge now was figuring out how to keep Rondo under control while he removed the curse. At that moment, Rondo landed a powerful attack. Despite the force of the blow, Rude managed to block it, quickly realizing that if he could just hold Rondo's sword back, he would be able to use his skill. In that instant, Rude activated his principles of earth magic, binding Rondo in place. Thinking he could remove the curse the same way he had for Ishia, Rude activated his substitute skill on Rondo. Rondo briefly regained consciousness and pleaded with Rude to save him. However, before Rude could react further, he was sent flying backward. Ishia asked if he was okay, and Rude replied that he was fine, but his substitute skill had failed. He reasoned that it wasn't Rondo rejecting the skill, but likely the sword's influence. Determined, Rude activated his principles of fire magic and directed it toward Rondo. But just as he launched his attack, Rondo broke through the restraints and blocked the spell. Rude realized he had only managed to remove the curse from Rondo's right arm. He thought he would need to attack from outside its reach. However, Rude was caught off guard by Rondo's sudden movements, and his magic was absorbed once again by the sword. After absorbing a significant amount of power, the sword took full control of Rondo's body. An incarnation occurred, meaning the body was no longer Rondo's. Rude quickly activated his appraisal skill and discovered that what stood before him was no longer Rondo, but a two-headed curse known as Graham. The creature immediately launched a powerful attack, sending Rude flying backward. Rude thought to himself that the monster was incredibly fast, attacking with the precision of a seasoned veteran. Just as the monster was about to strike again to finish Rude off, Ishia intervened, creating some distance between them. "It seems I'll have to step in for a while," she said. Grateful, Rude thanked her, remarking that he hadn't known she was capable of close-range combat. Ishia responded that a wizard who became useless when the enemy got close was a burden, so she had learned close combat techniques. She told Rude that the monster controlling Rondo was no longer an opponent they could afford to underestimate. The curse had advanced too far, and the only way to stop it was to destroy Rondo's heart. Troubled, Rude realized he had no other choice but to agree. Meanwhile, the healer was advising the injured Magnus not to get up. Magnus, despite his condition, asked Regard if he had heard Alicia's warning. Regard could only nod in response, clearly troubled. Back in the fight, Rude thought that even with both of them fighting together, they couldn't create a decisive opening. He wondered if the monster's two heads were providing it with a broader field of vision. He called out to Ishia, asking her to step back as he planned to try something. Rude activated a spell, reducing visibility in the area. Understanding his strategy to limit the monster's vision, Ishia watched as Rude quickly moved behind it and severed one of its heads. At that moment, Ishia summoned her earth attribute spirit, Namia, who delivered a powerful strike aimed at the monster's heart. However, the attack only grazed it, doing minimal damage. As the monster was about to attack Ishia, Regard and Magnus suddenly appeared and blocked its strike. "I'll stop you," Regard told the creature that was once Rondo, "even if it means sacrificing myself." With his sword pointed directly at the monster's heart, he declared, "It will always be the three of us together, until the end." As he finished speaking, Magnus launched a powerful attack. His sword pierced through Rondo's heart. Slowly, Rondo's body began to collapse, disintegrating along with the magic that had consumed him. Watching the scene unfold, Rude and Ishia were overwhelmed with sorrow. Magnus and Regard were overcome with tears, mourning the loss of their friend. Amidst their grief, Rude's attention was drawn to the sword lying on the ground. Picking it up, he reflected silently, realizing that even if he were to hide the sword, there would be no guarantee of preventing it from claiming another victim. As Rude contemplated, the sword began to speak once more, urging him to kill. The sinister voice echoed repeatedly, but just as it filled the air, the system interface appeared before Rude, notifying him that the sword's curse had been nullified, and that he was now immune to abnormal conditions. Irritated by the persistent noise, Rude silenced the sword, declaring that its attempts to influence him were futile. The sword, seemingly troubled by his defiance, fell silent. At that moment, the door to the restaurant swung open, revealing Lankar, the guildmaster of the Balana branch. "Is everyone all right?" he asked with concern. Rude, still holding the sword, responded calmly that the ordeal had just come to an end. Lankar suggested they all head to the guild. Moments later, Lankar listened as Rude and his companions explained what had transpired. With Magnus's testimony supporting the account, Lankar felt confident that the other adventurers would accept the explanation. He then changed the subject, and asked Rude how he was feeling, noting that he had been holding the cursed sword for an extended period. Rude explained that thanks to his abnormal status nullification, curses no longer had any effect on him. He added that as long as he held the sword, there would be no more victims. After considering the situation, Lankar acknowledged Rude's resolve but warned that if the cursed sword ever managed to take control of him, he would be forced to take decisive action. Rude agreed without hesitation. Lankar shifted the topic once more, expressing his gratitude to Rude and Ishia. Turning to Magnus, he offered his condolences for the loss of Rondo. Now is not the time for anyone to relax, Lankar continued. Concerned, Ishia asked if something had happened. Lankar explained that the adventurers who had accompanied him were initially summoned to address a separate issue. Recently, the number of monsters outside the labyrinths had been increasing at an alarming rate. The source appeared to be the newly discovered Ishia labyrinth, linked to the presence of a particular creature within it. Hearing this, Rude's curiosity was piqued. Lankar informed them that the monster in question was known as the miasma dragon, or Basilista. He admitted his knowledge came from books but noted its estimated level exceeded 70. Rude and Ishia were stunned. Lankar continued, explaining that the greater threat lay in the dragon's ability to emit high concentrations of miasma, which stimulated other monsters, driving them out of the dungeon. The survey team had already suffered casualties. He warned that if the situation continued unchecked, the miasma would seep out, leading to catastrophic damage to the surrounding areas. This, he explained, was why he had been searching for Rude and Ishia. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Rude suggested they first visit the remaining members of the survey team. Shortly after, they arrived at the guild's medical ward. There, Rude examined an adventurer afflicted by the miasma, who was writhing in pain. Placing his hand gently on the adventurer, Rude activated his substitute skill, slowly drawing the miasma out of the man's body. Lankar was astonished. He admitted he had no idea Rude could nullify abnormal conditions in others. Rude explained that this ability only worked if the person he was helping did not reject his assistance. He then turned to Lankar and stated that this was precisely why only he and Ishia would be participating in the dragon subjugation. One of the adventurers overheard, and, shocked, called Rude foolish for suggesting that just the two of them could take on such a formidable opponent. Lankar, however, remained serious. Turning to Rude, he asked directly what he believed their chances of success were. Rude replied, "The fewer people I have to protect within the miasma, the easier it will be for me to move freely." With a confident smile, he added that fighting strong monsters alone was something he had always wanted to do. After carefully considering Rude's reasoning, Lankar placed a firm hand on his shoulder and acknowledged his determination. He agreed to Rude's proposal and entrusted the subjugation of the miasma dragon, Basilista, to him. A short while later, the meeting concluded, and Rude and Ishia found themselves walking through the streets of the city. Rude turned to Ishia, and suggested they ensure they got a good night's sleep and properly prepared for the task ahead. Ishia asked Rude if it was truly all right for just the two of them to take on such a dangerous mission. Rude responded, explaining that he could only use his skills without hesitation if there were no others around to worry about. Shifting his tone, Rude apologized for dragging her into such a perilous situation. However, Ishia, smiling, dismissed his concerns. She told him that if he had even considered taking on the mission without her, she would have given him a beating for leaving her behind. She reminded him that they were a team and reassured him that the two of them together were more than enough to save everyone. Hearing her unwavering confidence, Rude nodded and agreed. The next day, deep in the lower floors of the Ishia labyrinth, Rude and Ishia were engaged in battle with mob monsters known as bog goblins. After a short time, they had defeated them. Rude then told Ishia that the situation was pretty much as they had heard from the rankers, noting that they still needed to push through at least 5 more floors. He added that although he had not heard any reports of the miasma spreading this far, it was clear that something was amiss. Ishia, observing the situation, pointed out that the spread of the miasma was accelerating. She mentioned that even her purification items seemed to be losing their effectiveness. Changing the subject, Rude remarked that it seemed like many of the monsters on the next floor were no longer alive, hinting at the severity of the situation ahead. Rude then told Ishia that he wasn't sure how many more floors they had to go and asked if she was certain she didn't want to back out. Ishia, however, firmly responded that she wanted to take on the mission with him. She acknowledged that her abilities might not be as effective against the monster, but even if close combat became unavoidable, she was confident she could still land some solid hits. Ishia added that running away and leaving her friends behind again was something she could never forgive herself for. Hearing this, Rude felt a twinge of guilt and apologized. As a gesture of support, he placed his hand on Ishia's shoulder and used his substitute skill to ease the miasma affliction she was suffering from. Rude noted that just as he had expected, he could remove the miasma while in contact with her, but once he let go, the miasma began to slowly build up again. Ishia smiled and suggested that they simply hold hands and keep moving forward. She then took Rude's hand in hers, adding that the miasma made it difficult for her to see her feet clearly, and asked him to escort her. Rude, smiling, agreed. With that, they continued on, exploring the labyrinth while holding hands. Moments later, the two found themselves on the middle floors. Rude pointed out that the deeper they went, the thicker the miasma became. He also mentioned that he had used his echolocation skill and detected 2 monsters ahead. Alicia observed that if the monsters were able to survive in such a dense miasma, they must be formidable. Rudd agreed, noting that the monsters didn't resemble any he had encountered before. Alicia then asked if there were any detours. Rudd confirmed there was, but he added that if possible, he preferred to face the two monsters directly. Surprised, Alicia teasingly asked if he wanted to eat the monsters. Rudd quickly denied this, explaining that before they confronted the dragon, he wanted to test out the cursed sword, Graham, which he had recently obtained. At that moment, Rudd approached the monsters, identified as rolling beetles of level 33. He activated his principles of earth magic beneath them, causing the ground to shift and sending them flying upwards. However, the spell was not as effective as they had hoped. One of the beetles curled into a ball and launched itself toward them. Rudd then turned to Alicia and asked if she could stop the monster's assault. Without hesitation, Alicia told him to leave it to her, though she would need to release his hand for a moment to activate her spell. Alicia summoned her earth spirit fairy, Namia, who immediately activated a spell to catch the charging beetle. However, the beetle proved to be too strong, and Alicia apologized to Rudd, realizing that she wouldn't be able to hold it back much longer. Rudd, understanding the situation, quickly unsheathed his cursed sword. Gathering all of his magical energy into the weapon, he focused intensely, hoping it wouldn't break like the previous one had. With enough energy collected, Rudd swung the sword in a powerful strike. The attack made contact and caused some damage, but it wasn't deep enough to inflict serious harm. Upon noticing that his strike lacked enough power, Rudd realized his only option was to take a chance. He shouted to Alicia, and she immediately understood the plan. Alicia unleashed a powerful magic energy attack, which was fully absorbed by the cursed sword, Graham, as one of its primary abilities. Seeing this, Rudd smiled and called out to Graham, telling the sword to show him its true power. With that, Rudd launched a devastating attack, cleaving the monster in half with a single blow. He then turned his attention to the second one and finished it off as well. After the fight, Rudd approached Alicia with an excited expression, telling her that her magic control had been impeccable. He then immediately took her hand and used his substitute skill to absorb all the miasma from her body. Once the miasma was gone, Rudd asked Alicia if they could spare a bit more time. Confused, she asked why. Rudd explained that absorbing the magic energy hadn't actually restored his mana. Alicia immediately understood and teasingly asked if he planned to eat the monster after all. Embarrassed, Rudd quickly denied it, explaining that he only intended to cut the monster into small pieces to bring along. A few moments later, Rudd cooked the monster meat using his fire spell. After tasting it, he told Alicia that the flavor was quite unique. Alicia then asked how Rudd had felt while using the cursed sword. He explained that once the sword had absorbed enough energy, his physical abilities had greatly improved. Alicia added that it seemed the sword wouldn't break, even if he poured a large amount of mana into it. At that moment, Rudd mentioned there was something that bothered him. He explained that according to reports, the miasma dragon was as large as a big tree, which made him wonder how effective the sword would be against such a formidable opponent. As Rudd was speaking, he suddenly heard a voice. It was the sword. It told Rudd to give it the magic stone from the monster so it could feast. Rudd then took out the magic stone from the monster's body and handed it to the sword. The sword absorbed the stone, and as it did, it powered up. Within seconds, the once small blade had transformed into a massive one. Alicia was confused as to how Rudd had understood the sword, as she couldn't hear anything. Rudd explained that the sword had communicated directly into his mind. Alicia then informed him that the floor below them was where the miasma dragon had last been spotted. Just as she finished speaking, a loud roar echoed from below. The ceiling was about to collapse. Rudd immediately warned Alicia, telling her they needed to support it with earth magic. Alicia, however, pointed out that if they did, the stairs would be blocked. Without hesitation, she activated her wind magic and told Rudd that in this case, they would break through before the ceiling collapsed. She grabbed Rudd and together they launched themselves through the ceiling just before it crumbled. As they surveyed the new floor, Rudd noted that it was very dark and suggested they proceed slowly using his thermal search skill. As Rudd spoke, he sensed something approaching. He activated thermal sense and informed Alicia that the miasma dragon, Basilista, was coming. Both were taken aback upon seeing the dragon. When Rudd checked its stats, he was shocked to discover it was level 75, with vitality exceeding 500. He informed Alicia that its fangs and claws were poisoned and it was resistant to fire, earth, lightning, and darkness. Just then, the dragon let out a loud roar, having noticed them. Rudd thought to himself that he wanted to keep his distance and observe the dragon's attack patterns, but he was concerned that in the thick miasma, he didn't know how much longer Alicia could hold up. At that moment, the dragon unleashed a powerful breath of fire, but Rudd managed to dodge it using flash step. While Rudd continued to dodge, Alicia summoned her wind spirit and cast a spell on him, increasing his speed. As his speed increased, he launched himself toward the dragon and managed to land a blow, but the strike did little damage due to its tough scales. Rudd then shouted to Alicia, and she responded by launching her spirit magic toward the dragon, but it caused very little damage. The creature then swung its tail, which was lined with needle-like spikes, shooting them toward Rudd and Ishia with deadly speed. They used their body strengthening and shields to fend them off. Rudd realized they were in serious trouble. Ishia suddenly shouted at Rudd, telling him to buy her some time as she prepared to use her special move. Rudd immediately acknowledged her request while Ishia started charging her magic. She decided to pour all of her magic into one powerful attack, summoning all of her magic spirits. The dragon, noticing the immense power, shifted its focus toward her and launched a powerful darkness attack. At that moment, Rudd intervened, absorbing all of the dragon's magic before it could reach her. As Rudd moved, Ishia launched her spell, Spirit's Quintet, striking the dragon with full force. As the smoke cleared, Ishia noticed that the dragon was still standing, though badly wounded. She expressed that in the past, she would have been able to defeat it in a single strike, but she was still too weak. At that moment, Rudd approached and used his substitute skill to absorb all the miasma from her body. He told Ishia that it had been a great shot, and that now it was his turn. The dragon glared at them as Ishia explained that she had expended nearly all of her magic power. Rudd told her it was fine and instructed her to use her remaining magic to protect herself. Just as Ishia spoke, the dragon let out a loud roar, but Rudd responded by activating his own roar skill, surprising the creature with his unexpected counter. After releasing his roar, Rudd charged directly at the dragon. He realized that the dark magic he had absorbed seemed to have infused a vast amount of mana into him, and he felt his power overflowing. Rudd delivered a powerful slash to the dragon's arm and noticed that one of its scales had started to fall off. The sight filled him with excitement. As time passed, he unleashed increasingly powerful strikes, but he soon realized his sword was becoming less effective as the mana it had absorbed gradually dissipated. Sensing this, the dragon let out a deafening roar and unleashed its miasma wave skill, sending him flying backward. As Rudd was reflecting, the dragon lashed its tail, unleashing a barrage of needle-like projectiles. Realizing he couldn't evade, Rudd quickly activated Flash Step. However, the dragon had already anticipated his movement and appeared in front of him, striking him with a powerful blow. Reacting swiftly, Rudd activated Steel Body, but it wasn't enough to fully withstand the attack. He recognized that the dragon had calculated the distance of his Flash Step and used that knowledge to its advantage. The dragon was slowly closing in. At the same time, Ishia called out in concern, rushing toward him. Meanwhile, Rudd lay on the ground, his thoughts drifting to his past battle with the Minotaur. As the memory surfaced, he reminded himself that the person he was now was vastly different. This realization filled him with renewed determination. Drawing on his resolve, he activated Principles of Earth Magic, propelling himself upward just as the dragon prepared to strike. The dragon unleashed its fire breath. Observing the impending attack, Rudd considered using his thread manipulation skill to evade. However, he quickly realized that simply dodging would only lead to defeat. He resolved to use his threads as a slingshot to propel himself toward the dragon. In an instant, Rudd launched himself at full speed directly at the dragon. As the fire breath roared toward him, he chose not to evade but to charge straight into the attack. As Rudd cut through the dragon's fire, he thought that while he couldn't fully mitigate the intense heat, he could absorb the mana within the breath. He realized that if his fire resistance was enough, he could channel his own mana into his weapon, combining it with the energy Graham had absorbed, and unleash it all at once. At that critical moment, Ishia stepped in, activating her water skill to help cool the searing heat. Noticing her support, Rudd smiled and silently thanked her. Bolstered by her intervention, he powered through the dragon's fiery assault. With an overwhelming surge of strength, he not only shattered the dragon's attack but also delivered a decisive blow, slicing the dragon cleanly in two. As the dragon's massive body collapsed, Ishia immediately ran toward Rudd, insisting she would cast healing magic. Just as she was about to, Rudd stopped her, gently telling her there was no need. In that moment, he activated his blood-sucking skill, and the dragon's blood began to flow from its body, gradually being absorbed into his own. Noticing Alicia's shock, Rudd calmly explained that it was a skill that allowed him to recover some of his strength. After a few moments, he had recovered from his severe injuries, though he was still far from fully healed. Sighing in relief, he lay down on the ground, exhausted, and suggested they take a short break. Rudd extended his hand toward Ishia, and she took it. He then activated Substitute, drawing out and absorbing all the lingering miasma from her body. Both of them lay on the ground, exhausted. Rudd turned to Ishia and remarked that they had done it. Ishia nodded, adding that this was only the beginning. As they rested, Rudd's thoughts drifted to his past, recalling the last adventurer who had saved him. Comparing himself to that adventurer, he realized how much stronger the figure from his memory had been, a humbling reminder that he still had a long journey ahead. Rudd sat up and suggested that their first priority should be to collect some of the miasma dragon's meat. Ishia nodded in agreement. A short while later, they stumbled upon a large, mysterious room, realizing they had reached the labyrinth's core. Ishia, awestruck, remarked that only a select few adventurers had ever had the privilege of witnessing such a sight. She then pointed out the magic circle near the core, explaining that if they used it, they would be transported directly to the entrance. She explained that it was common practice to leave the core intact even after clearing a labyrinth. However, Rudd countered, pointing out that leaving it untouched would eventually lead to the resurrection of the miasma dragon. Reflecting on his past, Rudd recalled the harrowing experiences he endured in the Ilio labyrinth. Yet, it was because of those trials that a path to his dreams had been revealed. With that thought, he drew his sword, expressing his gratitude. Resolute, he plunged his blade into the labyrinth's core, ending its existence. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, Lankar inquired about any updates regarding Rudd's group. A subordinate regretfully informed him there was still no news. Lankar pondered to himself that he was aware of Rudd's nickname as the miasma Scavenger, and reflected that life, as an adventurer without power, was harsh. At that moment, one of his men burst through the door, informing him that Rudd and Ishia had returned, having successfully subjugated the miasma dragon and destroyed the dungeon core. The moment the news spread, everyone erupted in joy. Lankar thought to himself that he couldn't believe the two had actually conquered the dungeon. In the city of Goler near Ballona, the Lord was furious upon hearing the news. He was enraged that Ballona not only owned so many labyrinths but had now successfully conquered a new one. The Lord declared that their plan to seize ownership had been completely ruined. However, a subordinate replied that this could be seen as a blessing in disguise. He explained that Ballona could not deny the legitimacy of Goler's claim, and for that reason, destroying it was a better option than allowing it to fall under Ballona's control. The subordinate suggested that framing the situation this way would give Goler grounds to demand compensation. The Lord nodded thoughtfully, agreeing that this would be a much more profitable approach. Moments later, Rudd and Ishia were sitting by a fire in the forest preparing the miasma dragon's meat. As Rudd cooked it, Ishia, eyes wide and drooling, commented on how delicious it smelled. After a few moments, the steak was ready, and Rudd took a big bite, savoring its flavor. He remarked that every other meat he had eaten now seemed plain in comparison. Ishia, irritated by his comments, couldn't help but feel envious. Frustrated, she stood up and declared that tonight they would have premium steak. Rudd, surprised, replied that he was already in the middle of eating his own. Hearing that, Ishia became furious, telling him it wasn't fair. She urged him to finish his food quickly as she could no longer wait. 4 days had passed. In the Adventurers Guild, Lankar was speaking with Rudd and Ishia. He apologized for calling them so many times but assured them this would be the last. He informed them that the raid report had finally been confirmed and handed them a bag full of money, their reward for conquering the dungeon. Inside was 1.5 million regen. Ishia remained calm, but Rudd was surprised by the amount. Lankar explained that the expected level for the Ilio labyrinth was 70, so the reward was well deserved. As Rudd basked in his excitement, Lankar noted that since they had managed to conquer the labyrinth on their own, there was no way Rudd could remain at his current rank. He then told him that he would be updating it. Moments later, after the meeting concluded, Rudd told Ishia that although he had only recently been promoted to rank, he opened his status and saw that his level had already reached 52. He remarked that he had reached this level in no time. Noticing this, Ishia commented that even though Rudd had been fighting monsters far above his level, the speed of his growth was still abnormal. She thought to herself that typically, when someone reaches level 40, their leveling speed slows down significantly. But Rudd's was different, showing no signs of slowing down at all. Rudd smirked at Ishia, and told her that he had finally surpassed her level. As they compared their statuses, Ishia was shocked to see that Rudd had indeed surpassed her. Upset, she told Rudd that it wasn't fun for her at all to be surpassed by him. However, Rudd pointed out that it was strange, even though his level was higher than hers, Ishia was still stronger than him in terms of combat power. Ishia brightened up a little at that and agreed, adding that levels were merely an indicator and that combat power was mainly determined by a person's skills and experience. At that moment, the Lord of Goler territory and his subordinates entered the Adventurers Guild. The Lord stood before Rudd, remarking that he had heard of the so-called miasma Scavenger. Rudd asked the Lord who he was, adding that he seemed like a rude person. The Lord laughed and asked if the adventurers of Ballona didn't even recognize the faces of their neighboring cities' lords. Surprised, Rudd immediately realized that the man standing before him was the infamous Misery Lord of Goler. The Lord smirked and told Rudd how daring it was for him to destroy the new labyrinth, one that rightfully should have belonged to Goler territory. Rudd spoke up, reminding the Lord that the last he had heard, the Ilio labyrinth was jointly owned. However, the Lord interrupted, stating that while the labyrinth was on the border, the people of Ballona had greedily shut out Goler, claiming something strange was happening inside. He added that on top of that, the Ballona territory had caused an influx of monsters that destroyed the labyrinth. The Lord then explained that the profits Goler was supposed to gain, as well as the damage caused to their surrounding territories, now had to be compensated by Ballona. He then asked Rudd how exactly he planned to make amends. As the Lord was speaking, Ishia interrupted, telling him that such a discussion should be handled between the guild representatives. She pointed out that as far as she knew, there had been no reports of monsters flooding into Goler's territories, and that Ballona's adventurers had already dealt with the situation. With a bright smile, she asked the Lord who had given someone like him, who hadn't done anything, the right to speak. Troubled by her words, the Lord was left speechless. Meanwhile, Rude thought to himself that it was no surprise Ishia, and last adventurer, handled the situation so flawlessly. He also couldn't help but admire how eloquently she spoke. As Ishia addressed the Lord, one of his subordinates stepped forward, remarking that he had heard rumors that Ishia of the Emerald Storm had become affiliated with Ballona. He then added in a menacing tone that given Ishia's level should have been weakened by the curse of the abyssal labyrinth, it made sense that someone like her would end up in Ballona. Rude recognized the man as the guild master of Goler. The guild master told Ishia this wasn't a matter for mere adventurers to discuss. He approached her and sneered, calling her a worthless survivor from a party that had died in vain. He continued, telling Ishia to stop sticking her nose where it didn't belong and calling her a piece of trash. But as he spoke, Ishia became irritated and activated her powers. The man was taken aback, surprised that he was feeling intimidated by a girl who had been reduced to level 45. Just then, a voice called out, "Stop." It was Lankar. He informed everyone that he would not tolerate any fighting within his guild, and instructed the Lord and Guild Master of Goler to follow him to his office. As they walked away, the Guild Master of Goler muttered that they should learn how to keep their dogs on a leash, referring to Ishia and Rude. Frustrated, Rude was about to speak when someone approached them and called out to Ishia, asking if she remembered him. Annoyed by the constant interruptions, Rude watched as Ishia's face lit up. "Irt?" she asked. With excitement in his eyes, Irt took her hand, expressing his happiness that she still remembered him. Ishia explained to Rude that Irt was from her old party. Irt added that back in the day, he deeply admired the Azure Trails party that Ishia belonged to. He mentioned how her ability to use multiple spirit magics simultaneously had inspired him. As a fellow elf, Irt couldn't help but look up to her. With a sad expression, Irt told Ishia he knew how much she had suffered because of what happened in the abyssal labyrinth and that this was why he had come to Ballona. Then, with a bright smile, he asked, "Ishia, would you be willing to join my party?" Ishia looked puzzled at his request. Rude, visibly irritated, stood beside her. Ishia then spoke up, thanking Irt for his kind offer but explaining that she had already formed a new party. She introduced Rude as her new partner. Annoyed, Rude introduced himself, but just as he extended his hand for a handshake, Irt slapped it away and completely ignored him. Furious, Rude watched as Irt redirected his focus to Ishia, grabbing her hand. He said he hadn't expected someone of her caliber to end up teaming up with a man known as a miasma scavenger. This enraged Rude even more. With a bright smile, Irt suggested that if Ishia were to join his party instead, they could make good use of her skills. However, before he could say anything further, Ishia swiftly pulled her hand away. "Stop speaking about things you clearly don't understand," she said in a stern voice. With fierce determination, Ishia told Irt that she had willingly formed a party with Rude and that any insult directed at him was an insult to her. She expressed gratitude for his concern, but assured him that the curse in her body had already been lifted. Shocked, Irt couldn't believe what he had just heard. He reminded Ishia that the curse was from the abyssal labyrinth's floor master. Smiling happily, Ishia responded that she had experienced a fortunate encounter, and with that, she and Rude left him behind. As they walked, Ishia advised Rude to keep his skills a secret, as it would be troublesome if they were revealed. She then called out to Irt, informing him that they would be updating their ranks and that Rude would now be at evening. Troubled, Irt's anger flared as he convinced himself that Rude must have been influencing Ishia. He couldn't believe that a rank adventurer would dare hope to defeat a miasma dragon, but he considered that it might be a different matter if Ishia's curse had been lifted. At that moment, Irt concluded that it was actually Ishia who had defeated the dragon, while Rude was simply taking credit for her achievement. A dangerous aura emanated from him as his anger intensified. Rude noticed this, and told Ishia that Irt had been glaring at him. Ishia explained that elves were a proud race, and many grew more prejudiced over time due to their long lives. Hearing this, Rude asked if, since she was also an elf, she too harbored such pride. Ishia smiled cheerfully and replied, "I am a very humble, understanding, cute, strong, and charming elf." Rude immediately understood that she was, in fact, quite prideful. The two then headed toward the receptionist, who greeted them warmly. She mentioned she had heard all about them from the guild master and handed Rude his rank change paperwork, explaining it was a very rare occurrence. Rude was surprised to see he had been promoted to be rank, skipping he rank entirely. The receptionist explained that his defeat of the Baphomet was also taken into consideration. As Rude tried to process this, Magnus approached and remarked that Rude should be even happier, adding that everyone in town was grateful for what he had done. Hearing this filled Rude with joy. Ishia then interrupted, reminding Rude not to settle for just reaching the rank and that he still had a long way to go to reach the level of this rank adventurer who had inspired him. Rude smiled, acknowledging the truth in her words. Filled with determination, he shouted to himself that he would push further to achieve his goal. As the celebration continued, Irt arrived and disrupted the atmosphere, sternly reminding Rude that such foolishness could not be easily forgiven. He explained that the information adventurers could access was strictly tied to their rank for safety, and criticized Rude, stating that someone who had gained recognition merely by following others should never have been granted rank. To conclude, Irt insulted the Ballona Guild, calling them a collection of fools. The adventurers from the Ballona Guild glared at him with irritation. The receptionist intervened, stating firmly that ranks up to B could be awarded at the guild's discretion. Magnus stepped forward, his expression darkening, and warned Irt to take back what he had said. The adventurers in the room moved closer, surrounding Irt in a show of solidarity. Unfazed, Irt let out a faint smile and called them true fools. Enraged, Magnus grabbed Irt's clothes, but Irt swiftly countered, throwing him to the ground. Irt drew his sword and drove it into the ground close to Magnus's ear. "Refrain from touching me with your filthy hands," he said with a cold tone. Ishia shouted, demanding that he stop. Irt pulled his sword free and turned to her, remarking that she had always been kind. Ishia firmly rejected his words, insisting that he was completely wrong. Undeterred, Irt went on to say that as elves, their race was naturally prejudiced and that he himself rarely changed his mind. As he spoke, his expression brightened, and he confidently told Ishia that someone like him, humble, understanding, and charming elf, was the one best suited to guide her. As Irt finished speaking, Rude burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Irt demanded. Inwardly, Rude mused that elves truly were prideful creatures. Irt, regaining his composure, declared that he now understood the situation. He stated that incompetent adventurers posed a danger to others, and that he would personally test Rude to determine if he truly deserved the rank of rank. The receptionist immediately stepped forward, reminding Irt that he had no authority to make such decisions. However, Ishia interjected, agreeing with the essence of the challenge. "If you doubt Rude's abilities," she said, "then you will soon witness for yourself the true extent of his skills." Soon after, they found themselves in the Ballona Guild training grounds. Ishia apologized to Rude, admitting that it was because of her they were in this situation. Rude reassured her, promising that all he needed to do was defeat Irt. With a confident smile, he added, "In the end, adventurers live in a world where strength is the only way to silence doubt." Moments later, the two combatants stood in the arena. Ishia addressed them, stating firmly that if either of them sustained a serious injury, she would intervene. With that, she announced the battle would begin. As soon as Ishia gave the signal, the two charged. Their swords clashed, and Irt remarked that Rude showed some capability. However, he then unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Under pressure, Rude quickly realized Irt was far superior in swordsmanship. Activating his appraisal skill, Rude discovered Irt was a magic swordsman with two skills, haste and physical boost. As Rude processed this, Irt suddenly disappeared, reappearing behind him to launch a swift slash. Relying on his instincts, Rude narrowly avoided the attack. Irritated, Irt declared that the rank was reserved for those with power of his caliber. He stated bluntly that Rude was unworthy, not only of the title but also of standing by Ishia's side. Rude admitted that with his current abilities, he indeed wasn't worthy. However, he said with fierce determination, "It was Ishia herself who chose me." Resolving to prove his worth, Rude declared he would show Irt he deserved both the rank and the right to stand by her side. He activated his principles of earth magic, preparing to fight back. At the same time, Irt countered with his own magic, and the two spells clashed violently. "You fool," Irt mocked, "you can't win when it comes to magic." Wearing a menacing smile, Irt activated a powerful spell, declaring, "This is the difference in our levels. Bow before me." In a dramatic turn, Rude blocked Irt's attack with his sword. To everyone's shock, the magical energy was entirely absorbed by the blade. Irt, shocked to see his magic absorbed, momentarily hesitated. Seizing the moment, Rude confidently remarked that he had anticipated Irt's reliance on magic, knowing that elves were a notoriously prideful race. Without wasting time, Rude launched a powerful attack. The two exchanged a series of intense strikes, their clash growing fiercer. As the battle progressed, Irt noticed a dramatic change in Rude's speed and power. "Is that a magic sword?" he asked. Rude corrected him, revealing with a smirk that the weapon he wielded was, in fact, a cursed sword. Taken aback, Irt responded that this only further proved why Ishia should not be with him. With those words, he activated his magic skill, lightning attribute enchantment. "You'll no longer be able to match my speed," he declared. In the blink of an eye, Irt lunged, delivering a powerful lightning palm strike aimed directly at Rude's chest. After landing the attack, Irt sneered, "You're nothing special." Turning toward Ishia, he instructed her to announce the winner. However, just as Irt spoke, Rude seized his collar with a grin. Unfazed by the attack, Rude apologized, "Sorry, but your lightning won't work on me." In that moment, a system notification popped up, confirming that Rude's status abnormality paralysis had been nullified. Stunned, Irt incredulously told Rude that it was impossible. But before he could react further, Rude delivered a swift headbutt, sending him crashing to the ground. Rude then drove his sword into the ground near Irt's head. "Sorry," he said, "lately I've been growing resistant to more and more things." The spectators, thrilled by the unexpected turn of events, cheered loudly as Rude was declared the winner. Meanwhile, in the guildmaster's office, Lankar spoke to the Lord of Goler, informing him that he had been entrusted with the role of deputy. Lankar assured the Lord that they would fully cooperate with his efforts to recover from the damage. The Lord of Goler raised his voice, demanding compensation, not cooperation. He accused Lankar and his men of getting greedy and insisted they would have to pay. Before Lankar could respond, his assistant hurried into the office, urgently informing them that something strange was happening with the Alio-Nu labyrinth. It had completely collapsed, and the surrounding area was now filled with an unprecedented concentration of mana, at bank levels. On top of that, 2 gargoyles were guarding the entrance. "It seems this is not the time to waste on petty squabbles," Lankar stated. The Lord and the Guild Master of Goler were furious, but Lankar remained focused. He told them they would be organizing a subjugation force, and heading immediately to investigate. He then instructed his assistant to summon every bank adventurer, and hire right away, including Rude. Shortly after, the adventurers had gathered. Lankar quickly explained the situation, informing everyone that the labyrinth cycle had officially begun. Rude asked Ishia what that meant, and she explained it was a rare phenomenon that caused a labyrinth to evolve. She added that the bank mana concentration was something that rarely happened. Rude, however, reassured her that they were now rank adventurers. But Irt interrupted, remarking that Rude was underestimating the severity of the situation. He calmly explained that if the concentration outside was B rank, then the mana inside would likely be at least a rank, or in the worst case scenario, S rank. Ishia then added that the labyrinth was currently evolving like a chrysalis. Once it emerged, the surface would be flooded with mana, and since Goler and Balana were nearby, the risk of catastrophic damage was higher than ever. As Rude pondered this, Lankar intervened, telling him not to worry too much. He reassured him that many of the mysteries surrounding labyrinth cycles remained unsolved. He then told Rude and Ishia that since they had cleared the original dungeon, he would be relying on them to guide everyone. Both agreed. A few moments later, the adventurers stood before the labyrinth where 2 gargoyles guarded the entrance. Rude used his appraisal skill, and discovered they were level 50 with extremely high stats. Just as he was informing Ishia, one of the adventurers accidentally made a noise. The gargoyles immediately took notice and charged, one unleashing a petrifying breath. In response, Ishia quickly activated her magic to counter the attack. As she was finishing, another gargoyle charged toward her. At that moment, Lankar intervened, delivering a powerful strike. Meanwhile, the other gargoyle charged toward Lankar, but the Guild Master of Goler stepped forward and effortlessly sliced the creature in 2. Rude, Ishia, and the rest of the adventurers were left in awe of their Guild Master's strength. Lankar then urged them to hurry and move forward. Rude approached the gargoyle's lifeless body, and thought to himself that it looked quite edible. He quietly activated his principles of fire magic on the creature. The Guild Master of Goler noticed and asked him what he was doing. Rude responded that the gargoyles had regenerative abilities and he had simply finished it off. As the Guildmaster walked away, Rude quickly slipped a piece of meat into his bag without being noticed. As they continued through the labyrinth, Ishia reminded everyone to stay cautious, warning that the monsters would likely be much stronger deeper within. As she spoke, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared. Lankar quickly told everyone that he would handle the larger one, while the rest should focus on the smaller ones. The Guildmaster of Goler activated his warrior's honor skill, and the adventurers experienced a surge in their attack power. As the monsters charged, Ishia called out to Rude, urging him to join the battle, but she was puzzled to see him standing still, his expression filled with concern. At that moment, the system appeared before Rude, notifying him that warrior's honor had been nullified by his abnormal status nullification skill. He realized with a start that his ability also nullified support magic, something he hadn't anticipated. One of the adventurers activated his provoke skill, taunting the monsters to target him. As they charged, he used another skill, intercept barrier, which sent a shockwave that knocked them all back. "Now," he shouted. Irt immediately charged, unleashing his lightning emperor sword skill, which decimated most of the monsters. The remaining adventurers quickly joined in, finishing off the rest. Just as they were making progress, the adventurer called out that his provoke skill was about to expire. At that moment, a monster suddenly emerged from underground and grabbed hold of him. Just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow, its head was swiftly severed by the other adventurers. Rude, observing them, thought to himself that they were incredibly strong, their teamwork flawless. In that moment, he felt a pang of regret for not being able to contribute. As he continued to watch, Rude saw something emerging from a slain monster's body, parasites. Reacting swiftly, Rude activated his principles of earth magic and launched an attack. However, to his surprise, the monster absorbed his attacks, and Rude was left stunned as he watched his magic vanish. At that moment, he used his appraisal skill and discovered that the monster possessed a skill called earth removal, which could neutralize rocks and soil. Just as Rude finished his examination, the guild master of Goler arrived and swiftly dispatched the creature, slashing its head off in a single strike. He then turned to Rude, explaining that decapitation was the most effective way to handle such parasitic monsters. The guild master then chastised Rude for using earth magic on a creature that emerged from the ground, calling it a foolish move. He also pointed out that he had noticed Rude had nullified the warrior's honor spell that had been cast on all the adventurers. Disappointed in himself, Rude thought that the guild master's words were true. He realized he had no experience working in a group and couldn't even benefit from the support magic of his teammates. Rude berated himself, thinking he was nothing more than dead weight. At that moment, Irt called out to him, asking if he was struggling to keep up. Teamwork is fundamental for defeating strong enemies, Irt added, and despite your earlier victory, you're still just a miasma scavenger. You don't belong in this group. As Irt spoke, Rude noticed Ishia standing behind him, glaring at Irt in anger. Suddenly, a huge explosion sent Lankar flying. One of the adventurers rushed to his side, but Lankar waved him off. Don't worry about me, he said, warning the others. The parasites are taking over the corpses of their fallen comrades. They not only regenerate the monster's injuries but also rapidly increase their fighting power. The guild master of Goler, however, remarked that this situation had an upside. We only have to deal with one body in the end. He told Lankar that he would join the fight. But just as he said this, he felt something bite the back of his ear. When he checked, he realized he had made a grave mistake. The thing that had bitten him was a tiny monster, and in that instant, the guildmaster understood its main objective was to inject a petrifying poison into all the adventurers. Soon, all those who had been bitten were turned to stone. As the large monster saw that the adventurers had been petrified, it drew its weapon and was about to deliver a finishing blow to Lankar. However, just as the attack was about to land, Rude intervened, using his thread manipulation skill to redirect the strike. Your attack failed, Rude told the monster, because I'm still moving. My abnormal status nullification negated your petrification. Rude then turned to the petrified adventurers. Leave this to me, he said. With that, he approached Ishia and used substitute to transfer the petrification from her. Once Ishia returned to normal, she thanked him. Now focused, Rude told her it was time to get ready. He used his appraisal skill and discovered the monster was level 66 with a variety of skills. It doesn't appear to have any troublesome magic resistances, he told Ishia. Use your magic to disrupt its stance, and I'll charge in. Ishia agreed and activated her skill, summoning her spirits, Namia and Sylphid. She launched a powerful attack that struck the monster directly on the head, sending it crashing to the ground. The monster quickly recovered and transformed once again, surprising them both. It then opened its mouth, and hundreds of smaller monsters emerged, charging toward them. I'll take care of these, Rude said, activating his lightning cloak skill and obliterating all the smaller creatures. As Rude and Ishia stood satisfied, Lankar remained frozen, still petrified. Despite his condition, he could clearly observe their actions, though they were unaware that those petrified could still perceive their surroundings. Unbothered, the two continued fighting. Suddenly, the larger monster charged again. As it closed in, Ishia countered with her earth magic, launching the creature into the air before it could land a blow. As the monster was launched skyward, she signaled to Rude. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, using his flash step skill to surge across the battlefield in an instant. As the disoriented creature plummeted, it caught sight of Rude speeding toward it. Snapping back to awareness, it lashed out with its claws, but Rude effortlessly dodged and countered with a swift, decisive slash, severing a significant portion of its body. Despite the grievous wound, the monster's remaining half surged forward, attacking with reckless abandon. Rude grew frustrated with the monster's persistence. While he was momentarily distracted, the creature seized the opportunity to slip behind him for a sneak attack. Ishia saw its approach and immediately called out a warning, but it was too late. Just as the monster raised its body to strike, its claws were halted midair by none other than Lankar. Despite his petrified state mere moments ago, he now stood firmly between Rude and the monster. Without hesitation, Lankar retaliated with a powerful counter strike, sending the creature hurtling backward. Rude stood in stunned silence, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had been certain that those who were petrified were incapable of movement. He turned toward Lankar and asked how he had managed to break free. With a calm voice, Lankar explained that by circulating the magic power within his body, he was able to slowly dispel the curse. If not for you and Ishia, he acknowledged with gratitude, I wouldn't have had enough time to fully break free. Thank you for holding the line. The two turned their attention back to the tattered monster. It's time to end this, Lankar declared with unwavering confidence. Rude's expression hardened with determination. The final blow is mine. Without wasting a moment, Rude focused his energy, pouring all of his mana into his blade. The sword glowed with a fierce brilliance. The monster let out a guttural roar and lunged in one last desperate charge. As its claws closed in, Rude's eyes snapped open. With a single fluid motion, he swung his sword, unleashing the full force of his mana-infused strike. The blade sliced cleanly through the air, severing the monster's massive body into two halves. As the monster's body collapsed, Rude allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction, proud that he had finally mastered the control of his mana. However, the battle was far from over. The creature's body parts twitched faintly, already beginning to mend. "It's not defeated yet," Alicia's urgent voice rang out. "I know," Rude responded, his tone firm. He activated one of his more specialized skills, Venomous Stinger. Countless needle-like projectiles emerged from his hands, shooting forward and piercing the scattered remains of the monster. The creature writhed violently as the venom coursed through its body, eroding it from within and rendering its regenerative power useless. Piece by piece, the creature dissolved into the ground. Alicia watched, her eyes reflecting admiration. "That poison is spreading faster than it can regenerate," she remarked. Rude, equally impressed, admitted, "Without my abnormal status nullification, this skill, which I acquired from the miasma dragon, would have posed a significant risk to me as well." As he spoke, Lankar approached from behind. "Do you intend to reveal all of your secrets to the other adventurers present?" he asked with a hint of amusement. Alicia, having overheard, agreed with Lankar. "Keeping such a secret indefinitely will eventually lead to complications," she pointed out. "The truth will surface sooner or later." Accepting the inevitable, Rude decided to confront the matter directly. "I'll start by using my substitute skill to cure the petrified adventurers," he informed Alicia. Moments later, after restoring everyone, Rude took the time to explain the full extent of what had transpired. He recounted his unique ability to consume monsters, detailing how it allowed him to acquire their skills. The adventurers listened in stunned silence, their expressions shifting between disbelief and awe. Lankar was the first to break the silence. "While it's difficult to believe," he admitted, "witnessing your battle leaves no room for doubt." Irt, standing nearby, expressed his amazement with an enthusiasm that caught Rude off guard. Grasping Rude's hand firmly, he marveled at the rarity of such a phenomenon, explaining that he had never encountered anyone who could consume monster flesh and survive, let alone gain strength from it. Rude recalled how not long ago, Irt had been quick to dismiss him. Now faced with sudden praise, he couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. Irt brushed off his lingering doubts. "Don't dwell on trivial matters," he insisted with a grin. "You seem like a perfect match for Alicia." Before Rude could respond, another adventurer stepped forward. "Is it really possible for you to eat monster meat?" she asked. Rude met her gaze, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he gathered several of the fallen monsters. Holding them up, he casually asked, "Would you have any objections to me cooking and eating a portion right now?" Moments later, Rude was fully absorbed in preparing the meat, explaining the process to the curious adventurers gathered around. He patiently cooked each piece over a low flame, then used a combination of aromatic herbs to eliminate the strong, gamey smell. Once the process was complete, he eagerly bit into the food, marveling at how the outer layer had become crispy while the inside remained tender. The other adventurers watched in silence, their initial skepticism slowly giving way to reluctant admiration. The rich, savory aroma filled the air, causing their mouths to water. One of the adventurers abruptly spoke to break the spell. "Snap out of it," he urged. "Don't be deceived by its appearance." However, another, unable to tear his gaze away, remarked that the aroma was overwhelmingly pleasant. While they debated, the sound of approaching footsteps drew their attention. The guildmaster of Goler emerged from the shadows, his expression calm yet inquisitive. As he neared, his gaze settled on Rude, and a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. A faint, distinct aura seemed to surround the young adventurer. The guildmaster stepped closer. "That's a strange aura," he remarked. "Does consuming monster meat allow you to restore your magical power?" Rude, caught off guard, explained that the energy surrounding him was not magic power, but mana. The guildmaster's eyes widened. What struck him most was the nature of the mana itself. Unlike the dark, oppressive aura that often accompanied demonic energy, this carried no trace of corruption. It felt almost divine. The guildmaster of Goler then shifted the conversation, turning to Lankar. "Our knowledge of the monster lurking within this labyrinth is limited," he pointed out. "Should we consider retreating and waiting for reinforcements?" Lankar firmly advised against it, explaining that the longer they delayed, the further the labyrinth cycle would advance. "I appreciate having such capable comrades by my side," he said with confidence. "We will press forward and conquer this labyrinth on our own." As they began moving deeper, Rude recalled the layout from his previous expedition. If the structure remains unchanged, he informed the group, we're close to the boss room. However, as they continued, his pace slowed. A massive pile of debris blocked their way. A realization struck him. He had completely forgotten about the collapsed ceiling from their earlier battle. It seems we have no choice but to turn back, Lankar said with a hint of frustration. But an idea surfaced in Rude's mind. He stepped forward and activated his skill, soil and earth removal. The ground trembled softly, and the adventurers watched in astonishment as the debris began to crumble away, gradually vanishing until the path was clear once more. Impressed by his resourcefulness, the group's morale was bolstered. The boss room lies just ahead, Rude informed them. Moments later, they stepped into the chamber and came to an abrupt halt. The sight before them was unlike anything they had anticipated. What is that? Rude asked, his gaze fixed on the strange, massive object that dominated the space. Lankar stepped forward. That, he explained, is the egg of the wise dragon. He went on to say that his knowledge came from ancient texts. According to legend, the wise dragon was a mythical creature bound to the cycle of life and death. When its physical form was destroyed, its soul would reincarnate, using a labyrinth as its cradle. While its body perished, the vast knowledge it accumulated remained intact within its soul. It was said that this dragon could understand human language and even glimpse into the future. As Lankar finished, one of the adventurers dismissed the gravity of the situation. It's nothing more than an egg, he said with a smirk. We can simply destroy it before it hatches. Without waiting, he activated his skill, physical magnification, and charged forward to deliver a crushing blow. Wait, Lankar called out, but his warning came too late. As the adventurer closed in, the egg suddenly pulsed with energy, releasing a powerful counterattack that hurled him backward across the chamber, sending him crashing into the stone wall. The room fell into stunned silence as the adventurer groaned in pain. His comrades noticed the egg beginning to tremble, as though something within was stirring to life. Remain behind until your injuries have healed, Lankar advised the fallen adventurer. He then explained to the rest of the party that the egg possessed a powerful self-preservation instinct. Though it remains in its egg state, it is still a dragon. Underestimating such a being could lead to grave consequences. At that moment, Rude activated his appraisal skill. He was surprised to discover the dragon was only at level 1. However, his expression grew tense as he continued to examine its stats. To his dismay, every single attribute was completely hidden from view. Sensing the shift in mood, one of the adventurers suggested that retreating would be the most prudent course of action. However, as his words hummed in the air, the guildmaster of Goler stepped forward. His gaze was heavy with the weight of experience and grim understanding. With a voice that left no room for doubt, he informed the adventurers that the moment the egg had begun to awaken, their chances of success had already diminished significantly. Even if they summoned the strongest reinforcements available, including class adventurers, the outcome would remain unchanged. No force, no matter how powerful, could prevent the inevitable rise of the wise dragon once it had set its sights on awakening. Lankar stepped forward without hesitation, his presence commanding the attention of every adventurer present. In that moment, he made it clear that their course of action was not one of retreat, but of immediate confrontation. He announced his decision to kill the wise dragon without delay, emphasizing that allowing it to fully awaken would spell disaster for everyone in the region. Turning to the adventurers around him, Lankar called upon their strength and cooperation, asking them to lend their aid in subduing and ultimately defeating the dragon before it could reach the height of its power. Although a flicker of doubt passed through the gathered adventurers, and while some exchanged nervous glances, there were others whose eyes gleamed with excitement at the thought of facing such a formidable foe. Despite their mixed emotions, an unspoken agreement resonated among them, and one by one, they all resolved to stand with Lankar in the battle that lay ahead. Without wasting another moment, Lankar issued his first command, instructing the magicians to focus their spells on the dragon's legs, aiming to weaken its mobility and create an opening for a decisive strike. The magicians immediately followed his orders, unleashing a barrage of spells that crackled through the air and exploded against the dragon's limbs. As the barrage rained down, Lankar surged forward, moving with a speed and confidence that reflected years of battle, ardent experience. In the midst of the flashing spells, Lankar closed the distance between himself and the dragon, raising his weapon high before bringing it down with devastating force. The blade cleaved clean through one of the dragon's legs, severing it from its body in a single powerful stroke. From the sidelines, Rudd and Ishia watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, silently marveling at the sheer strength and precision that Lankar had displayed. It was clear to both of them that Lankar's reputation as a powerful warrior was well deserved, and neither could deny the admiration they felt. However, before the adventurers had a chance to celebrate their initial success, the dragon released a thunderous roar that echoed across the battlefield, causing a tremor of unease to ripple through the group. As the echoes faded, everyone's attention was drawn back to the dragon's severed limb. To their collective astonishment, the leg began to regenerate right before their eyes. Within moments, it had returned to its original form, as though it had never been severed. The realization of the dragon's regenerative abilities sent a wave of unease through the adventurers, as they quickly grasped the implications of such a power. No matter how much damage they inflicted, the dragon's ability to recover so swiftly meant their efforts could be rendered futile if they did not act quickly and decisively. Lankar narrowed his eyes as he took in the sight of the fully restored limb, his mind racing to analyze the situation. He knew that discovering how the dragon could heal itself so effortlessly would be the key to their survival. As the dragon's gaze fixed upon them once more, Lankar tightened his grip on his weapon, silently preparing for the next phase of the battle. Lankar turned his attention toward Rudd, his expression serious as he approached him with deliberate steps. There was a weight to his gaze, and Rudd could tell that whatever Lankar was about to ask was of great importance. Without hesitation, Lankar explained the favor he needed from Rudd, his voice low but firm. Rudd listened carefully, nodding in understanding. Though the task was not simple, Rudd felt a sense of responsibility settle over him, knowing that Lankar was entrusting him with something that could potentially shift the tide of the battle. Before Rudd could respond, the dragon unleashed another deafening roar. Despite the growing tension, Lankar remained calm and composed, his focus unwavering. By the time the roar subsided, Lankar had finished explaining the task, and Rudd gave a brief nod, signaling that he understood. With that silent agreement, Rudd prepared himself mentally as the battle escalated around them. Without delay, Lankar surged forward once again, his weapon gleaming as he closed the distance with the dragon. With a powerful swing, he struck with precision, severing another of its legs in a single, fluid motion. The dragon let out a pained growl, but Lankar's victory was short-lived. A sharp movement from below caught his attention, but it was too late. The dragon's tail, having burrowed beneath the surface, erupted from the ground and coiled tightly around Lankar's legs, dragging him down with alarming speed. A surge of frustration coursed through Lankar as he realized he had been caught off guard, berating himself for underestimating the dragon's cunning. As he struggled against the constricting force, a sudden flash of steel cut through the air. The guild master of Goler, moving with practiced ease, appeared beside him, his blade slicing clean through the dragon's tail. The severed appendage thrashed wildly before falling limp, releasing its hold. Lankar sprang to his feet, offering a brief nod of gratitude to the guild master. Rejuvenated by the narrow escape, Lankar threw himself back into the fight, his weapon flashing as he relentlessly pressed forward, determined to weaken the dragon piece by piece. As the battle raged on, the relentless assault from Lankar and the adventurers left the dragon severely weakened, with most of its legs severed. For the first time, the dragon found itself unable to move. It was a brief but crucial window of opportunity. Alicia's sharp voice rang out, urging Rudd to act. Recognizing the urgency, Rudd's eyes narrowed in determination. He channeled every ounce of mana he possessed into his blade, feeling the weapon hum with raw energy. With a powerful leap, Rudd launched himself high into the air. He looked down at the dragon below, his voice booming as he issued a challenge, questioning whether the dragon could withstand a blade infused with the entirety of his mana. As his voice echoed, Rudd brought his sword down with all his strength. The impact was thunderous as the weapon connected directly with the dragon's massive frame, carving a deep line down the center of its body. The adventurers erupted into cheers, their collective relief washing over them. For a fleeting moment, victory felt within reach. However, as the dust settled, the reality of the situation became painfully clear. While Rudd's powerful strike had shattered the outer shell of the dragon's egg-like form, the creature inside remained untouched. The adventurers fell silent, disbelief spreading among them. Recognizing the lingering danger, Alicia stepped forward, summoning her spirit companion, Sylphid. The ethereal being materialized beside her. Without hesitation, Alicia commanded Sylphid to strike at the exposed dragon. The attack shot forward with deadly precision. Just as the blow was about to connect, the dragon's body shimmered, and the broken outer shell began to reform at an astonishing speed. In mere seconds, the protective barrier was restored, intercepting Sylphid's attack. The blow dissipated harmlessly, leaving the dragon untouched once again. The adventurers watched in stunned silence. The guild master, who had maintained his composure throughout the battle, could not hide his astonishment. As frustration welled up within him, he called out to the adventurers, warning them that their efforts were proving futile. Yet, even as his words echoed, a strange, inexplicable sensation washed over them, a creeping chill that settled deep in their bones. The air grew heavy with a foreboding sense of dread. The dragon roared once more, but this time, the sound was far more menacing. In its wake, the egg that encased the dragon pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow. It was Alicia, her sharp gaze fixed on the dragon egg, who first realized what was happening. Her eyes narrowed as she studied the glow. "The wise dragon is about to hatch," she announced, her voice calm but urgent. Her words hung heavily in the air, and as they sank in, the adventurers felt a cold dread seep into their hearts. The fight they had endured thus far had been nothing more than a prelude. The true battle was about to begin. Upon hearing Alicia's revelation, Lankar immediately addressed the adventurers, his voice firm and commanding. He warned them that time was running out, and declared they would bring the dragon down with a single, decisive strike. He acknowledged the formidable threat of the creature's regeneration, but pointed out a crucial weakness: its legs lacked the same durability. Lankar quickly formulated a plan to attack the dragon simultaneously from all sides, creating a small opening for the final blow. As he outlined the strategy, the guild master of Goler volunteered to take charge of the adventurers on the far right. Irt announced he would lead those on the far left. The remaining adventurers coordinated to handle the front lines. Ishia turned to Rut and confidently stated that the leftmost front section would be left to the two of them. With the plan in motion, Lankar gave the signal, and the adventurers surged forward in unison. However, as they drew closer, the dragon retaliated, unleashing a barrage of arrow-like projectiles from its glowing shell. The sharp projectiles rained down, forcing the adventurers to break formation and retreat. Just as confusion began to spread, one of the adventurers stepped forward, raising her staff to cast a protective spell. A shimmering magic barrier enveloped Lankar, shielding him from the oncoming barrage. The adventurer assured Lankar that she would defend him, urging him to focus solely on the attack. Lankar nodded in appreciation and shifted into a battle-ready stance. Drawing on his inner strength, he activated one of his signature abilities, Charge, amplifying the power of his next attack twofold. Observing this, Ishia turned to Rudd with urgency, noting Lankar had initiated his charge but voicing concern about the timing required to break the dragon's legs simultaneously. Rudd responded with confidence, "I'll handle that part myself." Without hesitation, Rudd activated another of his abilities, Command. As the skill took hold, a faint glow surrounded him, and in that instant, the thoughts of every adventurer on the battlefield became interconnected. A clear voice echoed within their minds, Rudd's voice directing them as if he were standing right beside each of them. Irt, in particular, was taken aback by the impressive display of skill. The ability to coordinate without speaking aloud provided a significant advantage, filling them with renewed confidence. Rudd addressed the adventurers, informing them that they would strike the dragon's legs simultaneously the moment his countdown reached 0. As Rudd began to count down from 5, the battlefield fell into an intense silence. The moment the countdown reached its end, the entire group surged forward in perfect unison, their weapons glowing with power. The coordinated attack left the dragon unable to defend itself, and within seconds, all of its legs were severed. Seizing the opportunity, Rudd gave a sharp signal to Lankar, who had been channeling his strength. Lankar responded immediately, activating Absolute Void, an advanced technique radiating with overwhelming destructive force. He leaped forward, his polearm shimmering with raw energy, and drove the weapon straight through the dragon's center. The blade pierced its core, and within moments, the great beast collapsed. As the dragon's form crumbled, Lankar raised his polearm high, signaling that the battle had been won. A wave of relief and victory swept across the adventurers as they cheered. However, just as the elation began to settle, Lankar's body wavered, his strength rapidly fading. His legs buckled, and he began to fall. Before he could hit the ground, the guild master of Goler stepped forward swiftly, catching him by the arm and steadying him. The guild master turned to Lankar, admitting with some reluctance that defeating the dragon would not have been possible without everyone's combined efforts. Lankar let out a faint chuckle and remarked that the guild master's pride was showing. Meanwhile, one of the adventurers checked on a companion who had been struck earlier, reassuring the group that the injured adventurer was in stable condition. A collective sense of relief swept through the gathered adventurers as Rudd, unable to contain his excitement, grinned broadly and declared to everyone that they had secured a total victory. However, as the adventurers celebrated, a shadow lingered just beyond their notice. Hidden behind the dragon's massive fallen form, an unknown figure crouched, observing the jubilant group. His attention soon drifted to the dragon's remains, and a sly smile crept across his face as he imagined the wealth the dragon's magic stone would bring. He crept closer, his gaze scanning the remains for any sign of the precious stone. Yet, as he continued his search, frustration flickered in his eyes. He could find no trace of it. Growing more frantic, the figure rummaged through the dragon's body. As he pressed deeper into the search, the ground beneath him shifted slightly. Without warning, a tail erupted from below, piercing cleanly through his body. His life ended instantly. At that very moment, the dragon re-emerged from the ground, its form still intact, though visibly smaller than before. It shook off the dirt, its eyes flickering with cold calculation. The dragon acknowledged the failure of its reincarnation process, but mused that the attempt had not been entirely without merit. Its gaze shifted toward the adventurers, who continued to celebrate, oblivious to the resurfaced danger. Though its current body was weak and would not endure for long, the dragon resolved that before its next reincarnation, it would eliminate every adventurer present. The dragon seethed with a burning hatred. As the adventurers revolted, the guildmaster of Goler suddenly felt a sharp unease. Something was wrong. His instincts screamed that the fight was far from over. He shifted into a defensive stance, his commanding shout cutting through the cheers as he declared that the enemy was still alive. Before they could make sense of his ominous warning, their doubts were violently shattered. The dragon emerged once more, its body drenched in blood, a grim testament to its wrath. The adventurers recoiled in shock, their expression shifting to horror as they realized their battle was far from over. Rudd, reacting quickly, activated his observation skill. The information began to appear, but his breath caught in his throat. The name that surfaced sent a chill down his spine, the wise dragon, Orphice. It was the same dragon they had supposedly vanquished. But as he attempted to analyze its current condition, the status screen abruptly vanished, concealed by some unknown force. A sense of dread settled over him as he realized their previous victory had been nothing more than an illusion. Irt, standing close to Ishia, found himself paralyzed with shock. Alicia's sharp gaze remained locked on the dragon, her mind rapidly piecing together the only logical conclusion. When she finally spoke, her voice was firm and serious, cutting through the tension that gripped them all. The only plausible reason, she explained, was that at the very moment their attacks had struck, the dragon had burrowed beneath the ground in an effort to evade the fatal blows. By doing so, it had managed to avoid a direct hit, allowing it to emerge once more, alive and undeterred. This, she reasoned, was the only way the creature could still be standing before them, staring them down as if their efforts had been nothing more than a mild inconvenience. Even as her words sank in, the dragon took a deliberate step forward, its massive form exuding a terrifying dominance that sent shivers down the spines of all who stood before it. Then, in a voice dripping with contempt, it spoke, its deep and resonant tone echoing across the battlefield like a rolling thunderclap. The creature's words carried an unmistakable sense of arrogance. "You are nothing more than fragile, insignificant humans," it declared, "pathetic creatures who dare to challenge forces beyond your comprehension." The dragon's eyes burned with righteous fury as it continued, denouncing their insolence. "I will not tolerate mere mortals defying the will of the gods," it proclaimed, making it clear that the dragon itself was intrinsically tied to such beings. A wave of shock rippled through the adventurers as they stood frozen, struggling to comprehend what they had just heard. For the first time, they truly grasped the magnitude of the being that stood before them. This was not a mindless monster driven by primal instinct. This dragon, unlike any they had faced before, possessed intelligence, self-awareness, and the ability to communicate in their language. The revelation left them momentarily speechless. Rude, who had spent his life encountering countless creatures in the depths of the labyrinth, felt his heart pound in his chest. Never before had he encountered a monster capable of speech, and the mere fact that this dragon could articulate its thoughts so clearly sent a cold chill down his spine. Standing nearby, Lankar had been quietly observing, his sharp instincts warning him of the immense danger they now faced. He knew they could not afford to let fear paralyze them. Finally, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lankar turned to Rude and spoke in a grave yet steady tone. "Among the dragon race," he explained, "there exists a hierarchy. At the very top stand the beings known as the true dragons. These dragons, unlike their lesser counterparts, are creatures of immense power and wisdom, standing on the threshold between mortal existence and divinity itself. They are not only intelligent, but are also capable of understanding and speaking the languages of humans. Their connection to the divine makes them vastly different from the common beasts that roam the land." As Lankar's words settled in, the adventurers felt the weight of their situation pressing down on them. They had not merely angered a powerful creature, they had provoked an entity that stood on the very precipice of godhood. The battle ahead would not simply be a test of strength. It would be a desperate struggle against an opponent who viewed them as nothing more than insects daring to challenge the will of the heavens. As Lankar's words hung heavy in the air, the wise dragon shifted its piercing gaze toward Rude, its golden eyes narrowing as if peering into the very depths of his being. Then, in a deep and resounding voice, the dragon spoke once more, addressing Rude directly. "There is a detestable impurity within you," the dragon declared, "something unnatural that taints your existence. You bear the form of a man, but there is an undeniable trace of something else within you, something monstrous." The dragon's words carried a tone of disdain, as if the mere presence of such an anomaly was an offense to its very nature. With an imposing movement, the dragon rose to its full height, its massive form towering over them all and casting an immense shadow over the battlefield. Its voice carried an unmistakable tone of cruel amusement as it commanded, "Do your best to entertain me. Your struggle, your desperation, these are the things that will bring me amusement." It then added with a chilling finality, "Tremble in despair in the face of my immeasurable power, for no human could ever hope to stand against such might, and emerge victorious." As those ominous words echoed, a tense silence followed. Then, in the midst of that growing fear, one of the adventurers, a young woman with twin ponytails, made a sudden decision. Clenching her fists, she activated her skill, her body tensing as a wave of dark energy began to envelop her. She thought of her comrades and the battle they were about to face, but she knew she could not continue. She had reached her limit. "I'm sorry," she thought, apologizing inwardly to the others. "I can no longer keep up." As the thought crossed her mind, the dark energy fully consumed her, and her skill, dark envelopment, took effect. Her entire body was shrouded in shadow, her form vanishing into the void as if she had never been there. Without a sound, without leaving behind even the faintest trace, she disappeared from the battlefield. Yet, even as the remaining adventurers steeled themselves, something completely unexpected occurred. Without warning, a gruesome sight unfolded before their eyes. One of the dragon's arms, without any visible cause, suddenly detached from its body. The massive limb tumbled heavily to the ground, sending a tremor through the earth. A thick spray of darkened blood splattered across the ground as the severed limb lay motionless. For a brief moment, there was nothing but stunned silence. The adventurers, who had been preparing for a desperate struggle, could only stand frozen in sheer astonishment. None of them had struck the dragon. None of them had even moved. And yet, before their very eyes, a part of the mighty beast had inexplicably fallen away. The sheer impossibility of what they had just witnessed sent a wave of confusion and disbelief through the entire group. The wise dragon itself stood motionless, its expression unreadable. A deep, unnatural silence settled over the battlefield, the air thick with fear and uncertainty. A silent warning that the battle was about to take an even more terrifying turn. Upon witnessing its own arm fall away, the wise dragon remained eerily composed, its expression unchanging. Without an ounce of fear, the dragon spoke once more, its voice as steady and powerful as ever. There was no anger, no pain, only a calm and almost detached acknowledgement of what had just transpired. In that chilling moment, it added something even more unsettling. My body, it stated in a matter-of-fact tone, is beginning to crumble. The weight of those words sent a shiver through the adventurers. One, in particular, felt a deep, growing fear settle in his chest. Why is the dragon rotting away? He thought, his hands trembling. It's a being of unimaginable strength, yet its body is deteriorating right in front of us. Is this some hidden ability? A curse? Or is the dragon simply too powerful to be contained within a mortal shell? While the adventurers remained frozen, Lankar quickly assessed the situation, his sharp instincts picking up on the opportunity that had just presented itself. The dragon, despite its overwhelming presence, was showing signs of weakness. This was their chance. If we are going to attack, he shouted with unwavering authority, if we are going to make one final push, now is the moment. The creature is in a weakened state, and we need to take advantage of that before it's too late. As Lankar issued his command, a thought crossed his mind. He had already unleashed his strongest skill just moments ago, and his body itched from the toll of the battle. Ideally, he would have taken a moment to recover, but the situation left him with no such luxury. He knew he would not be given even a minute to catch his breath. He had no choice but to push himself beyond his limits. If they hesitated now, they would lose everything. As the adventurers braced themselves, one among them found himself paralyzed with doubt. His gaze remained fixed on the dragon. What kind of monster is this? He thought. It should not have been able to survive everything we've thrown at it. A sinking realization hit him with full force. There was no winning this battle. On top of that, his mana had been completely drained. He was utterly powerless. Faced with the cold, unforgiving truth, he made a decision. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled, his mind screaming at him to run. He did not look back. He only knew one thing: if he stayed, he would die. As the adventurer sprinted away, his heart pounding, a sudden and overwhelming force brought his escape to an abrupt halt. The wise dragon, its sharp gaze fixed on him, raised its remaining arm. An invisible wave of power radiated from its body as it activated one of its formidable skills, telekinesis. With a mere thought, the dragon extended its control over the rubble and debris scattered throughout the battlefield. In an instant, shattered stones and broken pillars shot through the air, slamming into place and sealing off the only exit. He was trapped. Panic surged through his veins as he turned back. The wise dragon, its gaze filled with malicious amusement, let out a deep, rumbling laugh. There will be no running away, Orphice declared, its voice dripping with disdain. No human before me will be allowed to escape. I may have lost an arm, but do not be so foolish as to believe that such a minor setback grants you any real chance of victory. You are nothing more than vermin, insignificant rats scurrying in the presence of a predator. Your extermination is inevitable. At that moment, Lankar, his expression filled with determination, took a step forward. If escape is not an option, he shouted back, then we will do what any desperate creature does when faced with death. We will fight. If you see us as nothing more than rats, then you are about to learn firsthand the terror of a cornered rat fighting for survival. Orphice let out a deep, resounding laugh that echoed through the vast chamber. It relished the challenge, its golden eyes gleaming with anticipation as it spread its wings wide. Then do your worst, the dragon invited. Show me if your desperation will amount to anything in the face of my overwhelming might. In that moment, Rude, Lankar, Yurt, and the guildmaster of Goler exchanged quick glances. Without hesitation, the four warriors launched themselves forward in perfect unison. Rude and Lankar were the first to reach the dragon, unleashing their fiercest attacks. However, the dragon remained unfazed, blocking every single one of their blows with effortless grace. At the same time, Yurt and the guildmaster seized the opportunity, swiftly maneuvering to attack the massive creature from behind. Yet, Orphice was not so easily deceived. Its heightened senses allowed it to detect their movements instantly, and with a single fluid motion, the dragon shifted its body, evading their strikes as though it had foreseen their every move. It became painfully clear that they were in deep trouble. No matter how fast or how strong their attacks were, not a single strike had managed to land. After enduring their ceaseless attacks, the wise dragon finally spoke again, its voice filled with supreme confidence. Is this truly the best you can offer? I had expected more entertainment. Your efforts have been utterly insufficient. Before they could process its words, the dragon reared back its head and unleashed a thunderous roar. An overwhelming burst of magical energy exploded outward, sending violent shockwaves surging through the air. The four adventurers, caught completely off guard, were unable to hold their ground. The impact struck them with tremendous force, hurling them backward across the chamber and crashing violently against the hard stone walls. Ishia, upon witnessing Rude being hurled through the air, felt a surge of concern. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted toward him. Rude, she called out, her voice trembling. Are you hurt? Rude groaned slightly as he pushed himself up. I'm fine, he reassured her, though his body ached. His face remained serious. But our situation hasn't improved. I've nearly exhausted all of my remaining mana. At this point, I have very little left to contribute. Ishia fell into deep thought. She knew that if they did not act soon, the dragon would completely overpower them. Then, with a renewed sense of determination, she turned her gaze toward the massive creature. I will bring an end to this in one decisive strike, she declared, her expression resolute. I intend to unleash the power of the quintet of spirits. But for my plan to succeed, I need the cooperation of every single adventurer present. Please, convey this message to the rest of them. Rude gave a firm nod and activated one of his skills, establishing a telepathic link with the other adventurers. In that moment, he connected Ishia's voice to every single one of them. As soon as the connection was established, Ishia spoke with unwavering authority. I am about to unleash a powerful and decisive attack, she informed them. In order for it to succeed, we all need to coordinate our movements perfectly. Be prepared to dodge at the right moment. Her words ignited a spark of hope within the adventurers. They immediately acknowledged her plan and steeled themselves for what was to come. As soon as Ishia received their response, she closed her eyes and began to focus, calling out to the spirits under her command. Responding instantly, their luminous forms gathered, swirling and intertwining into a single massive entity, a formidable spirit bomb that pulsed with an overwhelming force. While Ishia channeled her mana, the rest of the adventurers sprang into action. With unwavering resolve, they launched a series of coordinated attacks, drawing the dragon's attention away from her and buying the precious time she needed. After a tense few moments, the buildup of magic reached its peak. The spirit bomb now pulsed with an almost blinding light. It's time, she called out to Rude. Tell everyone to retreat. Rude activated his telepathic link once more, and Ishia gave the signal. The adventurers, reacting without hesitation, swiftly disengaged and retreated to a safe distance. In that very instant, with her target now fully exposed, Ishia raised her hands and unleashed the quintet of spirits. The massive orb of concentrated magic shot forward with unparalleled force. The wise dragon, realizing the impending danger, instinctively attempted to shield itself, but it was far too late. The powerful energy blast made direct contact, and a deafening explosion erupted across the battlefield. A blinding surge of light illuminated the entire area, followed by a roaring shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. The battlefield was soon consumed by thick, billowing smoke. As the dust slowly began to settle, it was Ert who finally broke the silence, his voice filled with anticipation. Did we finally defeat it? Is it over? However, just as hope began to rise, the veil of smoke started to clear, revealing a sight that left them utterly speechless. Standing amidst the destruction, though heavily wounded and battered, the wise dragon still remained upright. Its body bore the devastating effects of Ishia's spell, deep burns and cracks running across its massive form. Yet, it still drew breath. The dragon, despite being severely wounded, stood tall, its eyes still gleaming with unshaken confidence. The battle has played out exactly as I expected, its deep voice resonated through the chamber. I admit, I was too careless. I underestimated your strength and took more damage than I anticipated. Shock overtook Ishia as she struggled to comprehend the sheer resilience of the creature. She had unleashed the quintet of spirits, the most powerful spell in her arsenal, and yet, the dragon still remained alive. Unlike the others, Lankar did not waste a single second. Gritting his teeth, he immediately charged toward the dragon, his body moving purely on instinct. His sword gleamed as he swung with all his might, aiming to strike down the beast while it was still recovering. However, the wise dragon reacted in an instant, swiftly raising its remaining arm to block Lankar's blade. In that very moment, before Lankar could pull back, the dragon's massive tail lashed through the air with terrifying speed in a single, devastating motion. The tail struck him with the force of a battering ram, sending him hurtling backward. The impact was so powerful that Lankar's body slammed against the stone wall with a deafening crash, carving a deep crater into the stone. A collective gasp echoed from the adventurers as they watched him collapse to the ground, motionless. Concern spread through the group, and several of them cried out Lankar's name, desperately hoping for a response. There was no time to rush to his aid, not while the dragon was still standing. Seizing the moment, one of the adventurers unleashed his magic. Raising both hands, he activated his skill, Bind. Instantly, the ground beneath the dragon trembled as hundreds of thick, enchanted vines erupted upward, coiling around the dragon's massive frame. The vines wrapped tightly around its limbs and torso, constricting its movements. Seeing their opportunity, Irt sprang into action. With a determined expression, he launched himself forward, his blade aimed at the dragon's exposed body. However, just as his sword was about to pierce its flesh, the wise dragon's instincts kicked in. It opened its powerful jaws and clamped its massive teeth down onto the blade. A metallic crunch echoed through the chamber as Irt's sword, crafted from the finest steel, was bitten cleanly in half. Irt, still gripping the broken hilt, stared wide-eyed at the dragon, unable to believe what had just happened. Before he could recover from the shock, the dragon whipped its massive tail toward him. The blow struck with overwhelming force, sending him flying backward. He crashed to the ground, the air knocked out of him, stunned by the dragon's relentless power. Having disposed of Irt with ease, the dragon shifted its focus. With a renewed surge of energy, it broke free from the vines, snapping them apart like fragile twigs. The adventurer who had cast the spell watched in horror as his magic was undone. The dragon looked directly at him, its voice laced with contempt. Such cheap tricks are not nearly enough to halt my progress. Your efforts are futile. It seemed to relish their struggle, its eyes gleaming with dark satisfaction. The sight of you struggling is quite pleasant, it added with cruel amusement. Ishia found herself frozen, the sight of her comrades lying injured and defeated too much to bear. She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over her. The pain of their injuries mirrored the guilt that had long plagued her every time she had failed to protect those she cared about. It's because of my lack of power, she thought, her mind replaying past failures. The memories of former teammates who had fallen in battles long ago came rushing back. The crushing realization that history was repeating itself settled in her chest like a heavy weight. It's the same as before, she whispered. I can't protect them. The wise dragon began to move slowly toward Ishia, its every step echoing on the battlefield. I will soon end your life, it said with an eerie sense of respect. Your death will serve a greater purpose. You will become nourishment to fuel my wisdom. Ishia stood frozen, overwhelmed by the dragon's power and the bitter realization that she had failed. She silently accepted the fate that awaited her. Part 12. Bruised and battered, Rudd realized that if things continued as they were, they stood no chance of defeating the wise dragon. Their only option was escape. He thought that if they could buy enough time to reach the escape magic circle at the labyrinth's core, they might all make it out alive. With this plan in mind, Rudd attempted to activate his thread manipulation skill, but to his shock, nothing happened. He had completely run out of mana. Meanwhile, the dragon unleashed another devastating attack, spewing torrents of fire from its maw. Ishia quickly summoned her wind spirit, Sylphid, who redirected and blocked the flames, shielding the group from harm. As Ishia held back the dragon's assault, the guild master of Goler stepped forward, activating his skill, Flying Blade. However, the wise dragon instantly reacted, activating its magic process skill. A massive stone wall erupted from the ground, intercepting the guild master's attack. Wasting no time, the dragon retaliated, casting two spells at once, Water Bullet and the Flash, sending powerful projectiles hurtling toward both Ishia and the guild master. They managed to block the attacks, but they were left battered and bruised. Observing that his opponents had survived, the dragon spoke. I will now use another skill. I am eager to see if you can withstand it. Without hesitation, it activated Charge, the very same skill Lankar had previously used. The guild master's eyes widened in shock. He had never encountered a monster capable of copying its opponent's skills. However, he quickly pointed out a critical flaw to Ishia. Just like Lankar, the dragon would be defenseless while the skill was charging. Now is our chance, he urged. Ishia agreed and summoned two more spirits, Ortal and Wakin. Channeling their magic, she infused the guild master's blade with elemental energy, transforming it into a water-enveloped sword and a water lightning blade. The guild master stared at his weapon in surprise but wasted no time. He charged straight toward the dragon. But just as his blade was about to strike, his instincts screamed that it was a trap. Before he could react, his fears were confirmed. In an instant, the dragon lashed out with its tail, impaling him straight through the middle. Ishia watched in horror. As she struggled to process the nightmare, the dragon extended its telekinetic power and seized one of her spirits. Spirits are a rare species, it remarked. I wonder how one might taste. Stop, Ishia pleaded, but her cries fell on deaf ears. The dragon opened its massive jaws and crushed the spirit between its teeth. Ishia collapsed to her knees, trembling. The dragon watched her despair with amusement before explaining its cruel intent. It had feigned using a charging technique for one reason alone, to watch their expressions twist in despair when their hope was mercilessly crushed. Tears streamed down Alicia's face as she sank into hopelessness. Now, the dragon declared, looming over her, it is time to savor the taste of an elf. Just as its mouth was about to close around Ishia, a sudden force struck its head with immense power. Rudd, his body engulfed in a blazing red aura, had charged in, delivering a devastating blow that sent the dragon reeling back. Rudd. Ishia gasped, but a sense of unease settled over her. Something was different about him. As Rudd stood, still radiating the powerful red energy, he let out a thunderous roar. The dragon, now severely wounded, staggered back. One of its eyes had been dislodged, and parts of its skull were exposed. It muttered to itself that its body was still incomplete, which was the only reason mere humans could inflict such damage. Its gaze shifted toward Rudd. "You have consumed the remnants of my eggshell," it declared. "You have transformed into a monster, losing your human senses." Though overwhelmed by the immense power coursing through him, Rudd retained a sliver of control. He could feel a surge of mana flooding his body, but he could not fully command it. "Rudd, it's okay." Ishia tried to reassure him, but with each passing second, his grip on himself weakened. In the next instant, he lost control entirely, lashing out and striking Ishia, sending her hurtling into the ground. Even as darkness threatened to consume her vision, her thoughts remained fixed on Rudd, and she used her last ounce of strength to call out his name. The dragon observed this with intrigue. "For you to have absorbed such an immense amount of mana, and yet still retain your human form is truly fascinating," it remarked. "However, it is only a matter of time before you succumb." Rudd, still clinging to the last threads of his consciousness, could feel his body burning from within. Falling to his knees, he struggled desperately to suppress the raging power. Just as he felt himself slipping, a voice called out. It was the red-haired woman, who they had assumed had already escaped. Standing before him with a knowing smile, she remarked, "Your mana control is utterly lacking." Without hesitation, she stepped forward. "I will help you." She placed her hand on Rudd's back, and a soft blue aura flowed from her palm into his body. Gradually, Rudd began to regain control. His breathing steadied, and his consciousness slowly returned. The chaotic mana harmonized with his body in a way he had never experienced before. The dragon, witnessing this, was visibly stunned. The red-haired woman retrieved Rudd's sword, and handed it back to him. "Finish off the half-dead lizard," she said with a smirk. "Who are you?" Rudd asked, confused. "How did you do that?" Before she could answer, the dragon's enraged voice cut through the air. "Half-dead lizard," it roared. "Such insults are blasphemous. You will suffer for your disrespect." It lunged at them, its rage blinding its judgment. The red-haired woman merely chuckled. How the so-called wise dragon is now throwing a tantrum like a child. Her words only fueled the dragon's anger further. It launched a reckless, mindless attack straight at Rudd. But just as its strike was about to land, Rudd met it head-on. With a single, decisive swing of his weapon, he cleaved the dragon in two. Moments later, Rudd moved quickly, using his thread manipulation skill to seal the wounds of the guild master. However, nearly all the adventurers had sustained severe wounds. "I've done all I can," he admitted to the red-haired woman, frustration in his voice. "Their wounds are too deep for me to heal completely. Aside from us, everyone else is in critical condition," she said, her expression serious. "What should we do?" Before Rudd could respond, a sharp pain shot through his body. He writhed in agony, unable to contain his screams. The backlashes finally catching up to him, the woman noted calmly. "I forcibly controlled your mana to enhance your strength, but your body is now reaching its limit." As she finished speaking, an unexpected voice echoed through the labyrinth, the dragon's. "I will not allow you to escape unscathed," it cursed. "Even in death, I will take your lives with me." The ground trembled violently, and massive cracks began to form on the ceiling. "The labyrinth is collapsing," Rudd shouted. The dragon was serving as a substitute for the labyrinth core, the woman explained. "Now that it's dead, the structure is falling apart. We have to escape." Rudd hesitated, unable to abandon the injured. His eyes widened in horror, as he noticed a massive chunk of debris breaking loose, hurtling straight toward Ishia. He dashed toward her, pulling her away just as it crashed down. As he held her, Alicia's eyelids fluttered open. "Rudd," she whispered weakly. "I defeated the dragon," he told her. "We just have to escape." He gently lowered her to the ground. "I always believed in you," she cawed. "But I'm out of mana. I can't move. You should go. Leave me behind." Rudd's expression darkened with fury. "How can you even suggest that? There's no way I would ever abandon you." Frustration surged within him as the labyrinth crumbled around them. The red-haired woman shouted at him to hurry, but Rudd yelled back, "I can't abandon my comrades." Hearing his response, she turned and ran. "I like your personality," she called out, "but you're making a choice that will lead to your death." As Rudd watched her retreat, he resolved to at least carry Ishia to safety. But the faces of his comrades flashed through his mind. He couldn't abandon them. Desperately, he began searching for a solution. "Run, Rudd," Ishia pleaded. "It's what they would have wanted." "She's right," Lankar spoke, still conscious despite his injuries. If those who can survive don't choose to live, then what honor is left for those who have died? Rudd understood, yet he still refused to leave them. Just then, the monsters lurking within the depths began to emerge, swarming toward them. Despite the worsening situation, Rudd drew his sword. "I will not abandon you," he shouted. "I will not allow a single one of you to die." Ignoring the pleas of Ishia and Lankar, he charged forward, his sword flashing as he threw himself into battle. "I will never run away," he roared. "I was called a scavenger, looked down on, disregarded, but," he said, turning to Ishia with raw emotion, "when you invited me to join your team, when you accepted my secret, I was truly happy. When the guild welcomed me, I finally felt like I had comrades who trusted me. That's why I will never abandon them." Everyone was stunned by his words, unable to believe how deeply Rudd valued them, his voice filled with unwavering conviction, reaching the hearts of those around him. As he spoke, a memory surfaced, words once spoken by the adventurer he admired. "No matter how hard or painful things become, never ever give up." Fueled by that memory, Rudd raised his voice once more, shouting for everyone to keep fighting. Ishia and the others were moved by his unwavering determination. But just as hope surged within them, the wise dragon stood before Rudd once more, despite the grievous wounds it had suffered. Rudd cursed loudly, vowing to himself that he would never give up. The dragon let out a deafening roar before lunging at him, but Rudd swiftly dodged and leaped into the air, his sword poised for a devastating strike. Just as he was about to bring his blade down, the dragon snapped its jaws shut around his arm, stopping his attack mid-air. Pain shot through him as he struggled against its grip, but he refused to surrender. Ishia's desperate voice called out to him in alarm, but Rudd steeled himself. Determined to break free, he activated his self-cut skill and, in one swift motion, severed his own trapped arm. As the limb fell away, Rudd landed back on the ground, his breath ragged but his resolve unshaken. He grabbed his sword with his remaining hand and, summoning his strength, activated regeneration. Within moments, his lost arm reformed, fully restored. Gripping his sword with both hands once more, he let out a powerful roar and charged, his blade striking true and piercing deep into the beast's body. Without wasting a moment, he unleashed another skill, Wrapped Lightning, sending a surge of electricity coursing through the dragon's form. Sparks crackled violently as the beast convulsed. He poured every ounce of his strength into the attack, holding on to one final hope that this would finally bring the dragon down. As Rudd braced himself, his hopes were shattered when the beast remained standing. Despite the relentless attacks, the wise dragon still clung to life. In a chilling, guttural voice, it repeatedly uttered a single word, massacre. A grim promise that it intended to kill every last adventurer in the labyrinth. Shock coursed through Rudd. He had given everything he had, and yet the dragon refused to die. A wave of despair threatened to overtake him, but before he could gather his thoughts, the dragon, enraged, launched a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent Rudd hurtling backward at terrifying speed. The impact should have been enough to crush him against the labyrinth's stone walls, but just before he collided, he suddenly stopped midair. Dazed, he slowly opened his eyes. A figure clad in medieval armor stood before him, holding him firmly. Confusion filled Rudd's mind. Before he could speak, the armored figure's voice rang out with reassurance. "You have done well. You no longer need to worry. We will all make it out of this labyrinth alive." At that moment, the adventurer spoke up, addressing the dragon. How pitiful for a once mighty being to fail at reincarnation and end up parasitized by other monsters. The wise dragon, upon hearing those words, let out a furious roar. In an instant, it activated a skill, causing multiple vines to burst from the ground, surrounding both the adventurer and Rudd. Just as the vines lunged, the adventurer swiftly reacted, slashing through them with ease. Seizing the brief distraction, the wise dragon launched itself at the adventurer, but its efforts were in vain as the man effortlessly stopped the incoming strike with just one hand. As he stood firm, his expression turned serious. "Do you remember the life and death struggle from 5 years ago?" he asked the dragon. "In your divine form back then, you pushed me and my team to the brink of destruction. But now, you have fallen so far that you have become nothing more than a shadow of your former self." Hearing those words, the wise dragon became even more enraged. "Be silent," it bellowed. As the dragon shouted, the adventurer wasted no time. He raised his sword and delivered a devastating strike, slicing the dragon cleanly in half. Rudd, witnessing the scene, stood in a state of shock and admiration. Incredible, he thought. The sheer power of an spanked adventurer left him in awe. Just as Rudd was admiring the man's overwhelming strength, a massive pile of debris began to collapse directly over the spot where Ishia stood. Realizing the danger, Rudd sprang into action, shouting her name. However, just as the debris was about to come crashing down, an unknown woman who appeared to be a member of the rank adventurers team swiftly activated her spell, Frozen Hell. In an instant, all the falling debris froze midair. Rudd rushed to Ishia's side. Stunned, Ishia looked around, realizing the collapse had been stopped by the woman's ice magic. At that moment, the blue-haired woman, whose name was Selena, spoke up, expressing her disgust at the swarm of eerie monsters. She then turned her attention to the adventurer who had just saved Rude, Leonis, and chided him for always charging in recklessly. Leonis merely smiled, brushing off her scolding and thanking her. Just then, two other unknown individuals arrived, both exuding the same formidable presence. One of them spoke up, agreeing with Selena. Selena then turned her attention to the injured, her eyes landing on Ishia. Without hesitation, she approached and gently took Ishia's hand, her face lighting up with happiness. It's been a long time. Ishia, taken aback for a moment, soon responded with a smile. Selena, it's so good to see you again. Observing the exhausted adventurers, Selena turned to one of her teammates, a healer, and urged him to tend to everyone's injuries. The healer immediately acknowledged her request and activated one of his skills, Sacred Healing Light. As the spell took effect, a soft radiance spread across the battlefield, and the adventurers' wounds began to heal. Irt, in particular, was astonished, realizing just how powerful the healer was to be able to cast such a wide-range healing spell. The healer then turned his attention to the guild master of Goler, who remained on the ground, severely wounded. Stepping forward, he extended his hand and activated another of his skills, Seal of Soul Restoration. Almost instantly, the guild master's pain began to fade. As he finished, the healer informed everyone that he had successfully healed their wounds. However, he cautioned, while your physical injuries have been treated, your stamina and mana have not yet fully recovered. Rest and do not involve yourselves in any further combat. As he said this, his gaze shifted to one of the fallen adventurers. Despite my abilities, there are limits. I cannot bring back those who have lost their souls. As the situation began to settle, Leonis stepped forward. It's time for everyone to leave the labyrinth, he announced. Those who are too weak to walk, lean on others for support. It's finally time for all of us to return home. Moments later, the adventurers emerged from the labyrinth. Now free, they gathered in the forest around a campfire. Holding a yellow orb like crystal, Leonis spoke, drawing everyone's attention. This is a fragment of Orphice, the wise dragon's soul. Over time, it would gradually repair itself, eventually achieving revival. He continued, Orphice was defeated by me and my team, the Wings of the Lion's Light, 5 years ago. The fragment of its soul we collected back then was securely stored in the royal capital. Hearing this, Lankar questioned why the dragon had revived in a remote town like Balona. Leonis, with a serious expression, revealed that the royal vault had recently been raided. Orphice's revival did not occur naturally, he explained. This time, it was the result of a labyrinth anomaly, an event artificially triggered by someone's intervention. Rude and Lankar, both stunned, struggled to grasp the idea that someone had deliberately orchestrated the return of a dragon. Nearby, Ishia and Selena were engaged in conversation. If you had joined the Wings of the Lion's Light, Selena remarked, you would have been worth 100 men. Ishia, however, responded with a slight smile. Even if I were to join, my current level has dropped significantly. My goals have changed, and are now different from yours. This encounter has made me realize how powerless I still am. Noticing the mood had grown somber, Selena spoke with a bright smile. You were always stubborn once you set your mind on something, she said playfully. Ishia responded with a light smile, thanking her. Shifting the conversation, Selena gestured toward her teammates. A selfish leader, a silent muscle head, and a tall intellectual, she said with a dramatic sigh. This group's dynamic is overwhelmingly manly, and I am completely tired of it. As Selena threw a playful tantrum, Leonis interrupted, quiet down. You're making Ishia's partner uncomfortable. Rude, caught off guard, quickly gathered his courage. Rising to his feet, he addressed Leonis directly. When I was a child in a village called Tana, just east of here, you once saved my life. You might not remember, but to me, you have always been an idol. Leonis searched his memories and, in that moment, recalled saving a young boy in that very village. With a bright smile, he looked at Rude. I'm glad to see you're alive, and that you never gave up. Selena then spoke up, her voice carrying a note of regret. If we had arrived in your village sooner, we could have saved more of its people. This failure has weighed heavily on Leonis ever since. One of the other members added, that's precisely why he has become so reckless, charging in without waiting for anyone, determined to slay the monsters as quickly as possible. Leonis then stood up and turned to Rude. Thanks to your quick response, the damage from the labyrinth anomaly was minimized. You've become a fine adventurer. The two shook hands. Humbled, Rude thanked Leonis for the kind words. Lankar then stepped forward. Rude, with the recent disturbances in the royal capital and the urgent need to strengthen Balona's defenses, I have been considering establishing a new guard unit. I want you to be its captain. Rude was taken aback. The others around them had no objections, but after a brief pause, Rude spoke up. Thank you for the offer, but I must decline. I respect your decision, Lankar said calmly, but I would still like to know the reason. Rude's expression grew serious. During the labyrinth conquest, I deeply felt my own inadequacy. Without strength, I can never protect my comrades. He raised his voice, calling out to Leonis. I became an adventurer because I have always admired you. Although I am still far from reaching your level, I vow that one day I will grow strong enough to stand alongside you. With conviction, he then turned to Ishia and promised, together, we will conquer the abyssal labyrinth. Ishia, momentarily surprised, quickly shifted into a bright smile. I'm looking forward to that day. The two exchanged a fist bump. It seems you two have already found a goal to strive for, Lankar remarked with a smile. Rude then revealed that he planned to leave Balona and embark on a journey to grow even stronger. However, just as he said that, the healer silently crept up behind him. You're fascinating, the healer remarked. The energy you wield is not ordinary mana, but rather magic essence. For magic essence to take root in a human body is impossible. It seems you've been eating monsters. Is that true? The moment those words left his mouth, the rest of the wings of the lion's light immediately became alert. Everyone, step back. Selena shouted, declaring Rude dangerous. In an instant, she activated a skill, readying a spell. Answer me, she demanded. Depending on your response, I will take action. Before Rude could reply, however, one of Selena's own teammates swiftly activated his magic. Thick vines sprouted from the ground, entangling her and restricting her movement. Calm down, he urged, and assess the situation rationally. Why should I remain calm? Selena questioned with frustration. Consuming monsters is the greatest taboo. This situation appears to be different, her teammate responded with a light smile. Rude shows no signs of monstrous transformation. Furthermore, there is not even a trace of evil within the magic essence emanating from him. That in itself is unusual. Rude, meanwhile, stood troubled, uncertain of how to handle the situation. Just then, Leonis spoke up. Rude, he said calmly, I apologize on Selena's behalf. However, we are currently pursuing the thieves responsible for raiding the royal capital's vault. From the traces of residual magic essence left behind, we suspect that monsters somehow played a role. Please, explain your situation clearly so that any misunderstandings can be avoided. Rude took a deep breath and resolved to provide a full explanation. Moments later, after Rude had finished, Leonis spoke up. I understand now. This also explains how you managed to survive the poisoned village back then. Your unique power protected you. Status ailment nullification is an incredibly rare skill. His teammate agreed, admitting it was the first time he had heard of such an ability. Selena, realizing her mistake, lowered her head and sincerely apologized. I was unaware that you were the one who had dispelled Alicia's abyssal curse, she admitted. Before she could continue, Rude gently stopped her, assuring her that her reaction had been completely natural. One of the members then pointed out, by consuming monster flesh, you are able to replicate their skills. However, this does not mean you can acquire all of a monster's traits. For example, eating a fish monster would not grant you the ability to breathe the underwater. So you can absorb skills but not inherit physical characteristics, Leonis added. Curious. He then turned to Ishia. Have you ever tried eating monster meat yourself? Ishia recalled how her mouth would involuntarily water every time she watched Rude eat, but she was far too embarrassed to admit it. Flustered, she quickly responded, the thought has never even crossed my mind. Leonis then considered the possibility that Rude might not be the only one capable of gaining skills from consuming monster meat. Ishia immediately questioned what he was suggesting. Consuming monster flesh is a forbidden act. What if those who eat it end up transforming into monsters themselves? But if we could use substitution to counteract the effects, Leonis proposed, it might be possible to consume it without the consequences. Rude spoke up, dismissing the idea outright. That's not feasible. There are only two possible outcomes from eating monster flesh, transformation into a monster or death. Leonis' teammate immediately grasped the severity of his words. Instead of mutating, there is also a significant chance that a person could simply die. Rude then recalled his first experience, describing how magic essence had surged violently through his body, causing him to lose his sense of self. The only thing that kept him going was his overwhelming desire for revenge. Now, however, he noted, the backlash has largely subsided. Your body has adapted to the magic essence over time, Leonis' teammate concluded. Rude agreed but added that there had been times when even substitution had failed, hinting at the risks he had faced. I understand the situation now, Leonis acknowledged. However, there is still much we do not fully comprehend about magic essence. He then turned to Rude. Could you demonstrate the power you have gained? If we truly want to grasp its nature, the best way is to communicate through battle. Moments later, a group of horned rabbits, busy with their own activities, suddenly heard a rustling noise. Instantly, they became alert, but as soon as they saw who had emerged, their aggression vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Standing before them were Leonis and his teammates, their faces adorned with menacing smiles. Not long after, the group returned to camp, where Rude prepared a dish known as roasted horned rabbit with herbs. As he took a bite, savoring the flavor, a system notification appeared, informing him that he had acquired a new skill, rabbit jump. Leonis and the rest of the squad sat quietly, watching. Eventually, Selena spoke up. It seems unfair that you can not only consume monster meat but also gain their skills. Meanwhile, both she and Ishia, unable to hide their growing hunger, stared at the dish, their mouths watering. Unlike us, Selena pointed out, you don't have to rely on items or rest to restore your magic power. It's incredibly convenient, Ishia agreed. Rude, having finished every last bite, stood up, completely energized. I'm done eating, and my magic power has been fully restored. Are you truly sure he'll be fine? Leonis asked once more. Rude expressed his gratitude for his concern but reassured him. There's no need to worry. I'm in perfect condition again. At that moment, one of Leonis' teammates activated a magic gate known as the Hidden Courtyard, a special gateway that transported its target into a separate space filled with the power of plants. Step inside, he instructed Rude. As Rude entered, the scenery shifted into a lush, green environment. In this space, no one will interrupt us, Leonis informed him. You're free to go all out. Leonis stepped forward, removing his cape. A powerful aura surged from his body. With his eyes locked on Rude, he declared, it's time for our battle to begin. Leonis pointed his sword at Rude. Don't hold back. Though nervous, Rude acknowledged his words. Wasting no time, he activated a skill he had acquired from the monster Orphice. So you truly can control monster skills, Leonis remarked with a smirk, blocking the attack. Seizing the moment, Rude activated another skill and launched a second strike. However, Leonis remained unfazed. Is this all you have to offer? He questioned, effortlessly cutting through the attack. Refusing to back down, Rude activated paralyzing breath, catching Leonis slightly off guard. He swiftly moved behind him and unleashed a powerful strike, yet Leonis reacted instantly, countering with ease. Such a simple trick will never work against me, he chided. Their battle intensified. They exchanged attacks in rapid succession, but as the fight continued, Rude began to struggle. You're relying too much on your skills, Leonis pointed out. Your footwork is sloppy, making you predictable. Rude found himself deep in thought, unable to believe his paralysis skill had no effect. Leonis quickly clarified, the paralysis is indeed working, but veteran adventurers have a high tolerance for such effects. Undeterred, Rude attempted another attack, only to be forcefully repelled. He realized that Leonis had activated his hardened body skill, significantly enhancing his defense. Leonis did not stop there. With his reinforced body, he launched a devastating strike, sending Rude hurtling backward. Many monsters, Leonis reminded him, have natural resistance to certain status ailments. He warned Rudd against overconfidence, emphasizing that skills alone would not guarantee victory. Despite the overwhelming difference in strength, Rudd refused to give up. He activated yet another skill, momentarily surprising Leonis, who had not expected him to possess so many abilities. However, Rudd's efforts did little to change the tide of battle, as Leonis once again countered his attacks with ease. Knocked down once more, Rudd immediately pushed himself back to his feet. This time, he infused his blades with magic power, the energy crackling along their edges. Watching this unfold, Leonis was genuinely impressed. It was remarkable that Rudd, using only the magic skills he had acquired from monsters, could wield them with such proficiency. Rudd then activated the skill he had just acquired from the horn rabbit jump. As he propelled himself into the air with incredible speed, Leonis observed with interest, remarking that even a small monster could possess surprisingly useful abilities. Soaring high above, Rudd let out a powerful roar before swinging his sword down toward Leonis with all his might. The impact triggered a massive explosion, shaking the battlefield and engulfing the area in thick smoke. Leonis' teammate watched in awe, captivated by the intensity of the fight. As the dust began to settle, Rudd was revealed to be on his knees, staring in disbelief. His strongest attack had done nothing to Leonis. In stark contrast, Leonis stood unharmed, his sword resting lightly against Rudd's throat. With a calm and unwavering voice, he pointed out that Rudd's wide swing would never land against a skilled opponent. Leonis acknowledged the power of Rudd's monster skills but also pointed out the flaws in his close combat techniques. He explained that while such an attack might have been effective against a massive monster, it was completely impractical in a battle against a human opponent. With those words, Leonis extended his hand, offering to help Rudd back to his feet. As he did so, he asked if Rudd had ever heard of a certain technique. A faint blue aura began to form around one of Leonis' hands as he explained that by circulating magic power throughout the body, one could significantly enhance their physical abilities. Hearing this, Rudd suddenly recalled an earlier moment when he had unknowingly done the same thing. In that instant, everything Leonis had been trying to teach him finally made sense. Without hesitation, Rudd applied the technique, almost instantly managing to circulate his magic power throughout his entire body. Leonis observed this with approval, impressed by how quickly Rudd had mastered the concept, and praising him for his remarkable ability to learn. Fueled by excitement, Rudd was eager to test his enhanced abilities, and immediately expressed his desire to spar once more. Leonis felt the same rush of anticipation. With a confident smirk, he encouraged Rudd to come at him with everything he had. Without wasting another second, the two engaged in battle again, their movements sharper, faster, and more refined. Leonis' teammates watched on with delight, enjoying the sight of the spirited match unfolding before them. As time passed, the spar finally came to an end. Outside the gate, Ishia remained patiently waiting. Suddenly she turned toward the portal, her eyes widening as she saw Rudd and Leonis stepping out. Rudd, leaning against Leonis' shoulder, was covered in bruises. Despite his battered state, he let out a breathless chuckle, acknowledging that Leonis was every bit the formidable adventurer he had expected. He admitted that he had been completely outmatched. However, Leonis, with an amused grin, countered that Rudd's diverse set of skills and quick adaptability had managed to catch him off guard more than once. At that moment, Rudd suddenly bowed his head toward Leonis, sincerely thanking him for the sparring match and for helping him identify his weaknesses. Leonis was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Before he could say anything, one of his teammates casually remarked that Leonis was clumsy and there was no need for such gratitude. Leonis immediately denied the claim, insisting he was not clumsy in the slightest. Meanwhile, Rudd was caught off guard. He had assumed that particular teammate was mute, as they had not spoken a single word until now. Another member of Leonis' team, the healer, then turned to Rudd with a more serious expression. Addressing Rudd's unique ability to consume monster meat and gain skills, he warned him never to speak of it to anyone else. He explained that if word of this ability reached the royal capital, the authorities would undoubtedly see it as a crime punishable by execution. Rudd was taken aback, unable to believe that simply having such a skill could warrant a death sentence. The healer continued, explaining that the closer they got to the royal capital, the stronger the influence of the church became. Among their strictest taboos, consuming monster flesh was considered the gravest of sins. Rudd immediately responded that his skills allowed him to nullify any harmful effects, but the healer shook his head, stating that regardless, simply going against the teachings of the scriptures was a sin. At that moment, Celine interjected, remarking that the people of the church were narrow-minded clergy who failed to understand the essence of things. The healer, undeterred, turned back to Rudd and asked if anyone else besides the adventurers from the labyrinth subjugation knew about his secret. Rudd assured him that no one else was aware, as he had kept it a secret from everyone except Ishia. However, as he carefully thought back, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. Without hesitation, he uttered the name Dome, realizing the dwarf had also become privy to this knowledge. Moments later, they returned to Barona, where Rudd and Ishia found themselves inside the dwarf blacksmith Dome's workshop. As soon as Rudd brought up his concerns, Dome let out a hearty laugh and, in his usual loud voice, dismissed them entirely. He declared that he did not care what kind of power Rudd possessed or whether he had broken any taboos. He reassured Rudd that he had nothing to worry about, as he had no intention of revealing his secret. Hearing those words, Rudd felt immense relief. A gentle smile formed on his face, grateful for Dome's unwavering support. Dome's expression suddenly shifted. "There is something far more important to discuss," he said, reminding Rudd that he had originally requested a sword but was now saying he no longer needed it. Dome made it clear he did not appreciate being treated that way. Realizing his mistake, Rudd immediately lowered his head and apologized. However, Dome was not ready to let the matter go. He explained that the sword he had crafted was designed to withstand the most intense infusion of magical energy. He had taken on the difficult challenge, and had just completed it. To hear that Rudd no longer needed it left him both angry and disappointed. After a brief silence, Dome asked Rudd if he would be willing to grant him just one favor. Without hesitation, Rudd agreed. Dome's expression brightened with curiosity as he eagerly asked if he could touch the sword that Rudd carried. Hearing this, Rudd's face tensed with unease. With a troubled look, he firmly refused, explaining that the sword was cursed. If anyone other than him were to touch it, they would lose their mind and descend into madness. Dome, frustrated, pointed out the contradiction. He had not complained when Rudd discarded the custom sword, yet now Rudd was unwilling to grant a single request in return. Rudd genuinely wanted to honor Dome's wish, but the risk was too great. Dome, however, argued that since Rudd possessed the ability to cure status ailments, he could simply dispel the madness. Still, Rudd remained hesitant, explaining that if Dome were to lose consciousness, the substitution skill he relied on might fail. But Dome was unfazed. "I am fully prepared to take the risk," he declared. "If the madness consumes me, cut me down without hesitation." Rudd frowned, thinking to himself that Dome was being far too careless with his life. After much thought, he finally relented. Ishia turned to Dome and asked if he was truly certain. With a serious expression, Dome stated that in all his years as a blacksmith, he had never encountered a weapon capable of absorbing magical energy. Such a sword was a challenge he was willing to stake his life on. Hearing Dome's conviction, Rudd handed the sword over. The moment Dome grasped it, he was immediately struck by its feel. Darkness seemed to dwell within its cold edge, and to Dome, it felt almost alive. He marveled at how madness and beauty coexisted within the weapon. As he admired it, an unsettling sound emanated from the sword. He silently vowed that one day he would forge a blade of equal caliber. However, a chilling sensation coursed through Dome's body, and an overwhelming hunger radiated from the sword. He could feel its insatiable desire to kill, as though it were whispering a single word into his soul, kill. Dome was beginning to lose control. He saw a strange illusion of someone being held captive by a monster. Before the hallucination could worsen, Rudd stepped in. He activated his substitution skill, and as the effect took hold, Dome slowly returned to his normal state. "Are you all right?" Rudd asked. Dome, regaining his composure, apologized for his reckless request. He then reassured Rudd that he would never say anything to hinder him. With renewed determination, Dome declared that one day he would forge a blade that would surpass even the cursed sword. Sometime later, Rudd and Ishia were traveling to a new destination. As they sat comfortably in a carriage, Rudd remarked on how luxurious it felt. Ishia smiled, admitting that after years of being pursued, she was finally able to relax. Rudd noted with surprise that the coachmen were actually Ishia's spirits. She explained that considering Rudd's unique eating habits, it was safer than risking an outsider discovering his powers. Changing the subject, Rudd asked about their destination, the town of Ishia. Ishia explained that the Azure Sea town was a vibrant place bustling with fishing and trade. She went on to explain the two objectives of their journey. The first was for Rudd to acquire a new skill from the undersea temple labyrinth, which was filled with monsters different from those around Barona. Celine added that the labyrinth's floor boss, King Caesars, possessed a powerful skill known as Steel Body, an advanced version of hardening. Ishia then revealed their second objective, Dyer's revival. Dyer was the spirit consumed by the dragon Orphice. The undersea labyrinth was Dyer's birthplace, and by restoring it, she herself would grow stronger. As she said this, Ishia summoned a blue spirit. Rudd asked if this was truly Dyer, recalling that it had been devoured. Ishia reassured him that spirits did not possess physical forms, so they could not be completely vanquished. They needed to replenish Dyer's mana within the labyrinth for it to regain its true power. Just as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. With a gleam in her eyes, she eagerly added that Ishia was also known for its abundance of delicious seafood. At that moment, Celine shifted the topic, reminding Rudd that August, the healer from Leonis' team, had given him something. Rudd reached into his belongings and pulled out the book August had entrusted to him. His mind drifted back to the moment August had handed it to him, explaining it was a journal left behind by a count who had once researched monster quizzing. Though uncertain of its value, Rudd had thanked him. Leonis had then approached with a bright smile, telling Rudd he had high expectations for him, which had filled Rudd with happiness. Back in the present, Ishia noticed the expression on Rudd's face. Grinning, she asked if he had ever considered going on an adventure with Leonis and the others. Caught off guard, Rudd panicked and stammered, asking what she was talking about, which only made Ishia smirk. Part 15. Rudd was holding the book August had given him. On the cover was written, Count Ida's Notes. As Rudd opened it, he saw a note stating that the contents were part of the author's forbidden research into cooking monsters. The first recipe detailed how to cook slimes. Their bodies contained strong acids that could dissolve internal organs if consumed raw. The first step was to soak the slime in lime made from burned seaweed ash for 2 days to neutralize its acidic content. The recommended method was poaching. When dipped in boiling water, the slime would change color and take on a ham-like texture. The author recommended pairing it with salad. The book noted that the flavor was slightly sweet and subtle, creating an exceptional dining experience when combined with crisp vegetables. Ishia remarked that the book sounded surprisingly useful. Rudd replied that he still couldn't believe such a journal existed, especially since eating monsters was taboo. Ishia said it was a miracle the book had ended up in Rudd's hands and suggested they pay their respects to the Count once they achieved their goals in Ishia. However, Rudd disagreed, telling her that would be impossible. He handed her the book, and as she read through the pages, her cheerful expression slowly faded. By the time she finished, she understood. No one else could ever make use of the information in that book the way Rudd could. A short while later, as they made their way through a dense forest, Ishia announced they would soon reach Ishia. Rudd, taking in the scenery, remarked that the forest looked incredible. Ishia then asked if he had ever heard of the Calamity Dragon. Rudd recalled hearing about it in a fairy tale, a fearsome dragon treated like a force of nature. Ishia explained that the forest they were in was famous for being the dwelling place of that very dragon. She confirmed that not only did the place exist, but the Calamity Dragon itself was real, and she had once seen it from a distance. As one of Ishia's spirits reported monsters blocking their path, 3 demon boars, she brought the carriage to a stop. A short distance down the road, one of the boars was struck by a powerful attack, erupting in flames. Before the other 2 could react, Rudd had already moved behind them, slicing both creatures in half. Just as they began to celebrate, they noticed the bodies of other adventurers scattered along the roadside, brutally slain by the boars. Ishia noted that with the calamity dragon, their natural predator, gone, the demon boars could be reproducing abnormally. Rudd agreed that leaving them unchecked would be dangerous. A little while later, he activated his heat source detection skill and sensed 40 to 50 demon boars up ahead. He climbed to a higher vantage point and activated his paralysis skill, sending a wave of yellow dust toward the boars. The moment they inhaled it, they began to collapse. "Wipe them all out," Rudd said, pleased. "Something's not right," Ishia warned. To Rudd's shock, some of them were starting to move again. He remembered Leonis telling him that many monsters possess resistance to specific status ailments. The boars were all eating a type of grass that nullified paralysis. "Your plan failed," Ishia teased with a smirk. Frustrated, Rudd admitted things hadn't gone as expected. Just then, the demon boars noticed their presence and began moving toward them. Rudd drew his sword with a grin. "I'm going to turn you all into pork cutlets," he declared. As the boars charged, Ishia prepared to cast a spell, but Rudd stopped her. "I want to try something. Leave this to me." He activated his skill, Scales of Poison. His body began to emit a toxic aura. "If paralysis doesn't work, then poison is next," he shouted, charging into the swarm. With every move, the poisonous scales attacked the surrounding enemies. As expected, the monsters began acting erratically and collapsing. But just then, one of the boars launched a surprise attack from behind. Rudd swiftly dodged. The boar let out a loud roar, activating a skill called Command. Instantly, more boars rushed in, surrounding Rudd. He realized the boar in front of him was the commander and decided to take it out first. "Watch out," Ishia shouted. A massive boulder came flying toward him. Thanks to her warning, Rudd dodged just in time. He looked into the distance and noticed a monster that looked different from the rest. "That's the demon boar king," Ishia explained. "It's typically found deep within labyrinths. The influence of the calamity dragon might have caused a rise in magical essence, explaining its emergence." "Regardless," Rudd responded as the king's minions charged, "if we leave it unchecked, the damage will only grow. We can worry about everything else later, and should focus on the current threat." He added that their best option was to close in and eliminate the demon boar king first. Ishia nodded in agreement, and the two of them pressed forward into the fight. Rude began slashing through the monsters, carving a path toward their king. Seeing this, the demon boar king grabbed a massive boulder and hurled it with tremendous force toward Rude. However, Rude quickly reacted, activating his flash step skill and dodging the attack in an instant. Without slowing down, he continued his charge. As Rude closed the distance, he unleashed a powerful strike. But just as the blow was about to land, the demon boar king blocked it with its weapon. Rude stepped back slightly, irritation flashing across his face. Taking a quick glance around, he noticed that the king's minions were starting to gather, sensing their leader was in danger. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Rude's expression shifted. With a bright, fearless smile, he declared, "It's time to end this." He activated his skill, Miasma Skin Shift, and a powerful aura surged from his body. The dark energy swept through the battlefield, instantly overwhelming the nearby demon boars. One by one, they collapsed, unable to withstand the miasma's effect. Only the demon boar king remained, its body trembling in fear. Even it had begun to show signs of being affected, its body now partially corrupted by the poisonous energy. Rude, brimming with confidence, raised his weapon and called out, "Come at me with everything you have left." As he made his declaration, he wrapped his entire body in magic essence. The monster wasted no time and lunged forward, but Rude met it head-on, blocking the attack with ease. The demon boar king was visibly shocked by Rude's overwhelming strength. Rude did not hesitate. As he readied his final strike, he silently thanked Leonis, recognizing that it was through his guidance that he had grown this strong. With that thought in mind, Rude cleaved the demon boar king in half effortlessly. The monster's massive body collapsed, signaling the end of the battle. Ishia called out to Rude, her face beaming with joy. "That was incredible. You took down the demon boar king with a single blow." Then, shifting the topic, she asked, "What was that final skill you used?" Rude explained that the technique was called Miasma Wave, a powerful skill he had obtained from the miasma dragon. However, he added, it comes with one significant drawback. "What's the weakness?" Ishia asked, curious. Right on cue, Rude's stomach let out a loud growl. He casually replied, "I'm hungry." Moments later, Rude had prepared a meal using the meat from the monsters he had defeated. As the aroma filled the air, Ishia stood nearby, drooling at the sight of the food. With a playful grin, she commented, "You managed to whip up something delicious again." Rude, smiling happily as he admired the food, told Ishia, "I followed the notes I received from August for the preparation and seasoning, so I'm looking forward to how it will taste." However, as the two chatted, a voice suddenly called out, "That smells wonderful." Both Rude and Ishia turned in surprise to see someone standing before them. The figure stepped closer, and as her face became visible, they recognized her immediately. It was the twin Daled, red-haired woman who had fought alongside them against the miasma dragon. With a playful tone, she asked, "Could I have a share of that monster meat you just cooked?" Rude, still surprised by her sudden appearance, asked why she was there. The woman paused for a moment, then walked up to him and cheerfully admitted, "I've taken a liking to you. That's why I decided to follow you." With a bright expression, she added, "I saw you cooking monster meat back in the Ishia labyrinth and have been curious ever since. I was hoping to try your cooking." Rude, about to warn her about the possible side effects, was cut off when she suddenly grabbed a piece and ate it in one bite. Both Rude and Ishia were stunned. "She actually ate it," Rude repeated to himself, panicking. "We need to act fast," Ishia said, just as alarmed. "We have to make her vomit it out before the effects kick in." Without wasting time, Rude rushed over and grabbed hold of the woman. "I'll hold her down," he told Ishia. "You try to stick your fingers in her mouth to make her throw up." The woman, however, didn't seem concerned at all. Calmly, she asked, "What are you two doing to me?" Ishia, flustered, explained, "You just ate monster meat. Don't swallow it, or you could die." Even then, the woman remained completely unfazed. "I'm fine. There's no need to worry." But Rude and Ishia didn't believe her, insisting they were only doing it for her own safety. Growing increasingly irritated, the woman finally lost her patience. With a sharp shout, she pushed the two of them away, sending them flying backward. As they slowly got back on their feet, she stood firmly and asked, "Are you seriously trying to manhandle me like that? You casually touched my body without permission." Confused by her words, Rude repeated, "Her body," and wondered aloud what had just happened. Without waiting for a response, the woman turned her attention back to the food. She walked over, picked up another piece of meat, and complained, "After all the chaos, I didn't even get to taste it properly. I'm going to enjoy it this time." And without hesitation, she ate the meat once more. Rude and Ishia rushed forward to stop her again, but it was already too late. Moments later, the woman began to make a strange noise. Rude and Ishia froze, alarmed. "The transformation has begun," they both said. "I'm going to use my substitute skill on her right away," Rude said in a panic. Just as they were about to react, the woman smiled brightly and shouted, "This monster meat is incredible." Rude and Ishia were completely stunned, unable to believe that nothing had happened to her. As the woman continued happily eating, they cautiously approached her. "What's going on?" Ishia asked Rude, still shocked. She then looked at the woman. "Are you really okay?" Rude inspected the meat again, and confirmed, "I can still feel the magic essence coming from it." "Despite the magic essence, she still seems perfectly fine," Ishia commented. Watching the woman eat so casually, Ishia couldn't help but wonder if maybe she could try the meat too. As the thought lingered, her mouth began to drool without her realizing. Noticing her expression, the woman spoke up. "I don't mean to be rude, but you should give up on that idea. Just because it can eat it doesn't mean it's safe for anyone else." She then asked, "Do you know what happens when a normal human eats monster meat?" "But you ate it, too," Ishia pointed out, confused. "What is said only applies to humans," the woman calmly replied. "As a monster, that warning is irrelevant to me." Both Rude and Ishia stared at her, confused. "I am not human," she clarified. Now growing suspicious, Rude quickly activated his appraisal skill. The results listed her name as Illumira and her race as human. "Even my appraisal skill shows you as a human," Rude said, puzzled. Illumira laughed lightly. "My fault. I forgot to undo my disguise." As she finished speaking, she deactivated the illusion, and the moment her real status was revealed, Rude's eyes widened in panic. "Ishia, get away from her," he urgently shouted, and both of them backed off without hesitation. "What's going on?" Ishia asked, still confused. "That's the Calamity Dragon, Illumira," Rude explained, still visibly panicking. "She's a monster." Ishia was stunned. Meanwhile, Illumira appeared completely unfazed. "This pork cutlet is incredible," she commented cheerfully, "far tastier than any demon boar I've eaten before." "What is your goal?" Rude asked, his expression serious. "Relax," Illumira told him. "I have no intention of eating either of you. Settle down." "Then why would someone as powerful as you disguise herself as a human and act this way?" Ishia asked. "There's no deeper reason," Illumira replied. "I was simply curious about the magic essence you were giving off, Rude. To my surprise, I became genuinely excited upon discovering you were a monster eater. I became captivated by your cooking and couldn't help but follow you." She then shifted the topic. "There's a demon boar nest nearby. While I was away, they've been breeding uncontrollably, and it's starting to seriously disgust me." She returned her attention to the food. "This meat is especially delicious. It likely came from the demon boar king. The higher a monster's level, the denser the magic essence, and the stronger the flavor." Hearing that, Rude silently noted to himself that Illumira was quite the garment. As they tried to figure out how to deal with the situation, Illumira suddenly stood up. "We're going to hunt the floor boss of the demon boar nest," she announced. "The cooking duties will be your responsibility, Rude." Caught off guard, Rude unknowingly nodded. Meanwhile, Ishia, staring at the empty plates, quietly thought to herself that Illumira had eaten everything. The deal is complete, Illumira declared. Wait here for a bit. However, just as she was about to head out, Ishia quickly called out, wait, take us with you. You don't seem to be lying, and we'd like to watch you fight up close. We both need to get stronger as quickly as possible. Illumira smiled with interest. This is starting to get even more entertaining, she thought. Moments later, the two were walking behind Illumira through the forest. Your way of speaking has changed, Rude pointed out. Now that I've revealed my true form, there's no reason to maintain the act, she replied. We're almost there. Just as she said that, the three of them came to a stop in front of a large door. Illumira gave a chilling, menacing smile. It's time to show you why they call me the Calamity Dragon. Where exactly have you brought us? Rude asked. Ishia, visibly unsettled, added, I've never seen this labyrinth before. I suspect it hasn't even been reported to the guild. The source of the foul stench plaguing my territory appears to originate from this place, Illumira explained. I didn't want to use too much of my magic essence, but I might not have a choice. With that, she pushed open the door. What lay beyond caused her to pause. The number of monsters packed within was far greater than she had expected. But instead of retreating, she let out a low chuckle. This place is practically a treasure trove of valuable ingredients. I'll lend you a hand, Rude offered, sensing the pressure. But Illumira turned to him with a sharp, almost dangerous smile. There's no need. While you won't be fighting, you will have a role to play. You'll need to cook enough monster meat to make up for the magic essence I'm about to expend. As she spoke, her form began to shift, scales blending, wings spreading until she had transformed into a half-dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched herself high into the air, then came crashing down with immense force, shaking the labyrinth and leaving Rude and Ishia stunned. Standing amidst the dust, Illumira declared, just for today, I'll make an exception. After all, I ate something delicious earlier. With that, she activated her skill, Destruction Breath, and released a brilliant surge of energy. The moment the beam hit the horde of demon boars, every single one caught in the blast was obliterated instantly. Rude and Ishia watched in disbelief. They had known Illumira was strong, but this was on an entirely different level. After the dust settled, Illumira exhaled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I've used such a powerful technique. Then she turned toward Rude. It's time to prepare some demon boar king pork cutlets. But Rude, still staring at the scorched battlefield, raised his voice. Even if I wanted to, there's nothing left. Every last one was reduced to ashes. Realization hit her. She frowned and cursed under her breath, admitting her control had slipped. But just as she said that, her expression shifted. She sniffed the air, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Rejoice, the floor boss is still alive on the level below. Energized, Illumira was practically beaming. Rude, however, let out a wary sigh. Hurry, she urged. We need to head to the boss immediately. Moments later, they stood before an enormous, sealed door. This must be the entrance to the floor boss's chamber, Illumira said. It's time to get started. Then, using raw strength, she kicked the door open with a thunderous crack. As the door swung wide, the floor boss stood waiting, the Emperor Demon Boar, level 68. A plump, high-quality ingredient, Illumira remarked, her eyes gleaming. For the sake of that ingredient, I'll be taking it down with my bare hands. Your control over magic essence is still rather immature, Rude couldn't help but comment. Illumira only grinned menacingly. Watch closely. This is what true combat infused with magic essence looks like. Just then, the Emperor Demon Boar lunged. Be careful, Ishia shouted. But before the warning could even register, Illumira struck. She launched a devastating right uppercut straight into the charging beast, sending it flying backward. Without giving it a moment to recover, she propelled herself into the air and, in a single fluid motion, delivered a powerful kick that brought the Emperor Demon Boar crashing to the ground, defeated. Both Rude and Ishia stood frozen, wide-eyed with disbelief. The sheer ease with which Illumira had overwhelmed a level 68 floor boss left them speechless. Calm and composed, Illumira turned to Rude. It's time to prepare the meal. Moments later, an impressive spread of dishes was laid out. I've been looking forward to this, Illumira said, her eyes lighting up. As she savored the first few bites, she smiled brightly. Absolutely delicious. I can feel the magic essence steadily returning to my body. The absorption is far more efficient than eating the meat raw. Is that really how it works? Rude asked. Illumira nodded. Indeed. Someone as half-baked as you wouldn't understand just yet, she added with a teasing smirk. You clearly need more training. While the two chatted, Ishia sat in a corner, sulking quietly. Noticing this, Illumira called out, Rude, come join me properly. If you agree to cook for me regularly, I can teach you how to control magic essence. The offer sounds tempting, Rude admitted, still chewing, but it all feels a little too sudden. Just then, Alumira's nose twitched. She turned toward Rude. The scent of a wisdom dragon is coming from inside your magic bag. I know you haven't eaten it because you're afraid of the backlash. Licking her fingers, she gave him a look of mock disappointment. Such a waste. Rude let out a quiet sigh. You noticed, after all. As he spoke, he reached into his bag and pulled out the preserved wisdom dragon meat. Do you remember what happened to your body during the last battle? Alumira asked. Rude nodded. To replenish my depleted magic essence, I consumed the wisdom dragon's eggshell. A surge of intense magical energy coursed through my body, so overwhelming that I lost control of myself. Exactly, Alumira agreed. Your body couldn't fully adapt. But don't you find it strange? With your status ailment nullification, such a reaction should have been impossible. As she said this, she handed the miasma dragon meat back to Rude. Cook and eat this. If you lose control again, I'll be the one to pull you back. Whether or not you can absorb the power this time will depend entirely on you. Rude and Ishia both fell silent, uncertain. The decision weighed heavily on them. Staring at the meat, Rude wondered silently if he should give it a try. After a few moments, he made his decision. The wisdom dragon steak was soon prepared, its aroma rich and mouth-watering. It looks truly delicious, Alumira commented. It does, Rude admitted. But are you absolutely sure about this? Will it end up like last time? Magic essence, Alumira calmly explained, is like blood in humans. It dwells within a monster's body. When a human consumes it, their body, naturally unfit to handle it, will either mutate or die. Your body is different. It suppresses those dangerous changes. More precisely, it conveniently alters itself to adapt. Alters? Rude asked, taken aback. It nullifies only the mutations that would strip away your humanity, while accepting those that allow you to adapt. Your body is still growing, and at this stage, you lack the foundation to fully absorb such overwhelming energy. You experienced similar symptoms when you first ate monster meat. You're right, Rude admitted. I lost my sanity back then, too. So his body can't handle the overwhelming magic essence, Ishia concluded. If you continue leveling up and raising your stats, you might eventually adapt, Alumira nodded. But there is another way to speed up the process. If your body can't keep up, then you need to compensate with technique. Technique? Rude asked, surprised. If it's similar to the circulation of mana, which you've recently learned, then you might already have the necessary foundation. The only thing left is to learn how to handle magic essence that exceeds your natural limits. With that, she extended her hand. Grab it. I will guide you. Rude agreed and took her hand. Release the magic essence from within your body, then wrap yourself in that released energy, she instructed. Rude followed her instructions, and the change was immediate. Incredible, he felt, something completely different from what I've experienced before. But as the moments passed, the strain became too much. His control began to slip, and he quickly let go of her hand. Remember that sensation, Alumira told him. This miasma dragon meal will serve as good training. Incredible, Ishia thought to herself. No ordinary human should be capable of such a technique. Alumira, wasting no time, picked up her spoon and fork. We've talked enough. The food is getting cold. It's time to eat. You're planning to eat as well? Ishia asked. Of course, Alumira replied. The entire reason I am here is to enjoy the food you've cooked, Rude. With that, both Rude and Alumira began to eat. Delicious, Alumira spoke with delight. As expected of a true dragon, even one that had only just been born, the quality of magic essence is exceptional. She then turned her attention toward Rude, silently wondering if he could truly withstand such potent magic essence. Incredible, Rude responded with awe, feeling the power coursing through his body. How is it? Alumira asked. Do you feel like you're losing control? For the moment, I'm managing to keep everything in check, Rude replied. It also seems like I've absorbed some skills. As he said that, the system displayed a list of new abilities. However, just as he was processing this, a sharp pain shot through his head, and he instinctively clutched it. Rude, Ishia called out, worried. What's happening? Rude questioned, trying to stay focused. His mind was suddenly being flooded with vivid images. Are these hallucinations? He wondered. But he quickly dismissed the idea. His status ailment nullification would have activated. As he tried to make sense of it all, a powerful voice echoed in his mind. The miasma dragon appeared before him in the vision, its tone filled with fury. Human, it declared, I will never allow you to wield the miasma dragon's eye. In that moment, the system displayed a message, failed to acquire skill, eye of wisdom. Rude returned to normal. Are you all right? Ishia asked repeatedly. I'm fine, Rude said, though he still looked a bit dizzy. It seems like I failed to acquire one of the skills. It appears you weren't able to acquire the eye of wisdom, after all, Alumira commented. It's a unique skill possessed by the miasma dragon, allowing its user to mimic abilities simply by observing them, as well as catch glimpses of the past and future. I had hoped you might have been able to obtain it, but it seems even you can't stand up to the interference of a true dragon. Changing the subject, she pointed out, failing to acquire a skill isn't the same as suffering from a status ailment. You could have told me that from the start, Rude thought to himself. Alumira then shifted the topic again. If you were to team up with me, I could teach you how to handle magic essence. Add me to your party. Rude and Ishia exchanged a glance. Ishia acknowledged that Alumira's suggestion was valid, but they were still hesitant about bringing a dragon into their party. Rude, on the other hand, was lost in thought, reflecting on the images he had seen. He remembered what Lankar had said. Even if a dragon's body perished, its knowledge accumulated in its soul, and its wisdom could even peer into the future. This thought led Rude to consider everything he had just witnessed more carefully. Finally, Rude spoke up, accepting Alumira's proposal. He reasoned that he needed Alumira's power to get stronger, and that teaming up would also benefit Ishia. Hearing this, Ishia agreed, adding that for the sake of their goals, an alliance might be their best option. Upon hearing their agreement, Alumira smiled and declared that the decision was made. With that, she extended her hand, and the other two did the same, affirming in unison that they were now a team. In that moment, Ishia spoke up again, adding that if Alumira were to do anything suspicious, she wouldn't forgive her. Alumira simply remarked that elves, including Ishia, were always so distrustful. Later, as they traveled in the carriage toward the port town of Ishia, Ishia stepped out and pointed ahead. Rudd, standing beside her, looked at the town in awe. Soon after, they found themselves walking through a bustling market street. It's my first time here, but this town is clearly thriving, Rudd remarked. Ishia responded, noting that since the town was close to the sea, trade was flourishing. Rudd then suggested they head to the guild to apply for the Sunken Temple labyrinth quest. However, Ishia stopped him, clarifying that adventurers from outside needed to start with simpler quests to gain the guild's recognition. She also mentioned that given their current state, conquering the Sunken Temple labyrinth might be too difficult. Inside the Ishia Adventurers Guild, the three of them browsed the available quests. Ishia selected one, stating it was perfect for newcomers. Just then, a voice called out, referring to them as newbies. They turned to see two men standing before them, who introduced themselves as Glenn and Gar. Glenn spoke first, commenting that they looked like a poor, low-level party, a remark that irritated Rudd. Noticing Alumira, Glenn gave a mocking laugh. Adventuring isn't a game, little girl, he sneered. Gar then spoke up. If you want to play, you should go home to your parents. As the two continued their taunts, another voice suddenly called out, telling them to stop. The man who spoke apologized, explaining that the two troublemakers were his party members. Alan, Glenn said, hearing the man's voice. Who gave you the right to boss us around? With a serious expression, Alan replied, if you tarnish the name of the White Wave Blades, I will handle you myself. Annoyed, Glenn unsheathed his sword, but Gar intervened, reminding him that causing a scene would not please their boss. Shoving Alan aside, Glenn walked away, calling out to the trio that they were weaklings better off as monster food. As the two men left, Alumira asked Rudd if she could roast them, but Rudd told her not to. Alan approached the three, bowed his head, and apologized for his party members' actions. Rudd smiled and reassured him, saying that adventurers like that were everywhere. Alan introduced himself, and welcomed them to the town. Rudd and Ishia introduced themselves in return, but Alumira remained silent. Alan then noticed the quest Ishia was holding. The Blue Land Shark Extermination quest. He asked. Ishia confirmed it, and Alan noted that while the quest wasn't too difficult, they would need a boat. As Ishia mentioned renting one, Alan offered to lend them his own as a way of apologizing. Rudd and Ishia were taken aback by his generosity. He added that he could also accompany them, but Alumira confidently told him that it wasn't necessary. Reassured, Alan offered to arrange the boat at the port, wishing them a safe return. Moments later, the three of them were out on the sea in a small boat. Ishia, enjoying the wind, remarked that they were lucky to get a boat. Rudd agreed, commenting that Alan was a nice man. Alumira, however, added that the boat wasn't much and was quite small. Ishia changed the subject, turning her attention to Rudd. She summoned one of her spirits, Wardle, and cast the water spirit blessing on him. However, the spell failed due to Rudd's status ailment nullification. Ishia explained that normally, one would use magic to breathe underwater, but she couldn't do that for him. Rudd stood up, saying it was no problem since he had the high swimming skill instead. With that, he jumped out of the boat, telling the others to wait for him. While Ishia was worried about his recklessness, Alumira was intrigued. Rudd dove deep into the sea and soon spotted the blue land shark. As he observed it, he began thinking about the different dishes he could prepare from its meat, deciding he would make a mun dish. Part 17. As Rudd smiled to himself, events were unfolding on the surface. Alumira asked Ishia if Rudd would be fine on his own. Ishia replied that the monster wasn't particularly dangerous, and that if anything happened, they could pull him up using the rope attached to him. Just as she finished speaking, Alumira's expression shifted. She had spotted something unusual emerging from the water. "What is that creature standing on the water?" she asked, pointing into the distance. Ishia explained that it was a water horse, a rare type of monster. Alumira commented that the ability to walk on water seemed quite useful. Ishia said they should take it down, but just as she finished speaking, the water horse launched a swirling orb of dense water straight at them. Ishia reacted instantly, summoning her spirit, Sylphid, whose burst of wind dispersed the projectile. "That was pure elemental water magic," she said with excitement. "For Rud's sake, we absolutely have to capture this creature." Alumira's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Tonight's menu will feature horse cuisine," she declared, her ferocious aura erupting around her. The moment her energy surged, the water horse froze in terror, then turned and bolted across the lake's surface. "What are you doing?" Ishia asked in frustration. "Scaring it away doesn't help," Alumira simply shrugged. "It was clever enough to sense my power and flee. Still, I am not letting it get away." With fire in her eyes, Alumira told Ishia it was time to move. Back beneath the surface, Rud was growing frustrated. He had just taken down a blue land shark but was being constantly attacked by others, preventing him from retrieving the body. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tug on the rope and was yanked back toward the surface. "What's going on?" he asked, gasping as he broke through the water. Ishia quickly apologized, explaining they had encountered a rare monster and were now in pursuit. Climbing back into the boat, Rud let out a sigh. Alumira waved off his complaint, urging him to look at the creature they were now chasing, a horse gliding across the water's surface. "Its water-walking ability would be perfect for you," she grinned. "And it also looks delicious." The water horse turned and unleashed another burst of water magic. Rud blocked the attack, grinning with excitement. "I want to learn that skill," he shouted. As Alumira urged Ishia to speed up the boat, Alicia's expression shifted. "The blue land sharks are chasing us now, too," she announced. Alumira dismissed the warning, focused on catching the water horse. Rud pointed ahead, noting that their target was making its way toward a small island. Moments later, the three of them went ashore. As they ran, Rud glanced back to see the shark still pursuing them. With a sudden burst of speed, one lunged from the water and began chasing them across the sand. "I've never heard of sharks running on land before," Rud shouted in frustration. Coming to a halt, he told the others to go after the water horse while he dealt with the sharks. Now standing his ground, he faced the approaching creatures. He closed his eyes and began circulating magic essence through his body, wrapping himself in condensed energy. As one of the sharks leaped into the air, Rud activated his hard body skill. The attack landed, but he didn't budge. He grabbed the shark midair and slammed it into the ground with crushing force. The second land shark began to retreat, but Rud was not about to let it get away. He activated his air slash skill, releasing a blade of wind that sliced the fleeing monster clean in two. Meanwhile, Ishia and Alumira came to a stop. A faint sound caught Alumira's attention, and she quickly pointed, having found the water horse. However, the area was suddenly filled with dozens of them. The entire herd activated their water magic and launched their attacks in unison. Reacting instantly, Ishia summoned her spirit, Noya, who raised the ground into a tall platform, lifting them high into the air just in time to avoid the barrage. "My turn," Alumira said with a fierce smile. But just as she was preparing to attack, Ishia cast Rock Spear Strike, sending jagged projectiles hurtling toward the monsters. The spears pierced the bodies of the water horses, but instead of leaving corpses, the creatures dissolved into water. "They were all fakes," Ishia pointed out. Just then, a faint noise echoed from ahead. Alumira turned sharply and spotted the real water horse. She bolted after it, transforming part of her legs into dragon limbs to gain a burst of speed. In just a few seconds, she had caught up. "Far too slow," she called out, slamming her fist into the creature and taking it down in a single blow. Later, the three regrouped, and soon, a variety of meals made from the monster meat were laid out before them. Rud and Alumira dug in, praising the delicious flavor of the horse meat. Ishia, however, watched from the side, visibly envious as she couldn't eat monster meat. Trying to distract herself, she asked Rud if he had gained any new skills. He excitedly listed them: water walking, principles of water magic, tidal current, and amphibious adaptation. Eager to test them, he activated amphibious adaptation. Ishia quickly pointed out that he now had gills on his neck. He then removed his gloves to find he had also grown webbed fingers and feet. Delighted, he dashed toward the ocean for a swim. As he ran off, Ishia turned to Alumira and asked if Rud might actually be turning into a monster. Alumira shrugged. "Should be fine, though he's starting to seem less and less human." Rud, meanwhile, was fully immersed in the underwater world, marveling at the beauty around him. He reflected on how he had been raised in an island town, yet never imagined he would one day swim freely in the ocean with companions by his side. A warm smile spread across his face as he realized this must be what happiness truly felt like. That evening, the group returned to the guild, where Alan was shocked to hear they had hunted not only blue land sharks but also water horses. Ishia insisted on treating him to a meal in return. Faced with her determination, Alan accepted. Part 18. The four of them arrived at a pub. As their food was brought to the table, Alicia's face lit up with joy. Alumira, however, appeared unimpressed. Ishia took a bite and exclaimed how delicious it was. Alumira commented that while the ingredients were decent, something felt lacking. Shifting the topic, Alan asked why they had come to Ishia. Rudd explained their plan to challenge the submarine temple labyrinth. Ishia summoned one of her spirits, explaining they were there to collect materials and heal her injured companion. Alan was taken aback, praising Ishia for her remarkable talent at such a young age. She's not actually that young, Alumira interjected, beginning to say that Ishia had lived 3 times longer than Alan. Ishia quickly interrupted her by offering more food, clearly trying to silence her. The atmosphere suddenly shifted when a man abruptly kicked their table. It was Glenn and Gar. Angered by their behavior, Alan stood up and told them to stop harassing his friends. Glenn responded coldly, saying Alan had no right to boss them around. Alan firmly quoted the core principle of their guild: "Our blades are to protect the weak. Have you forgotten the ideals of the White Wave Blades?" "The founder's ideals are a thing of the past," Glenn replied with a faint smile. "Times have changed. If you don't like it, you're free to leave." Just as the two looked ready to clash, Ishia suddenly intervened. "Party squabbles are nothing new," she said calmly, "but we're in a tavern." Without anyone noticing, she swiftly snatched the knife Glenn had been holding. Resorting to weapons is going too far. Moments later, they were all seated together, the table crowded with glasses of beer. "If there's going to be a fight here," Ishia declared, raising her cup, "it will be a drinking contest. The loser does one thing the winner asks." Glenn smirked. "If it gives me a chance to kick Alan out, it sounds perfect." Gar leaned in with a menacing smile. "You're in trouble. In this town, I am known as the boozy demon pig. I've never been drunk, on booze or boats." Despite the intimidation, Ishia and Alumira welcomed the challenge. Rudd gave the signal, and the drinking battle began. A short time later, Glenn, Gar, and Alan were sprawled across the floor, completely passed out. In contrast, Ishia and Alumira were still full of energy, laughing and calling for another round. A bystander, watching in awe, noted that the Ishia ale they were drinking had nearly 3 times the alcohol content of regular ale. He wondered aloud if the two women could handle the dragon's Ishia ale, an infamous brew said to be 100 times stronger. As the man held up the bottle, Alumira suddenly snatched it from his hands. Without warning, she poured the potent liquor straight into Rudd's mouth. The bystander gasped in horror, muttering that a drink like that could kill a man. However, a system notification appeared before Rudd, informing him that the status effect drunkenness had been nullified. As a result, Rudd showed no signs of being intoxicated and calmly told the others to stop fooling around, leaving the surrounding bystanders stunned into disbelief. They called him a monster. Meanwhile, Alumira, still drinking the same powerful booze Rude had just consumed, took a long swig and complained that drinking with Rude was boring. But just as she said that, she paused, clearly taken aback by the flavor. She admitted that the drink was the best she had ever tasted. At that moment, however, something unexpected happened. Her tail suddenly appeared. Rude noticed it immediately and, panicking, rushed to cover her. In a hurry, he told everyone it was time to wrap things up, quickly declaring the match over. Without wasting a second, he helped Alan to his feet, and they made their way out of the tavern. A short while later, outside, Rude activated one of his skills and successfully restored Alan, Ishia, and Alumira to normal. Alan, still recovering, was surprised by the effect and turned to Rude, clearly about to ask about the skill. Before he could speak, Rude quickly interrupted, telling Alan the skill was a bit complicated and politely asking him not to press the matter. Ishia then spoke up, telling Alan not to overthink it. "Booze is meant to be enjoyed, not to stir up trouble," she added. Alan, hearing that, looked at her curiously. "Was that why you suggested the drinking contest? To break up the fight?" Ishia smiled. "I've lived more than twice as long as you, and I have never once lost a drinking match." Alan, confused, wondered what she meant. Ishia continued, "Things are calm now because I won. More than anything, I simply dislike it when a good meal is ruined." Realizing the trouble he had caused, Alan lowered his head and apologized for dragging everyone into it. Rude then stepped forward. "Would you be willing to share what happened? Maybe I can help in some way." Alan thought for a moment before speaking. "It happened about 6 years ago. A monster attacked the village I grew up in. I wasn't there at the time, which is why I survived, but my entire family was killed. I became an orphan and was taken in by the founder of the White Wave Blades. During my darkest days, the founder and the guild reached out to me, gave me shelter, and taught me the strength to fight monsters. Back then, the White Wave Blades were my emotional anchor, something that gave me purpose. Everything felt right until the day it all fell apart. 6 years ago, deep within the undersea temple labyrinth, The members of the White Wave Blades were enjoying themselves as they fought monsters. Laughter echoed through the halls. However, in the midst of the excitement, a sudden, eerie noise cut through the air. One of the guild members paused. "What was that sound?" he asked, pointing ahead. The founder's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward. "It's a school of Sahajan." As the scent of blood spread through the water, the founder realized something far worse had been drawn in. The situation had turned dangerous. Without hesitation, he turned to the others. "I'll hold them back while you escape." Alan, hearing those words, looked at him in shock. "What are you talking about? There's no way we can let you do that." The founder gave Alan a bright smile. With unwavering confidence, he asked, "Who do you think I am? I'll definitely come back." Despite those words, Alan could not bring himself to believe it. But before he could argue further, the founder raised his voice and commanded, "Shut up and run." The other guild members grabbed Alan and began to retreat, dragging him away as he struggled to break free. His cries for the founder echoed in vain. As the Sahajan closed in, the founder stood firm. With a final glance at his retreating comrades, he smiled and shouted, "Don't look back, swim with everything you have." And then, the chaos swallowed him whole. Alan continued his story. After that day, the founder never returned, and the White Wave Blades were taken over by the younger and more ambitious clans. With that shift in leadership, the entire atmosphere of the guild changed. Without the original leader's guidance, the once disciplined group began acting on their own impulses, turning into little more than a band of reckless fighters. The original members, disheartened by the change, gradually left one by one. Ishia responded calmly, "When a leader changes, so does the organization. In such situations, one either accepts the change or walks away. There are no other choices." Alan looked down. "You might be right. But I wanted to protect the guild, to stay with it no matter what. I believe that deep down, the members were still good people." With a sigh, he shifted the topic, apologizing for rambling. He gave them a warning: do not challenge the undersea temple labyrinth. Rude and Ishia were caught off guard by the statement. Alan then explained that the labyrinth had become the stronghold of the White Wave Blades. Ishia's expression turned sharp. "It is unacceptable for a single party to monopolize a labyrinth." Alan nodded grimly. "While the guild members still behave themselves in town, it's a different story inside the labyrinth. In that place, they reveal their true selves. As pathetic as it sounds, I no longer have the power to stop them." However, at that moment, Rude stepped forward and apologized to Alan. He thanked him for the warning but added, "We have our own goals to pursue. We need to grow stronger, and backing down is not an option." Meanwhile, from a distance, an unknown figure was silently watching them, hidden in the shadows. Elsewhere, Glenn was on the ground, reeling from a powerful punch delivered by Glans, a senior member of the White Wave Blades. Seething with anger, Glans shouted at Glenn, "You idiot, how could you let outsiders cause such a scene?" Glenn simply bowed his head and apologized. He then informed Glans that Rude and the others were heading to the undersea temple labyrinth. Glans raised an eyebrow in surprise, then scoffed. "I will not allow unknown outsiders to disrespect the name of the White Wave Blades." Glenn quickly offered to handle the group himself, along with Gar, but Glans had no intention of leaving it to them. He pulled out a mysterious, faintly glowing crystal. With a sinister grin, he said, "I recently came into possession of something very interesting. I will go personally, and make sure those outsiders regret ever making a fool of me and the guild." Moments later, at the entrance of the undersea temple labyrinth, Rude, Ishia, and Illumira stood in silence. Breaking it, Rude turned to Ishia. "Have you been here before?" "I have," she replied, "but it was a long time ago. The labyrinth might have changed, so we cannot afford to let our guard down." Just as the conversation continued, a voice called out, talking rather casually, "Aren't you?" The three turned to see Glans approaching, accompanied by Glenn, Gar, and several other members of the White Wave Blades. Wearing a grin, Glans warned, "You're in White Wave Blade territory. Don't act as you please." Ishia, unfazed, responded, "My team and I registered at the guild, so there is no reason for anyone to scold us." However, Glans stepped forward. "It is the White Wave Blades who make the rules here. It seems you need a painful lesson." Just then, Rude's eyes caught sight of someone standing behind Glans's group. It was Alan, bruised and battered. Seeing him in such a state, Rude spoke up, his voice firm. "Your blades do not break as long as it is to protect the weak." Glans, confused, frowned. "What do you mean?" Rude, now visibly furious, declared, "If the founder of the White Wave Blades could see what you've become, he would be deeply disappointed." Stunned by the remark, Glans grew angry. "Charge," he shouted to his men. Seeing the sudden assault, Illumira turned to Rude. "Need some help?" "I can handle this on my own," Rude calmly declined. With that, he hardened his fist. Gar charged straight at him, but Rude swiftly countered and landed a powerful blow, knocking him back. Before Rude could recover, Glenn tried to sneak up from behind, swinging his weapon heavily. However, Rude was quick on his feet, dodging the strike and immediately counterattacking, sending Glenn flying into the air. Without wasting a moment, Glans launched his weapon directly at Rude. Rude, quick on his feet once again, dodged the attack effortlessly, much to Glans's surprise. Seizing the opening, Rude delivered a powerful kick that sent Glans crashing to the ground. As Rude looked around at the three men now lying on the floor, he asked, "Is that all you have to offer?" Furious, Glans forced himself back to his feet. Glaring at Rude, he growled, "I will not forgive you." At that moment, a powerful yellow aura burst forth from his body. With a roar, Glans launched himself into the air and unleashed a devastating attack aimed directly at Rude, triggering a massive explosion. Watching from a distance, Glenn smirked. "That's what I expect from my boss. No one has ever survived the technique." But as the smoke began to clear, a figure emerged. Rude, completely unharmed, stood calmly with his sword pressed against Glans's neck. With such wide and reckless swings, Rude said, "You will never land a hit." Humiliated and enraged, Glans clenched his fists, while Glenn and Alan stood stunned by Rude's overwhelming strength. Rude then looked down at Glans. "Give up. You will never be on my level." At that moment, Glans shouted toward Alan and another member named Karst, ordering them to help. But before they could move, Rude called out to Alan, "I know this isn't the kind of party you dreamed of. Am I wrong?" Hearing those words, Alan suddenly recalled his past, the time when the founding leader had taught him that their blades were forged to protect the weak. The memory struck deep. He turned to Glans and spoke firmly, "Our blades were not meant to be drawn for something like this." Glans, upon hearing Alan's response, was visibly enraged. Alumira then stepped forward. "How long do you intend to keep playing around?" Turning to Rude, she told him they should leave. Rude, however, still looked concerned for Alan. He turned to Ishia. "At this rate, Alan is only going to get bullied again." But Ishia replied calmly, "This is Alan's battle to face. He has to deal with it on his own." With that, Rude began to walk past Alan, who stood consumed with frustration. Glans, still seething, stood up once again and shouted at the three, "You will pay for what you have done." Moments later, Rude, Ishia, and Alumira had entered the labyrinth. "We're finally inside the seafloor temple labyrinth," Rude said. "From this point on, everything will be underwater." He then turned to Ishia. "It's time for you to do your part." Hearing this, Ishia activated her skill, Blessing of the Water Spirit, which allowed them to move and breathe underwater as easily as on land. Rude followed by activating his own skill, Aqua Adaptation. With that, the three of them leaped into the water, their spirits high. Once submerged, Rude scanned the surroundings. This truly is the Sea Temple. But Ishia quickly reminded him, this is not the time to be impressed. She pointed ahead. "Our welcome party has just arrived." As she spoke, a group of hammerhead sawfish emerged and charged. As they rushed toward Alumira, she stood her ground and blocked the attack with ease. Calmly she remarked, "An attack like that is not even worth dodging." She then wasted no time and crushed the monster into nothing within seconds. After finishing it off, she turned to Rude. "Time to whip up a feast." Just then, Alumira noticed a slight movement on the ground. She turned just in time to see a massive, tentacled monster emerging from the floor, attempting to grab her. Alumira swiftly dodged the attack with ease. As she landed, she smiled, having realized the creature had been camouflaged. However, before she could react further, another monster suddenly charged at her from the side, catching her off guard. Rude, quick to notice the danger, immediately lunged forward and took down the creature before it could strike her. "Made it just in time," he remarked. Alicia then called out, "Don't be reckless, Alumira. This labyrinth is crawling with monsters that act like traps." Alumira responded with a smirk. "You should have mentioned that sooner. Still, once they reveal themselves, they're nothing to be afraid of." At that moment, she charged toward the remaining monsters, calling them annoying pests as she tore through them with ease. In the middle of the battle, she suddenly called out to Rude, "I have a craving for some monster cuisine. Start cooking already." Meanwhile, outside the labyrinth, Glan stood fuming. He cursed Rude and his group, vowing that he would never forgive them. Frustrated, he demanded to know where they were. Karst stepped forward and activated his skill, Third Eye, which allowed him to share vision with a creature under his control. After a moment, he informed Glans, "It looks like they're resting on the second floor." Glans grinned. The second floor is home to the camouflaging evil shells. If someone gets too close, they trap their prey with tentacles and slowly wear them down with poison. No average adventurer could survive a trap like that. After a moment of thought, Glans came up with a plan. "Since the labyrinth is our turf, we'll take another route and cut them off." However, Glenn interrupted him. "The other paths are swarming with dangerous sea monsters. There's no way we can avoid them and still get ahead," Gar added. Glans just grinned in response. "That's exactly why I've been saving a certain item." As he spoke, he pulled out a crystal ball-like object. "This is called the Abyssal Forest. It's a top-tier divine relic that allows the user to command sea monsters. Glenn, surprised, asked how he had managed to get his hands on it. Glans replied with a smirk, "I mugged a poor adventurer who wandered in yesterday." With a gleam in his eye, he declared, "With this relic, we will use the sea monsters to crush Rude and his team." As the group laughed, Karst suddenly noticed something off about Alan. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," Alan replied, "it's nothing new." But inside, his thoughts were racing. The object Glans was holding, the so-called abyssal forest, was actually the azure pearl of the abyss, a powerful relic that should have been sealed away in the royal capital's treasure vault. Alan couldn't understand how it had ended up in Glans's hands. After explaining his plan, Glans declared, "It's time to show Rude and his team the true terror of the white wave blades." Moments later, Glans and his group had entered the labyrinth. Standing before a swarm of sea monsters, Glans activated the relic. Immediately, the monsters began to swim toward him. "The orb's power is incredible," Glenn remarked. "None of them are even trying to attack us." Glans then called out to Goler, who was holding a large octopus. Taking it, Glans drew his blade and punctured the creature, spilling its blood into the water. As the blood dispersed, the nearby monsters began to react violently, growing more aggressive and frenzied. "The blood sends them into a berserk state and acts as a lure," Glans explained. Turning to Alan, he said, "You know better than anyone what's about to happen. By the time Rude's team reaches this floor, they will be completely overwhelmed by a horde of rabid, enraged monsters." Alan clenched his fists in frustration, furious but helpless. "It doesn't matter how strong they are," Glans added. "They are not getting out of this labyrinth unscathed." Hearing this, Alan was suddenly struck by a painful memory of the incident involving the founding leader of the guild. He recalled how their leader had lost his life in a similar situation. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Alan grabbed Glans by the collar. "Why are you doing this?" Glans was furious at the sudden outburst, but Alan continued, his voice filled with emotion. "Adventurers are not meant to be fighting each other. If our founding leader, Isaac, could see what the white wave blades have become, he would be deeply disappointed." Glans's face twisted with rage at the mention of Isaac's name. Without warning, he seized Alan by the neck. "You will never speak that name again. Do not ever talk back to me." With that, he slammed Alan hard against the wall. Still holding him in place, Glans coldly stated, "The former leader no longer matters. I am the one in charge now." After saying this, Glans headed out, telling the rest of the group they were moving forward. "Why are you so fixated on the white wave blades?" Glenn questioned Alan. "You should just leave." Alan, furious, couldn't bring himself to say anything and simply stood there in silence. Meanwhile, in a different location, Rude had just finished preparing a meal. "What kind of food is that?" Aliyamira asked. "Butter fried fish, one of my best dishes," Rude replied. He then remarked to Ishia, "It's impressive that your spirits can create a space like this in the middle of the sea." "My spirits make it look easy," Ishia responded. "If I were at full strength, they could have created a space 10 times larger." As Rude gently petted Alicia's spirit, he commented on how convenient it was to use fire underwater. He reassured the spirit, "Don't worry, we'll have you back to full health in no time." Aliyamira then spoke up. "If you don't hurry, I'm going to eat everything you've prepared." Just as Rude was about to eat, he pulled something out of his bag, a lunchbox he had made for Ishia. "I noticed you always watch us eat while drooling like crazy," he explained, "so I made this for you last night." Ishia, filled with excitement and happiness at his kindness, thanked him. And with that, the three of them began to eat together. A little while later, they had all finished. Rude had gained new skills from the monster meat he had consumed. "Time to move on to the next floor," he told the others. As they continued, Ishia spoke up. "If I remember correctly, Sahajan, the humanoid sea monsters, will start appearing on the next level. They are intelligent monsters that attack in coordinated formations. Their strikes can pierce through armor, so stay alert." "So my iron body skill won't be much help," Rude remarked. "They usually appear in groups of 3, Ishia added, "but if we run into a swarm, even veteran adventurers might not make it out alive. It's rare to encounter such large numbers though, so we shouldn't worry too much." As she said that, Ishia opened the door to the next level. However, what awaited them was a large group of Sahajan, far more than just 3. "We need to fall back," Ishia quickly told the others, stunned. While Rude and Ishia were still processing the situation, Aliyamira calmly stepped into the next level without a hint of fear. "Come back," they both called out. "We need to retreat." Aliyamira, however, continued moving forward. What was all that talk about monsters being smart and swarms being dangerous? "Fish filth like this is nothing to me." Without fear, she challenged the monsters, "Come at me all at once." In that moment, all the Sahajan charged, but Aliyamira wasted no time and unleashed a powerful attack, instantly killing several of them. "Retreat," Rude and Ishia called out, seeing the sheer number of enemies still alive. "There's no need to panic," Aliyamira calmly told them. "Grab hold of me. I've just added a little twist to my attack." Confused, they watched as a massive hole suddenly appeared, sucking everything into it, including the remaining monsters. Moments later, as the hole vanished, the monsters were completely shredded into pieces. Looking satisfied, Alumira casually commented, "A nice bit of post-meal exercise." Rude and Ishia were both amazed. "What skill was that?" Rude asked. "Just my right hook," Alumira simply replied. She then picked up the tail of one of the monsters and handed it to Rude. An extra ingredient. Meanwhile, Ishia remained deep in thought, sensing that something wasn't right. She found it strange that an entire pack of Sahajin had been lying in wait. Alumira, overhearing her, spoke up. "There are faint traces left behind. It suggests they pulled some clever little trick." "I knew you were strong," Rude commented, "but your power is beyond anything I had imagined." "My current strength is nothing compared to my prime," she replied, leaving Rude even more stunned. In that moment, he silently resolved to step up his game. Elsewhere, at the bottom layer of the labyrinth, just outside the floor boss room, Glanz and his group were still advancing when Karst suddenly screamed out in shock. "What's wrong?" Glanz asked. Rude and his team they completely wiped out the entire Sahajin pack, Karst told him. Glenn was stunned, but Glanz simply nodded. "I'm impressed. It would have been boring if they had been wiped out this early." He then turned his attention to the door in front of him. As he opened it, a massive, powerful monster stood waiting. "We'll be sending this monster after them to crush them in a single sweep." Gar, upon seeing the creature, was awestruck by its enormous size. "This is the floor boss of the labyrinth," Glanz explained. "No matter how strong they are, they won't be able to walk away from this. I'll make sure the monster targets them, and when they finally let their guard down, I'll personally finish them off." He turned to the creature, which was under his control. "You are now my pawn. Stay put and behave until it's time." Gar grinned as he stepped closer. "I never thought we'd be able to control a creature this powerful. This item's power is dangerously impressive." As he spoke, he suddenly struck the monster with a powerful blow, only to realize it didn't even leave a scratch. Undeterred, he continued delivering hit after hit. "What are you doing?" Alan shouted at them, but Glanz ignored him. "Even a floor boss is nothing compared to the orb's power," he commented. "The true strength lies in the item itself. There is nothing left to fear in this labyrinth." However, as he said this, the orb he was using began to show small cracks, something none of the others noticed. "With the power of this orb," Glenn said, "we could even unleash the floor boss on the town. Once the town is half destroyed, we'll show up and defeat the monster, and we'll be hailed as heroes." Alan was stunned. "Have you any idea what you're saying?" he demanded, grabbing Glenn by the collar. Struggling, Glenn tried to brush it off. "You're overreacting. It was just a joke." "Just a joke," Glanz repeated with a wicked grin. His tone shifted. "With this item, I can finally flip my miserable life around. I am now the strongest. The world belongs to me." But just as he finished speaking, the orb suddenly shattered into a million pieces. Everyone was caught off guard. At that moment, the monster, now free from the orb's control, regained its consciousness. Without warning, it lunged forward and grabbed Gar. "What's happening?" Gar shouted, terrified, desperately begging for help. But it was too late. In that very moment, the monster crushed him to death with a single strike of its massive claw. Glenn and Glanz, witnessing the brutal scene, were struck with fear. "Time to retreat," Glanz said quickly. "I had no idea the orb was going to break," Glenn insisted nervously. Without wasting another second, the group began fleeing, but the boss monster wasn't about to let them escape. It roared and began charging after them. As Glanz sprinted, he thought to himself, "I'm not going to die in a place like this." While running, he caught sight of Alan ahead of him. And in that moment, a plan began to form in his mind. Meanwhile, Alan and Karst were also running as fast as they could. "How did everything go so wrong?" Karst asked, panicked. "Save the questions for later," Alan told him. "Focus on staying alive." Just then, Alan was suddenly struck from behind by a powerful blow. Blood poured from the wound as he stumbled forward. "Alan," Karst cried out. But before he could do anything, Glenn grabbed his arm. "Forget about him. Keep moving." Struggling to stay on his feet, Alan turned toward Glanz. "Why did you attack me?" But Glanz simply stood there with a menacing smile. "It's an order from me, your leader," he said coldly. "Face the monster and buy us time." "I'm not going to serve as bait," Alan refused, shocked and furious. Grants casually walked past him. "Don't use the word bait. It sounds dirty. Think of it as saving your friends. It's just like what Isaac, the founder you admire so much, would do." As he said that, he flashed another twisted grin. "Don't let me down." With that, he activated a skill called Warrior's Rally, which redirected a monster's attention toward a chosen person. The skill took hold, binding the monster's attention to Alan. Without a hint of remorse, Glanz turned and resumed his escape, shouting back, "Buy us time." Alan, overwhelmed with rage and disbelief, was left behind, injured, marked by the spell, and now facing a monster that had fully locked onto him. With nowhere left to run, he stood trapped as the beast bore down on him.